Under the Sweetgum Tree, a sweet African-American romance novel written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Chapter 1, High School, Junior Year, Fall. The old Sweetgum tree in Treena Parker's backyard had been witness to more secrets than any tree had a right to know. Troy Mitchell ran his fingers over the carved initials TM and TP that he and Treena had etched into the bark when they were 7 years old. Just as best friends making a solemn pact to never forget each other, as if he could ever forget Treena. She was sunlight and steady ground, smooth brown skin and brown eyes that caught every detail, with a smile that always landed soft and sure. The October afternoon was perfect, the kind that made him grateful to live in Georgia. The Sweetgum's leaves were just beginning their transformation, hints of gold and crimson threading through the green canopy overhead. Treena sat cross-legged on the old quilt her grandmother had made, textbooks spread around her like she was holding court with calculus and American literature. Her hair fell sleek to her shoulders, a clean part and a tucked behind-the-ear habit she never broke. Simple gold hoops glinted when she moved. "I still can't believe Coach Martinez thinks I can get a full ride to Georgia Tech," Troy said, tossing a football up and catching it absently. "Me at Tech." Treena looked up from her chemistry homework, pencil tucked behind her ear, and gave him that smile, the one that made something warm unfurl in his chest. It put the slightest dimple in her left cheek and warmed her whole face. "Troy, you threw for over 2,000 yards last season as a sophomore. You're going to break every passing record Sweetgum High has ever seen." "You really think so?" He knew he was fishing for compliments, but he couldn't help himself. When Treena believed in him, anything felt possible. "I know so." She went back to her homework, biting her lower lip in concentration the way she always did when she was working through a difficult problem. That's when it happened, the moment that changed everything. The afternoon sun caught her hair, bringing out warm brown highlights in the black strands where the light touched them. She tucked a piece behind her ear, a gesture so familiar he'd seen it thousands of times. But something about the movement made his breath catch. Maybe it was the way her fingers lingered at her neck, or how the golden light made her skin glow, or simply that he was really looking at her for the first time in months, instead of just seeing his best friend. But suddenly, sitting under their tree on a Tuesday afternoon in October, Troy Mitchell realized he was completely and hopelessly in love with Treena Parker. The football slipped from his suddenly nerveless fingers and bounced off his knee. The small thud made Treena glance up, eyebrows raised in question. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "More like I've seen an angel," he thought, but managed to croak out, "Yeah, just thinking about the homecoming game." She didn't look convinced, but she went back to her chemistry equations while Troy's world tilted on its axis. How had he not noticed before? The way she laughed at his terrible jokes, throwing her head back with genuine delight. How she always saved him the last bite of whatever she was eating, claiming she was too full when he knew she was just being thoughtful. The way she listened, really listened, when he talked about his dreams of playing college ball, never rolling her eyes like some of his teammates' girlfriends did when the subject came up. The way she fit perfectly in the crook of his arm during movie nights, like she belonged there. "Troy?" Treena's voice seemed to come from very far away. Earth to Troy Mitchell. He blinked, realizing she was staring at him with concern creasing her brow. "What? I asked if you wanted to help me with this chemistry problem, but you were a million miles away." She studied his face. "Are you sure you're feeling okay? You look flushed." Flushed was an understatement. He felt like he'd been struck by lightning, every nerve ending in his body suddenly hyper-aware of her presence. The sweet scent of her shampoo, something floral and light that he'd never paid attention to before, but now seemed intoxicating. The way her voice had a slightly husky quality when she was concentrating. How her eyes were more brown than black, with flecks of gold that matched the autumn leaves above them. "I'm fine," he lied, scrambling for normalcy. "Just thinking about, what chemistry problem?" She gestured to her notebook. "Balancing equations. I can never remember if you're supposed to balance the oxygen first or save it for last." Troy scooted closer, close enough that their shoulders brushed. Heat rolled off his skin. Her shoulder was small and strong, a perfect fit against his. The contact sent electricity shooting down his arm. Had it always been like this? How had he missed something so obvious? Let me see. He forced himself to focus on the equation, though his awareness of her nearness made it nearly impossible to think straight. You balance the most complex molecule first, then work your way to the simpler ones. That's what I thought, but she leaned closer to point to something on the page, and her hair brushed his cheek. Troy's brain short-circuited. This was Treena, his best friend since they were kids. The girl who'd held his hand during his parents' divorce when they were 12, who'd taught him how to braid friendship bracelets and never laughed when he wore them to school, who knew all his secrets and fears and dreams. And he was in love with her. The realization was terrifying and wonderful and completely impossible all at once. This was Treena, who was kind to everyone but never seemed interested in dating, who was focused on her grades and her future, talking about college applications and her dreams of becoming a teacher. What would she want with Troy Mitchell, whose idea of a perfect date was pizza and a movie, who drove his dad's old pickup truck and worked part-time at the hardware store to help with family expenses? "You're doing it again," Treena said softly. "What?" "That thing where you disappear inside your own head. What's going on, Troy? You've been weird all afternoon." He could tell her. The thought rose unbidden, making his heart race. They'd always been honest with each other about everything. Well, almost everything. But this felt different. This felt dangerous. What if she didn't feel the same way? What if telling her ruined the most important friendship in his life? What if she looked at him with pity, or worse, disgust? What if she stopped sitting with him under their tree? "Just stressed about the game Friday," he said instead, hating himself for the lie. "Coach has been riding us pretty hard in practice." Treena studied him for a long moment, and he could see her deciding whether or not to push. Finally, she nodded and went back to her chemistry homework, but he caught her stealing glances at him when she thought he wasn't looking. The silence stretched between them, comfortable as always, but somehow charged with new meaning. At least, it felt charged to Troy. Every movement Treena made, reaching for her eraser, shifting position on the quilt, brushing a leaf from her hair, seemed magnified, significant. How long had he been in love with her? Had it been growing gradually, so slowly he hadn't noticed? Or had it always been there, hidden under layers of friendship and familiarity? He thought about last month when she'd been sick with the flu, and he'd brought her soup and magazines, sitting on the floor by her bed while she dozed. The fierce protectiveness he'd felt when she'd looked so tired and small against her pillows. The way his chest had tightened when she'd smiled weakly and whispered, "You're the best, Troy." Or the time in 8th grade when Jimmy Patterson had called her weird for bringing a book to the school dance instead of dancing. Troy had seen red, getting in Jimmy's face so fast that Mr. Henderson had to pull them apart before a fight started. He'd told himself it was just what any good friend would do, but now he wondered if he'd been lying to himself for years. "There," Treena said, closing her textbook with satisfaction. A tiny beauty mark near her temple winked when she tilted her head. Chemistry conquered for another day. She stretched her arms above her head, and Troy quickly looked away, his face heating. This was going to be a problem. "Want to go get some ice cream at Scoop Doop There It Is?" she asked, already starting to pack up her things. "I'm craving something sweet after all those chemical formulas." The ice cream shop, where she'd order mint chocolate chip and he'd get vanilla, and she'd steal bites of his when she thought he wasn't paying attention. Where she'd laugh at his jokes and tell him about her day, and he'd pretend his heart wasn't hammering every time she smiled. "Yeah," he said, his voice rougher than intended. "That sounds great." As they walked toward downtown Sweetgum Meadows, he moved with that loose quarterback stride, easy power in every step. She kept pace in quiet rhythm, bracelets whispering at her wrist. Treena chattering about her plans for the weekend. Troy made a decision. He wouldn't tell her. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The risk was too great, the potential loss too devastating. But as they strolled down Main Street, past Rochelle's old-fashioned diner and Just-in-Time's clock and watch repair, Troy couldn't stop stealing glances at the girl beside him. The girl who'd been right there all along, and who he was just now realizing he couldn't live without. The girl he loved. Later that night, after they'd shared ice cream and walked the familiar streets of their small town, after he'd walked her home and watched her disappear through her front door with a casual wave, Troy found himself back under the sweetgum tree. The moon was nearly full, casting silver shadows through the branches. He pulled out his pocket knife, the one his grandfather had given him, and carefully carved something new into the bark, just below their childhood initials. A heart. Small and simple, barely visible in the moonlight, but there nonetheless. A secret promise to himself, a marker of the day everything changed. Tomorrow, he'd go back to being Treena's best friend. He'd listen to her talk about homework and help her study for tests, and pretend his world hadn't shifted completely off its axis in the span of a single afternoon. But tonight, under the sweetgum tree that had heard all their secrets, Troy allowed himself to dream about a future where the girl with the golden laugh and the kind heart might love him back, even if that future seemed as distant and impossible as the stars wheeling overhead.
Chapter 2. High School, Junior Year, Winter. The Sweetgum High Gymnasium buzzed with the energy that only came with a winning basketball season. Treena Parker sat in the bleachers with her calculus textbook balanced on her knees, stealing glances at the football players who'd come to support their teammates during the off-season. She told herself she was there to study in peace. Her house was too quiet with her mom working late at the hospital again, but she knew she was lying. She was there to watch Troy Mitchell. It had started sometime after Christmas break, this strange new awareness of her best friend. Maybe it was the way he'd grown over the winter months, his shoulders broader now, filling out his Letterman jacket in a way that made her stomach flutter when she wasn't expecting it. Or maybe it was how his voice had deepened, taking on a rougher quality that sent unexpected shivers down her spine when he said her name. Whatever it was, Treena found herself noticing things about Troy that she'd somehow missed in the 10 years they'd been friends. The way he moved with an athlete's easy grace, even when he was just walking down the hallway. How his dark eyes lit up when he laughed. Really laughed at something she said. The gentle way he treated everyone around him, from the elderly customers at the hardware store where he worked, to the shy freshmen who looked up to him with obvious hero worship. Earth to Treena. The voice belonged to Carmen Rodriguez, who slid onto the bleacher beside her with a knowing smile. You've been staring at the same calculus problem for 15 minutes. Heat crept up Treena's neck. I'm not staring. I'm thinking. Uh-huh. Carmen followed Treena's gaze to where Troy sat with some of the other football players, his head thrown back in laughter at something Justin Clark had said. Thinking about derivatives or thinking about Troy Mitchell? Carmen, Treena hissed, glancing around to make sure no one had overheard. The last thing she needed was for word to get back to Troy that she was harboring some ridiculous crush, because that's all it was, right? A silly, hopeless crush that would fade if she just ignored it long enough. Oh my God, you like him. Carmen's eyes widened with delight. Treena Parker has a crush on Troy Mitchell. This is amazing. Keep your voice down, Treena muttered, burying her face in her textbook. And I don't have a crush. Troy's my best friend. That's all. Right, and I suppose that's why you've been watching him instead of solving for X? Treena didn't have a good answer for that. The truth was, she'd been watching Troy a lot lately. Watching the way he interacted with his teammates. Always encouraging, never putting anyone down, even when they messed up. Watching how he helped elderly Mrs. Patterson with her groceries every week after church, never making a big deal about it. Watching how he listened, really listened, when people talked to him, like what they had to say was the most important thing in the world. And yes, she'd been watching the way other girls looked at him too. Troy Mitchell was Sweetgum High's golden boy, star quarterback, honor roll student, genuinely nice guy who treated everyone with kindness and respect. Half the girls in school had crushes on him, and who could blame them? The problem was, Troy didn't seem to notice any of them. He doesn't date, Treena said finally, more to herself than to Carmen. What? Troy. He doesn't date. ever. Carla Watson asked him to winter formal, and he said he was too busy with football. Jessica Lee asked him to be her partner for the senior project in AP History, and he found a way to work with Marcus instead. It's like he's completely uninterested in girls. Carmen raised an eyebrow. Or maybe he's just waiting for the right girl. The flutter in Trina's stomach turned into a full-blown swarm of butterflies. Don't what? Don't give me hope about something that's never going to happen. Treena closed her textbook with more force than necessary. Troy could have anyone. He's smart, he's funny, he's going to get a full ride to whatever college he wants. She gestured helplessly toward where Troy sat, completely unaware of their conversation. He's Troy, and I'm just me. Just you? Carmen's voice carried a note of incredulity. Treena, you're one of the smartest people in our class. You're kind, you're funny, you're beautiful. I'm ordinary, Treena interrupted. I'm the girl who helps with homework and brings homemade cookies to study sessions. I'm safe, I'm comfortable. I'm not the kind of girl guys like Troy fall for. Even as she said the words, part of her hoped Carmen would argue, would tell her she was wrong, that Troy looked at her differently than he looked at everyone else, that maybe there was a chance. But Carmen just studied her face with sympathy. You really believe that, don't you? The pity in her friend's voice was worse than any argument could have been. It confirmed what Treena already knew in her heart, that whatever feelings were growing inside her chest were doomed to remain unrequited. I should go, Treena said, gathering her things. I told my mom I'd pick up groceries before she gets home from her shift. As she made her way down the bleachers, she heard Troy call her name. The sound stopped her in her tracks, that new shivery feeling racing through her at the warmth in his voice. Hey, where are you going? He jogged over, slightly out of breath, that easy smile lighting up his face. I thought we were going to study together after the game. His hair was close-cropped and lined, and the gym lights made his dark skin look warm. For a moment, looking up into his dark eyes, Treena let herself imagine what it would be like if this was more than friendship. If the way he said her name meant something deeper. If the concern in his expression was about more than just study plans. But then reality crashed back in. This was Troy, her best friend since childhood. The boy who taught her to throw a spiral and held her hand during scary movies, who knew all her embarrassing secrets and still chose to spend time with her anyway. I can't tonight, she said, forcing her voice to stay steady. Rain check? Something flickered across his face. Disappointment, maybe? But it was gone so quickly she might have imagined it. Sure thing. Everything okay? Everything's fine, just busy. He nodded. But she could see him studying her face the way he did when he suspected she wasn't telling him the whole truth. It was one of the things she both loved and hated about their friendship. How well he knew her. Okay, I'll call you later then. We still need to figure out our project for Mrs. Anderson's class. Right, the project. She'd forgotten all about their joint presentation on the civil rights movement. Another example of how these ridiculous feelings were interfering with her ability to function normally. Treena? His voice was softer now, concerned. Are you sure you're okay? You've seemed, I don't know, different lately. Different. Of course she seemed different. She was different. These past few months had changed everything about how she saw him, how she saw herself, how she saw the friendship that had been the most stable thing in her life for as long as she could remember. I'm fine, Troy. Really. The lie tasted bitter on her tongue. He looked like he wanted to push, but Justin was calling his name from across the gym. We'll talk later, he said finally, reaching out to squeeze her shoulder. The brief contact sent warmth shooting through her entire body, and Treena had to work not to lean into his touch. This was exactly why she needed some distance. A little space to get her head on straight and remember why maintaining their friendship was more important than indulging in impossible fantasies. As she walked toward the exit, she could feel his eyes on her back. It took every ounce of willpower she possessed not to turn around. The February air was sharp and cold as she made her way to her car, her breath visible in small puffs. The parking lot was mostly empty, except for a few cars belonging to parents who'd stayed to watch the game. In a few hours, it would be full again as people came for the community basketball game. but right now it felt isolated and peaceful. Treena sat in her car for a moment before starting the engine, letting herself think about the conversation with Carmen. Was it really that obvious? Could other people see these feelings she was trying so hard to hide? More importantly, could Troy see them? The thought made her stomach twist with embarrassment. The last thing she wanted was for Troy to figure out that his best friend had developed some pathetic crush on him. How awkward would that make everything? How would she ever be able to look him in the eye again, knowing that he knew? No, she couldn't let that happen. Their friendship was too important to risk on something as fleeting as romantic feelings. Troy was the one constant in her life, the person who knew her better than anyone else in the world. She couldn't lose that. She wouldn't lose that. By the time she pulled into the parking lot of the grocery store, Treena had made a decision. She would bury these feelings so deep that no one, especially not Troy, would ever suspect they existed. She would be the same friend she'd always been, supportive and loyal and completely platonic. It shouldn't be that hard, right? Feelings faded if you didn't feed them. If she just stopped paying attention to the way Troy's smile made her heart skip, stopped noticing how his voice changed when he said her name, stopped imagining what it would feel like to be held in his arms. Focus, she muttered to herself as she grabbed a shopping cart. Focus on school, focus on college applications, focus on anything except Troy Mitchell. The familiar routine of grocery shopping helped calm her nerves. Her mother had left a detailed list, and Treena moved methodically through the aisles, checking off items. Milk, bread, chicken for Sunday dinner. The special tea her mom liked to drink after her long shifts at the hospital. Her phone buzzed with a text message, and her heart did that stupid fluttering thing again when she saw Troy's name on the screen. Hope everything's really okay. You know you can talk to me about anything, right? The message was so typically Troy. Thoughtful, caring, making sure she knew he was there for her. It was exactly why she'd fallen for him in the first place, and exactly why she needed to get over these feelings as quickly as possible. She typed back, "Everything's fine. Talk tomorrow." 3 dots appeared immediately, showing that he was typing a response, but then they disappeared. After a moment, her phone buzzed again with a simple, "Okay, night, Treena." As she slipped her phone back into her pocket and continued shopping, Treena tried to convince herself that the hollow feeling in her chest was just hunger, that the tight sensation in her throat was just from the cold air outside, that the tears threatening to spill over were just from fatigue after a long day. She almost succeeded in believing it. Over the next few weeks, Treena threw herself into the project of getting over Troy Mitchell with the same determination she brought to everything else in her life. She joined the debate team to keep herself busy after school. She volunteered for extra shifts helping at the church food pantry. She even considered trying out for the spring musical, despite having no singing ability whatsoever. Anything to create some distance between herself and the boy who'd somehow become the center of her universe without her permission. The problem was, Troy seemed determined not to let her pull away. He showed up at her locker between classes with coffee from the teacher's lounge and her favorite chocolate chip muffins from the cafeteria. He insisted on walking her to her car after school, carrying her books despite her protests that she was perfectly capable of carrying them herself. "He likes you," her mother said one evening after Troy had left, having charmed her into accepting his help with moving some furniture despite her protests. "That boy likes you more than friends." Trina's heart leaped before she firmly squashed the hope rising in her chest. "Mama, no. Troy and I are just friends. We've always been just friends." Her mother gave her a look that suggested she thought Treena was being deliberately obtuse. "I have eyes, daughter. I see how he looks at you. How you look at him when you think no one is watching. You're imagining things. Am I?" Her mother's voice was gentle but knowing. "Then why do you look so sad all the time lately?" The question hit too close to home. Treena turned away, focusing on folding laundry that was already perfectly neat. "I'm not sad. I'm just focused on school." Her mother didn't sound convinced. "You know, When your father and I first met, I thought he was too good for me. He was studying to be a teacher, came from a family that had been in Sweetgum for generations. I was just the new girl in town whose mama cleaned houses for a living. Despite herself, Treena found herself listening. Her parents rarely talked about their early relationship, having always seemed to her like they'd simply always been together. I spent months convinced that his interest in me was just friendly. Even when he walked me home from work every night, even when he brought me flowers from his mother's garden, even when he spent his weekends helping my mama with yard work instead of going out with his friends. Her mother smiled at the memory. It took him actually proposing before I believed he could really love someone like me. That's different, Treena protested weakly. Is it? Or are you just scared? The question lingered in the air between them as they finished the laundry. Later, lying in her bed and staring at the ceiling, Treena turned her mother's words over and over in her mind. Was she scared? Or was she just being realistic about her chances with someone like Troy? Her phone buzzed with another text from him, a picture of his history textbook with a note. This Civil War chapter is putting me to sleep. Save me? Before she could talk herself out of it, she called him. Treena. His voice was warm and pleased, and she could hear the smile in it. I was hoping you'd call. I'm pretty sure this textbook is written in code. It's not that bad, she said, settling back against her pillows. Which part is confusing you? For the next hour, they talked about the causes of the Civil War, but somehow the conversation drifted to other topics. Troy told her about his conversation with the recruiter from Georgia Tech, how surreal it felt to think about playing college football. Treena shared her worries about her college applications, whether her grades and test scores would be enough to get into her dream schools. You're going to get in everywhere you apply, Troy said with absolute certainty. Any school would be lucky to have you. The confidence in his voice made her chest warm. You have to say that. You're my best friend. I don't have to say anything. I say it because it's true. There was something in his voice, something deeper than just friendly encouragement. You're amazing, Treena. Sometimes I think you're the only person who doesn't see it. The words hung in the air between them, charged with a meaning she was afraid to examine too closely. Her heart was beating so fast she was sure he could hear it through the phone. Troy, she started, not sure what she was going to say. I should let you get some sleep, he said quickly, as if suddenly realizing how his words might have sounded. Big test tomorrow in calculus, right? Right. The moment passed, leaving her wondering if she'd imagined the deeper current in his voice. Good night, Troy. Night, Treena. Sweet dreams. As she hung up the phone, Treena pressed her face into her pillow and allowed herself one moment of pure, undiluted hope. Maybe her mother was right. Maybe she was just scared. Maybe, just maybe, Troy Mitchell felt the same impossible feelings that were threatening to overwhelm her completely. But by morning, reality had reasserted itself. Troy was her best friend. He was kind to everyone, made everyone feel special. She was reading too much into perfectly normal, friendly behavior because she wanted so desperately for it to mean something more. No, it was better to keep these feelings buried. Safer for both of them, safer for their friendship. Even if it felt like it was slowly breaking her heart.
Chapter 3. High School. Junior Year. Spring. The news that a new family was moving to Sweetgum Meadows spread through the high school like wildfire. In a town where everyone had known everyone else since birth, the arrival of outsiders was always cause for speculation and excitement. But when the rumors started flying about where they were coming from, Troy Mitchell found himself paying closer attention than usual. The family was from New York City. Can you imagine? Carla Watson was saying as Troy passed her locker on his way to third period. Living in a place like that and choosing to come here, they must be running from something. Troy shook his head at the typical small-town suspicion, but didn't comment. Sweetgum Meadows was a good place to live, even if some people couldn't see past its size. Maybe the new family just wanted a quieter life. He was thinking about it again during lunch when Treena slid into the seat across from him in the cafeteria, her tray loaded with the chicken sandwich that was the only edible option on Wednesdays. Have you heard about the new family? She asked without preamble. stealing a fry from his plate like she always did. Hard not to. Everyone's been talking about it all morning. Carmen's mom works at the real estate office. She says they bought the old Morrison place up on Magnolia Street. You know, the big Victorian with the wraparound porch? Troy whistled low. The Morrison house was one of the nicest homes in Sweetgum Meadows, with its perfectly manicured lawn and view of the lake. Must have some serious money. That's what I thought too. Trina's voice carried a note of curiosity. Carmen says they have a son our age. He'll probably start school next week. Something twisted in Troy's chest at the way she said it, the hint of interest in her voice. He told himself he was being ridiculous. Treena was naturally curious about people. It didn't mean anything. Well, I hope he likes football, Troy said, forcing lightness into his tone. We could use another good player. Treena laughed. Is that all you think about? Football? Not anymore, he thought, looking at the way the cafeteria lights caught the warm highlights in her hair. Now I think about you. All the time. Pretty much, he lied instead, and was rewarded with her rolling her eyes in that fond way that made his heart skip. The new student arrived the following Monday, and Troy had to admit the guy made an entrance. He walked into first period AP history like he owned the place, dressed in clothes that probably cost more than Troy's entire wardrobe. His confidence was the kind that came from never having to doubt your place in the world. And when he smiled at Mrs. Anderson's introduction, Troy could practically hear the collective sigh from half the girls in class. Everyone, I'd like you to meet Winston Hayes, Mrs. Anderson announced. His family just moved here from Manhattan, so let's make him feel welcome. Winston Hayes. Even his name sounded sophisticated, like something out of a movie about rich people and private schools. Thanks, Mrs. Anderson, Winston said, and his voice carried just a trace of that distinctive New York accent Troy had heard in movies. I'm excited to be here. Sweetgum Meadows seems like a really special place. The words were perfect, exactly what a new student should say. But something about the way Winston's eyes swept the classroom made Troy uncomfortable, like he was cataloging everyone, filing them away for future reference. Troy, would you mind showing Winston around today? Mrs. Anderson asked. You two have several classes together. Troy forced a smile. Sure thing. By the end of the day, Troy had to admit that Winston Hayes was actually pretty decent company. He was smart, funny in a dry way that suggested he'd been around more sophisticated crowds, and genuinely seemed interested in learning about life in Sweetgum Meadows. He asked good questions about the teachers, the classes, which restaurants were worth trying, and he'd shown nothing but polite interest when various girls had introduced themselves throughout the day. So what do you do for fun around here? Winston asked as they walked toward the parking lot. Besides football, I mean. I heard you're the star quarterback. Word travels fast, Troy said with a grin. But there's plenty to do if you know where to look. We've got the lake for swimming and fishing, hiking trails if you're into that. Decent movie theater, though you'll probably think it's pretty small compared to what you're used to. Actually, smaller sounds good right now. Manhattan can be overwhelming. There was something in Winston's voice, a hint of vulnerability that made Troy look at him more closely. Everything okay? I mean, it's cool if you don't want to talk about it, but moving across the country your junior year can't be easy. Winston was quiet for a moment, and Troy got the sense he was deciding how much to reveal. Finally, he shrugged. My dad's company expanded down here. Better opportunities, he said. My mom fell in love with the whole Southern charm thing when they came to scout locations. He gestured toward the tree-lined streets, the historic buildings of downtown Sweetgum Meadows visible in the distance. I have to admit, it's growing on me too. They'd reached Troy's truck, and he was fishing for his keys when Winston asked the question that would change everything. So any advice on the local dating scene? Girls I should ask out? Girls I should avoid? The keys slipped from Troy's fingers, clattering to the asphalt. As he bent to pick them up, his mind went immediately to Treena. The way she'd looked when she asked about the new student, the curiosity in her voice. Troy straightened, his heart suddenly pounding. I don't really know. I mean, I don't date much. Winston raised an eyebrow. Star quarterback who doesn't date? Come on, man. You must have your pick. It's not that simple. Troy could feel heat creeping up his neck. If I were going to date someone, it would be... He stopped himself before he could finish the sentence, but Winston was watching him with sharp interest now. It would be who? Troy looked toward the school building, where students were still streaming out to cars and buses. In a few minutes, Treena would emerge from her debate team meeting, probably carrying a stack of books and wearing that little frown she got when she was thinking hard about something. "There's this girl," he heard himself saying, the words spilling out before he could stop them. "We've been friends forever, since we were kids. She's incredible, smart, funny, beautiful. She's got this laugh that just..." He trailed off, realizing how he must sound. Winston was studying him with an expression Troy couldn't quite read. "Sounds like you've got it bad." "Yeah, well, she doesn't see me that way." The admission felt like pulling teeth. "We're just friends, best friends, and that's fine." "What's her name?" Troy hesitated. Something in Winston's tone made him suddenly cautious, though he couldn't put his finger on what. "Treena," he said finally. "Treena Parker." "Treena Parker," Winston repeated slowly, like he was filing the name away. "Is she pretty?" The question caught Troy off guard with its bluntness. Yeah, she's beautiful. But it's not just that. She's special." "Special how?" Troy found himself talking about Treena in a way he never had before, the words pouring out like a dam had burst. He told Winston about her kindness, how she volunteered at the church food pantry every weekend, about her intelligence, how she could explain complex calculus problems in ways that actually made sense, about her dreams of becoming a teacher, her determination to make a difference in kids' lives. He talked about the way she bit her lip when she was concentrating, how she always saved him the last bite of her lunch, how she'd held his hand during his parents' messy divorce and never once made him feel like his broken family was something to be ashamed of. By the time he finished, Winston was looking at him with something that might have been pity. "Sounds like you're in love with her," Winston said quietly. The words hit Troy like a physical blow. In love. Was that what this was? This constant ache in his chest, this need to be near her, this fierce protectiveness that rose up whenever anyone so much as looked at her wrong? Troy swallowed hard. "Maybe. Yeah, I think I am. And she doesn't know? God, no. I can't tell her. It would ruin everything." Winston nodded thoughtfully. "I get it. The friend zone is brutal." He clapped Troy on the shoulder. "But hey, maybe that'll change. Sometimes these things work out." The sympathy in Winston's voice was genuine, and Troy felt some of his tension ease. It was actually a relief to have said it out loud to someone, even someone he'd just met. "Thanks, man. And, maybe keep this between us? I don't want it getting around school." "Of course, your secret's safe with me." They were interrupted by the sound of the school doors opening, and Troy looked up to see Treena walking out with her debate team friends. She was laughing at something Carmen had said. Her face lit up with genuine joy, and Troy's heart did that stupid, flipping thing it had been doing for months now. Without thinking, he raised his hand to wave at her. She spotted him immediately and waved back, that warm smile that was just for him spreading across her face. "That's her?" Winston asked quietly. "Yeah, that's Treena." Troy watched Winston's gaze travel over Treena as she walked toward the student parking lot, taking in her long legs, the way her jeans hugged her curves, the graceful way she moved. Something cold settled in Troy's stomach at the appreciation he saw in the other boy's eyes. "She's beautiful," Winston said, and there was something different in his voice now, something calculating. "Really beautiful." "Winston, relax, man. I'm not going to move in on your girl." Winston's smile was easy, friendly, just appreciating good genetics. "You've got excellent taste." But as Winston said goodbye and walked toward his own car, a sleek sedan that probably cost more than Troy's family made in 2 years, Troy couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just made a terrible mistake. Over the next few days, Winston seemed to pop up everywhere. He sat at their lunch table, charming everyone with stories about life in Manhattan. He joined the pickup basketball games in the gym during free period. He even showed up at Rochelle's diner after school, claiming he was eager to try authentic Southern food. And everywhere Winston went, he was friendly, engaging, and completely appropriate. He didn't flirt with Treena, didn't show any special interest in her at all. If anything, he seemed more interested in the other girls who flocked around him, drawn by his sophistication and obvious wealth. Troy started to relax. Maybe he'd been paranoid. Maybe Winston really was just being a good friend, respecting the boundaries Troy had inadvertently revealed. It was the following Friday when Troy realized how wrong he'd been. He was running late after a particularly brutal football practice, still feeling the soreness in his muscles as he hurried toward his truck. Most of the other students had already left, but he could see Treena's car still in the parking lot. She must have stayed late for tutoring again, helping one of the underclassmen with math. As he rounded the corner of the building, he stopped short at the sight before him. Winston was leaning against Treena's car, one hand braced on the roof as he talked to her. She was looking up at him with wide eyes, and even from a distance, Troy could see the way she shifted her weight from foot to foot, a nervous habit he'd known since childhood. Winston was asking her out. Troy's blood turned to ice in his veins as he watched the scene unfold. He was too far away to hear the words, but he could read the body language easily enough. Winston's confident posture, the way he leaned closer as he spoke, Treena's nervous fidgeting with her keys, the way she tucked her hair behind her ear, the way she smiled and nodded. The world tilted sideways, and Troy had to grab the brick wall beside him for support. She'd said yes. Treena had said yes to Winston Hayes. He watched, paralyzed, as Winston straightened with obvious satisfaction. Watched as he said something that made Treena laugh, that beautiful sound that Troy had thought belonged to him. Watched as Winston opened her car door for her like a perfect gentleman. And then Winston looked up, his gaze sweeping the parking lot until it found Troy standing frozen by the building. For just a moment, their eyes met across the distance. Winston smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile or an apologetic one. It was the smile of someone who had just won a game that Troy hadn't even known he was playing. The smile of a predator who had successfully stalked his prey. As Treena drove away, completely unaware of the silent exchange, Winston walked toward his own car. He had to pass close to where Troy stood, and as he did, he paused. "Thanks for the advice, Mitchell," he said quietly, his voice carrying just far enough for Troy to hear. "You were right. She is special." Then he was gone, leaving Troy alone in the empty parking lot with the taste of betrayal bitter in his mouth and the devastating knowledge that he had handed the girl he loved to someone who saw her as nothing more than a conquest. The worst part was, Troy knew it was his own fault. He'd been the one to reveal his feelings, to paint a target on Treena's back with his obvious vulnerability. He'd given Winston everything he needed to know exactly how to hurt him, and Winston had used that information perfectly. As Troy finally forced himself to walk to his truck on numb legs, one thought echoed through his mind with devastating clarity. He'd just lost Treena Parker before he'd ever really had her, and there was no one to blame but himself. That night, Troy lay in bed staring at the ceiling and replaying every moment of his conversation with Winston, looking for the signs he'd missed, the red flags he'd ignored. But Winston had been perfect in his deception, playing the part of the understanding friend while gathering intelligence like a spy. His phone buzzed with a text from Treena. "Can't wait to tell you about my day tomorrow. So much happened." Troy stared at the message for a long time before typing back, "Can't wait to hear about it." But even as he sent the words, he knew he was lying. The last thing he wanted was to hear about Winston Hayes and whatever charm offensive he'd launched. The last thing he wanted was to pretend to be happy for her while his heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. But he would do it anyway, because that's what best friends did. That's what love really was, putting someone else's happiness ahead of your own pain. Even when that happiness was built on lies he'd been too naive to see coming. Outside his window, the spring peepers were singing their nightly chorus, a sound that usually comforted him. Tonight, it just sounded like mockery. Like the whole world was laughing at Troy Mitchell, the fool who'd fallen in love with his best friend and then gift-wrapped her for someone else. Tomorrow, he would have to watch Treena's face light up as she told him about her first real boyfriend. He would have to smile and nod and act like his world hadn't just ended. He would have to pretend that he hadn't just made the biggest mistake of his life. But tonight, alone in the darkness of his room, Troy allowed himself to grieve for what he'd lost before he'd ever really had it. For the future that had just slipped through his fingers like water. For the girl who would never be his, thanks to his own foolish honesty and a stranger's calculated cruelty.
Chapter 4. High School, Junior Year, Spring. Treena Parker barely slept the night after Winston asked her out. Every time she closed her eyes, she replayed the moment. His confident smile, the way he'd leaned against her car, the casual way he'd asked her to dinner like it was the most natural thing in the world. She'd said yes, but now, lying in the dark of her bedroom, she wasn't sure why. Actually, that wasn't true. She knew exactly why. She was tired of being invisible to boys, tired of watching her classmates pair off while she remained permanently single. Tired of being hopelessly in love with someone who would never see her as anything more than a friend. When her alarm went off Friday morning, Treena felt a nervous energy thrumming through her veins. Today was the day she'd tell Troy about Winston. She'd texted him last night that she had news to share, and now she was both dreading and anticipating his reaction. She found Troy at his locker before first period, looking unusually tired. There were shadows under his eyes, and his usual easy smile seemed forced when he saw her approaching. "Hey," she said, bouncing slightly on her toes. "Ready for my big news?" "Let me guess," Troy said, shoving books into his locker with unnecessary force. "You aced that chemistry test you were worried about." "Better." Treena took a deep breath. "Winston asked me out." The change in Troy was immediate and subtle, a tightening around his eyes, a pause that lasted just a beat too long. But then his expression smoothed into something that looked like polite interest. "That's great, Treena. When?" "Tonight. Dinner at that new place in Peachtree." She studied his face, searching for any sign of jealousy or disappointment. "What do you think?" "I think Winston's a lucky guy." Troy closed his locker and turned to face her fully. "You deserve someone who treats you right." The words should have made her happy, but something about the way he said them felt off. Too careful, too measured. "You sure you're okay with this?" she asked, unable to keep a note of hope from her voice. Troy's eyebrows rose slightly. Why wouldn't I be okay with it? The question hit her like cold water. Of course he was okay with it. Why would Troy Mitchell, who could have any girl in school, care who plain Treena Parker dated? "No reason," she said quickly. You've seemed distant lately. I thought maybe something was bothering you." "Just busy with football stuff. You know how coach gets during playoff season." Troy shouldered his backpack, then seemed to hesitate. "Just be careful, okay? Sometimes people aren't who they seem to be when you first meet them." "What do you mean?" Troy looked like he wanted to say more, but then just shrugged. "Nothing specific. Just take your time getting to know him. That's all." The vague warning felt strange coming from Troy, who was usually direct about his concerns. But when she looked at him questioningly, he just gave her that same careful smile. "Right," she said, trying to keep the disappointment from her voice. "I'll be careful." The bell rang, saving them both from the increasingly awkward conversation. As they walked toward their respective classrooms, Troy fell into step beside her. "So what are you going to wear?" he asked, and for a moment he sounded like the old Troy, interested, engaged, like her best friend instead of a polite acquaintance. "I have no idea. Carmen's threatening to take me shopping after school." Treena glanced at him sideways. "Any advice? Just be yourself." That's what he asked out, right? The real Treena Parker. The sincerity in his voice made her chest ache. This was exactly why she'd fallen for Troy in the first place. He always knew the right thing to say, always made her feel valued and important. But it was the importance of a beloved friend, not a potential girlfriend. "Thanks," she said softly. "That helps." They reached her classroom, and Troy paused in the doorway. "Have fun tonight, okay? You deserve to be happy." As he walked away, Treena stood in the hallway watching him go. There was something in his posture, a tension in his shoulders, a heaviness in his step that didn't match his cheerful words. But maybe she was just projecting her own conflicted feelings onto him. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and nervous energy. Carmen dragged her to 3 different stores after school, finally settling on a dark blue dress that made Treena feel sophisticated and grown up. "You look amazing," Carmen declared as they stood in front of the dressing room mirror. Winston's not going to know what hit him. But as Treena stared at her reflection, all she could think about was Troy's reaction that morning. His careful politeness, his brotherly concern, his complete lack of jealousy. It shouldn't have surprised her. She'd known for months that Troy didn't see her romantically, but somehow having it confirmed still hurt. "Earth to Treena," Carmen said, waving a hand in front of her face. "You're supposed to be excited, not contemplating the mysteries of the universe. Sorry, just nervous, I guess." About the date or about something else? Carmen knew her too well. Treena sighed and sank onto the small bench in the dressing room. "I told Troy this morning. And he was perfectly supportive. Happy for me. Told me Winston was a lucky guy and that I deserved to be treated right." Treena picked at the price tag on the dress. Everything a good friend should say. But nothing. That's the problem. There's no but. Troy sees me as a friend, period. I need to accept that and stop torturing myself with impossible fantasies. Carmen's expression softened. "Honey, are you sure that's what you want? To give up on Troy?" "It doesn't matter what I want. Troy's made it clear he doesn't see me that way. Meanwhile, Winston Hayes is interested in me. Shouldn't I be focusing on what's actually possible instead of chasing something that's never going to happen?" "I guess," Carmen said, though she didn't sound entirely convinced. "Just make sure you're doing this for the right reasons. Don't date Winston just because you can't have Troy." As Treena changed back into her regular clothes, she considered Carmen's words. Was that what she was doing? Using Winston as a consolation prize? No, she decided. Winston was charming and interesting in his own right. He made her feel special, chosen. Maybe her feelings for him weren't as deep as what she felt for Troy, but that didn't mean they couldn't be real. Besides, maybe what she felt for Troy wasn't as real as she thought. Maybe it was just familiarity disguised as love, comfort mistaken for romance. Maybe she'd been holding on to childhood feelings that had no place in her adult life. That evening, as she got ready for her date, Treena made a conscious decision. Tonight, she would focus on Winston. She would give him her full attention, her genuine interest. She would stop comparing him to Troy and start seeing him for who he was, a boy who wanted to be with her. When Winston arrived at her door with flowers for her mother and compliments for her father, Treena felt a flutter of genuine excitement. He looked handsome in his dark suit, his light brown skin warm under the porch light and his dark brown hair perfectly styled. When his hazel eyes lit up as he saw her, the flecks of gold and green seeming to catch the light, she felt beautiful in a way she rarely did. "You look incredible," he said, offering her his arm as they walked to his car. "Thank you. You clean up pretty well yourself." As they drove toward Peachtree, Winston kept up an easy conversation about school, her family, her dreams for the future. He was a good listener, asking follow-up questions and seeming genuinely interested in her answers. "I have to admit," he said as they pulled into the restaurant parking lot, "I was nervous about asking you out." Treena looked at him in surprise. "You were nervous? Why?" "Because you're not like other girls. You're real, authentic. Girls like you don't usually give guys like me a second look." The sincerity in his voice caught her off guard. She'd assumed someone like Winston, with his money and sophistication, would never lack confidence when it came to dating. "Guys like you?" Winston smiled ruefully. "Rich guys whose families buy their way into new towns. I know what people think when they look at me, that everything's been handed to me, that I've never had to work for anything." "Is that not true?" "Some of it is," he admitted, "but not all of it, and definitely not this. Asking you out, hoping you'd say yes. That was all me." As they walked into the restaurant, Treena felt some of her nervous tension ease. This was nice. Winston was nice. The restaurant was elegant without being intimidating, and Winston navigated the evening with confidence. He made her laugh with stories about his adjustment to small-town life and listened attentively when she talked about her dreams of becoming a teacher. "You're going to be amazing at it," he said over dessert. You have this way of explaining things that makes complicated stuff seem simple. I bet kids would love you. The compliment was similar to ones Troy had given her over the years, but coming from Winston, it felt different. More significant, maybe because it came from someone who was choosing to be with her rather than someone who was stuck with her friendship. Thank you, she said, meaning it. That really means a lot. As Winston drove her home, Treena found herself relaxing in a way she hadn't expected. The conversation flowed easily, and she was surprised to discover they had more in common than she'd thought. They both loved reading, both worried about living up to their parents' expectations, both felt the pressure of deciding what to do with their futures. I had a really good time tonight, she said as they sat in her driveway, neither of them making a move to end the evening. So did I. Winston turned to face her, his expression serious. Treena, I want you to know that this isn't just some casual thing for me. I really like you. I'd like to take you out again, if you're interested. The honesty in his voice made her heart skip. This was what she'd been waiting for, someone who saw her as girlfriend material, someone who wanted to build something real with her. I'd like that too, she said softly. When Winston walked her to her door and kissed her goodnight, a gentle, sweet kiss that made her toes curl in her shoes, Treena felt a spark of something that might have been the beginning of real feelings. Later, lying in bed and replaying the evening, she tried not to think about Troy. Tried not to wonder what he'd thought when he saw Winston's car in her driveway, or if he'd thought about her at all. Instead, she focused on the memory of Winston's smile, the way he'd looked at her like she was something precious. For the first time in months, she fell asleep without Troy Mitchell on her mind. It felt like progress. It felt like the beginning of letting go.
Chapter 5, High School, Senior Year, Late Spring. Troy Mitchell had always prided himself on being honest, but the past 8 months had taught him that sometimes honesty was a luxury he couldn't afford. Like now, sitting across from Treena in the school cafeteria, listening to her talk about prom dress shopping while his heart slowly shattered into pieces. Carmen thinks I should go with something classic, Treena was saying, stealing a French fry from his tray like she'd done thousands of times before. But Winston suggested maybe something more sophisticated. He's seen a lot of formal wear, growing up in New York. Winston. Always Winston. Troy nodded and made appropriate sounds of interest, the same performance he'd been giving for months now. Ever since that first disastrous date had turned into a second, then a third, then an official relationship that had somehow survived the entire school year. What do you think? Treena asked, and Troy realized she was waiting for an answer to a question he hadn't heard. Sorry, what? The color. Winston likes me in blue, but I was thinking maybe something different for prom. Something that's just me, Something that's just you. Troy wanted to laugh at the irony. The Treena sitting across from him bore little resemblance to the girl he'd fallen in love with under the sweetgum tree. Gone were the comfortable jeans and soft sweaters, replaced by clothes that looked expensive but somehow wrong on her. Gone was the easy laugh that used to make his chest warm, replaced by a more measured version that sounded like she was performing. Gone was his best friend, replaced by someone who seemed to be constantly auditioning for a role she wasn't sure she wanted. You should wear whatever makes you happy, Troy said finally, not what someone else thinks you should wear. Something flickered across Treena's face, surprise maybe, or recognition of something she'd lost along the way. But then Winston appeared behind her, sliding his arms around her shoulders in a possessive gesture that made Troy's jaw clench. Talking about prom dresses? Winston asked, pressing a kiss to the top of Treena's head. I told you, babe, that blue one we saw would be perfect. Classic, elegant, very Jackie Kennedy. Troy watched Treena's expression shift, saw her swallow whatever she'd been about to say. Right, the blue one. Actually, Troy found himself saying before he could stop himself, I think Treena would look amazing in red. It's a strong color, suits her. Winston's gaze sharpened, fixing on Troy with the same calculating look he'd worn that day in the parking lot 8 months ago. Red is very bold. Treena's always been bold, Troy said, meeting Winston's stare directly. At least, she used to be. Something flickered across Trina's face at Troy's words, but Winston was quick to redirect the conversation. "Well, I think the blue will be perfect," Winston said firmly, his arm tightening possessively around Trina's shoulders. "Classic elegance is always the right choice." Troy watched as Trina's moment of recognition faded, replaced by that agreeable smile she'd perfected over the past 8 months. "You're probably right," she said quietly. The easy capitulation made Troy's stomach turn. This wasn't the Treena he'd grown up with, the girl who would argue passionately about everything from movie choices to pizza toppings. Winston had molded her into someone polished and agreeable, smaller somehow than the person she used to be. Troy's phone buzzed with a text from Coach Williams about practice, giving him an excuse to escape. "I should head to the gym. See you guys later." As he walked away, he could hear Winston launching into some story about his family's connections to fashion designers in Manhattan. Troy didn't look back, but he could picture Trina's face, politely interested, engaged in a way that looked real but felt hollow. The gymnasium was empty except for a few guys shooting free throws, and Troy was grateful for the solitude. He grabbed a basketball and started shooting, letting the familiar rhythm calm his racing thoughts. 8 months. 8 months of watching the girl he loved transform herself into someone he barely recognized. 8 months of biting his tongue when Winston made casual comments about improving Treena, her wardrobe, her interests, her goals. 8 months of watching her become smaller and smaller in her own life. And the worst part? She seemed happy. At least, she said she was happy. She posted pictures with Winston at expensive restaurants and cultural events in Atlanta. She talked about his family's summer house in Martha's Vineyard and their plans to visit colleges together. She'd even started talking about maybe switching her major from education to something more practical, something Winston's father could help her with in terms of career connections. The ball bounced off the rim, harder than Troy had intended. He was losing her. Had lost her, really, the moment Winston Hayes walked into their lives with his calculated charm and his ability to make Treena feel sophisticated. "Rough day?" Troy turned to find Coach Williams standing in the doorway, arms crossed over his chest. "Just thinking about next year," Troy lied. He'd be at Georgia Tech in the fall, far away from Sweetgum Meadows and the daily torture of watching Treena live a life that felt wrong for her. "Georgia Tech's lucky to have you. But that's not what's eating at you, is it?" Troy continued shooting, not trusting himself to speak. Coach Williams had known him since freshman year. He'd probably seen through Troy's careful facade months ago. "You know," Coach said, retrieving a rebound and passing the ball back to Troy, "I've been coaching for 23 years. Seen a lot of kids go through a lot of things. Sometimes the hardest lesson is learning when to fight and when to let go. What if letting go feels like giving up? And what if fighting feels like holding someone back from what they think they want?" The question hung in the air between them. Troy took another shot, this one swishing cleanly through the net. "The thing about love," Coach continued, "is that sometimes it means stepping back and trusting that the person you care about will find their way, even if that way doesn't include you." That afternoon, Troy found himself at the sweet gum tree in Trina's backyard, something he hadn't done in months. Her parents weren't home, her mom was at the hospital, her dad at work, and the yard was empty except for the old memories that seemed to live in the shadows of the branches. He ran his fingers over the carved initials they'd made as children, then traced the small heart he'd added that night junior year when everything changed. Below it, barely visible unless you knew where to look, were newer marks, dates and words he'd carved during sleepless nights over the past 8 months, a private journal of his heartbreak written in bark and time. T loves W, 10:15, the day Treena had told him about her first official date with Winston. Homecoming, 10:20, the night Troy had stayed home while Treena went to the dance with Winston, claiming he wasn't interested in going. Christmas break, 12:20. When Treena had spent 2 weeks in New York with Winston's family instead of their traditional holiday movie marathon. Valentine's Day, 2/14, the day Winston had given Treena a necklace that cost more than Troy's family spent on groceries in a month. Each mark was a small death, a moment when Troy had to swallow his feelings and pretend everything was fine. But looking at them now, he realized they also told a different story. They were proof that he'd survived each moment, that he'd found ways to channel his pain into something that wouldn't hurt anyone else. His phone buzzed with a text from Treena. "Hey, you okay? You seemed off at lunch." Troy stared at the message for a long time. Even after everything, she still noticed when something was wrong, still cared enough to check on him. It was both comforting and devastating. "I'm fine," he typed back. "Just thinking about college stuff. Want to talk about it? I could come over." The offer was tempting. For a moment, Troy let himself imagine what it would be like to have the old Treena back, even just for an afternoon. To sit under their tree and talk about real things, not the surface-level conversations they'd been having for months. But then he thought about Winston, probably expecting Treena to be available for whatever sophisticated plans he'd made for the evening. Thought about how guilty she'd feel for choosing friendship over romance, even for a few hours. "Thanks, but I'm good. Have fun tonight. We're just staying in, watching some documentary Winston wants to see about art galleries in Europe." Troy closed his eyes. The old Treena would have complained about boring documentaries, would have insisted on a comedy instead. This version of her had learned to find Winston's interests fascinating, even when they clearly weren't. "Sounds educational," he typed, hating himself for the sarcasm. "Troy, is everything okay between us? I feel like we barely talk anymore." The question hit him like a physical blow. How was he supposed to answer that? How could he explain that talking to her had become a form of torture, that every conversation reminded him of what he'd lost, that he'd been pulling away to protect both of them from the inevitable moment when his carefully controlled feelings spilled over? "We're fine," he lied, "just busy with senior year stuff. You know how it is. I miss hanging out with you, just us." Troy's throat tightened. He missed it too. Missed her laugh, her terrible singing voice, the way she used to fall asleep during movies and deny it the next day. Missed the girl who would text him at midnight because she couldn't sleep, who brought him soup when he was sick, who knew all his secrets and fears and dreams. "I miss it too," he typed, because that much was true. "But we're good, Treena." "Okay. But Troy? You know you can tell me anything, right? Whatever's going on, I'm here." The irony was crushing. The one thing he needed to tell her was the one thing he could never say. The one person he needed to talk to was the one person he had to protect from the truth. "I know, thanks." As the sun set behind the sweetgum tree, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Troy made a decision. In 4 months, he'd be at Georgia Tech, starting a new life far away from Sweetgum Meadows. 2 months to watch Treena graduate, probably with Winston by her side, talking about their future together. 4 months to say goodbye to the girl he'd loved since he was 17 years old. He could do this. He'd been doing it for 8 months already, pretending his heart wasn't breaking every time he saw her. 4 more months of the same careful performance, and then he'd be free to figure out how to live without her. Standing up, Troy brushed the dirt from his jeans and took one last look at the tree that held all his secrets. Tomorrow, he'd go back to being Treena's supportive friend. He'd smile and nod when she talked about prom dress shopping and college plans with Winston. He'd be happy for her, the way she deserved. But tonight, alone under the branches that had witnessed the best and worst moments of his life, Troy Mitchell allowed himself to grieve for what might have been. For the future that had slipped through his fingers, the moment he'd been foolish enough to trust Winston Hayes with his heart. For the love story that had ended before it ever really began.
Chapter 6. 8 years later. Present day. The invitation was beautiful, Treena had to admit. Thick cream cardstock with elegant gold lettering, her name written in Winston's distinctive handwriting. "Mr. and Mrs. Hayes request the honor of your presence at the wedding of their son, Winston Charles Hayes, to Treena Marie Parker." She should have felt excited looking at it. After 8 years together, 4 years of college, and 2 years of engagement, this moment should have been the culmination of everything she dreamed of. Instead, sitting in her small apartment after another exhausting day at Sweetgum Elementary where she taught 3rd grade, Treena felt nothing but a hollow ache in her chest. Her phone buzzed with a text from Winston. "Don't forget dinner with my parents tonight. 7 p.m. sharp. Wear the navy dress." The navy dress. The one his mother had helped her pick out because it was appropriate for a Hayes family dinner. Treena stared at the message, something rebellious stirring in her chest. What if she wore something else? What if she wore red? The thought came unbidden, along with a memory she'd tried to bury. Troy's voice in the high school cafeteria. "I think Treena would look amazing in red. It's a strong color. Suits her." Troy. She couldn't think about Troy today. Not when her wedding was 2 weeks away. Not when she had a life with Winston to focus on. But lately, memories of her old best friend had been surfacing at the worst moments. When Winston corrected her grammar at dinner parties. When he suggested she might want to reconsider her career choice because teaching was admirable but not very lucrative. When he planned their entire social calendar without asking what she might want to do. The apartment felt too small suddenly, filled with expensive furniture Winston had chosen and artwork from galleries she'd never heard of. None of it felt like her. None of it felt like home. Her phone rang, and Winston's name appeared on the screen. "Hello," she answered, injecting warmth into her voice. "Treena, darling, I wanted to make sure you remembered about dinner tonight. My parents are flying back to New York tomorrow, so this is important." "I remembered. 7 o'clock. Perfect. And wear the navy dress, please. You know how my mother appreciates classic elegance." Treena looked down at her comfortable jeans and soft sweater, the clothes she wore when she was just herself and didn't have to perform for anyone. What if I wore something else? Maybe the red dress I bought last month. There was a pause, and she could hear Winston's slight sigh of exasperation. "Treena, we've discussed this. Red is too bold for dinner with my parents. The navy dress is much more appropriate." "But I like the red dress. It makes me feel—" "The navy dress? Please. I need to know you're taking this seriously." The words stung more than they should have. Taking what seriously? Dinner with his parents? Their relationship? The wedding that felt more like a business merger every day? "Of course I'm taking it seriously," she said quietly. "I know you are. You're going to be perfect tonight. I'll pick you up at 6:45. After Winston hung up, Treena sat staring at her phone. When had she stopped having opinions about her own clothes? When had she started needing permission to wear what made her feel good? She thought about calling Carmen, but Carmen was in Seattle now with her husband and 2-year-old daughter. She thought about calling her parents, but they adored Winston and would just tell her she was having pre-wedding jitters. Without thinking, she scrolled through her contacts until she found a name, Troy Mitchell. Her finger hovered over the call button. What would she even say? "Hi, Troy. I know we barely talk anymore, but I'm having second thoughts about my wedding, and I suddenly remembered how you used to think I looked good in red." She put the phone down. Troy had his own life now, probably his own girlfriend. They'd grown apart after high school, the easy friendship of their childhood replaced by polite exchanges when they ran into each other in town. He'd gone to Georgia Tech on that football scholarship, played well enough to get drafted by a minor league team, then returned to Sweetgum Meadows to start his construction company when an injury ended his professional dreams. She heard he was successful now, that his business was thriving. She'd seen him around town occasionally, at Rochelle's diner, at community events, but they never did more than exchange pleasantries. The comfortable intimacy of their youth was gone, replaced by the awkward distance that came with time and different life paths. Still, sometimes she caught herself wondering what Troy would think about her wedding, whether he'd be happy for her, whether he'd notice that she didn't seem like herself anymore. At 6:30, Treena stood in front of her closet holding the navy dress. It was beautiful, expensive, perfectly tailored. Winston was right that it was appropriate for dinner with his parents. But looking at it, she felt nothing except resignation. Her gaze drifted to the red dress hanging in the back of the closet. She'd bought it on impulse during a rare solo shopping trip, drawn to its bold color and the way it made her feel confident and alive. Winston had made it clear he didn't approve of it, calling it a bit much and suggesting it wasn't really her style. But it was her style, or at least it used to be. Before she could talk herself out of it, Treena grabbed the red dress and changed into it. The color brightened her complexion, and the cut flattered her figure in a way that made her stand taller. For the first time in years, she looked in the mirror and saw herself instead of Winston's idea of who she should be. Her phone buzzed with a text. Downstairs. Ready? Treena grabbed her purse and headed for the door, her heart pounding with a mixture of defiance and fear. Such a small rebellion, wearing a different dress. But it felt momentous, like a line drawn in the sand. Winston was waiting by his car, checking his phone. When he looked up and saw her, his expression shifted from mild impatience to controlled irritation. Treena, the navy dress? I felt like wearing something different tonight. She lifted her chin, trying to project a confidence she didn't entirely feel. We discussed this. My parents are expecting... Your parents will be fine with whatever I'm wearing. It's just dinner. Winston studied her for a long moment, and she could see him weighing his response. Finally, he smiled that practiced smile she'd seen him use with difficult clients. Of course, you look lovely. Shall we go? But she could feel his disapproval radiating from him as they drove to the restaurant, could sense the lecture building behind his polite facade. By the time they reached the country club, Trina's moment of rebellion had curdled into familiar guilt. Treena, darling. Winston's mother, Patricia, rose from the table with that precise smile that never quite reached her eyes. How lovely you look. That's certainly a vibrant choice. The subtle criticism hit its mark. Treena felt her confidence evaporate as she took her seat, acutely aware of how out of place her red dress looked among the sea of navy and beige worn by the other diners. Red is Trina's favorite color, Winston said smoothly, and she could hear the subtle message. This was a phase, something to be indulged rather than respected. As the evening progressed, Treena found herself shrinking back into the familiar role she'd perfected over the years. She smiled at Patricia's thinly veiled suggestions about the wedding arrangements. She nodded when Winston's father discussed the opportunities available to her through their family connections. She agreed when Winston steered the conversation away from her teaching job toward more interesting topics. By the time they returned to her apartment, Treena felt exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the late hour. Well, that went well, Winston said as he walked her to her door. Though perhaps next time we should stick with your navy dress, it's more you. The comment was the final straw. Treena turned to face him, something hot and desperate rising in her chest. Is it more me? Because I'm not sure you actually know who I am anymore. Winston's eyebrows rose in surprise. What's that supposed to mean? It means I used to have opinions. I used to make my own decisions about what to wear and where to go and what to do with my life. But somewhere along the way, I stopped being Treena and became your idea of what Treena should be. That's ridiculous. I love you exactly as you are. Do you? Because the woman you love doesn't seem to exist anymore. She's been replaced by someone who wears navy dresses and smiles at your mother's criticisms and never disagrees with anything you say. Winston was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke, his voice was measured, careful. Treena, you're obviously stressed about the wedding. It's normal to have doubts, to feel overwhelmed, but we're good together. We make sense. Make sense. Not I love you, or I can't live without you, or even we make each other happy. They made sense, like a business arrangement or a logical equation. Maybe that's the problem, Treena said quietly. Maybe I don't want to make sense anymore. She went inside before Winston could respond, closing the door between them and leaning against it as her heart pounded. Through the window, she could see him standing on her doorstep for a long moment before finally walking back to his car. That night, Treena lay in bed staring at the ceiling and thinking about red dresses and childhood friendships and the girl she used to be. The girl who had opinions and dreams and a best friend who knew her better than anyone else in the world. The girl who had been brave enough to carve her initials into a sweet gum tree and believe that friendship could last forever. She wondered if that girl was still in there somewhere, buried under the years of trying to be someone she wasn't. She wondered if it was too late to find her again.
Chapter 7. Troy Mitchell wiped the sweat from his forehead and surveyed the foundation his crew had just finished pouring. The new community center was going to be beautiful when it was completed, a project that would serve Sweetgum Meadows for decades to come. It was exactly the kind of work that made him proud to be back home, building something that mattered for people he cared about. "Looking good, boss," called Jerome, his foreman, as he supervised the cleanup. "We're ahead of schedule." "Good. The town council meeting is next week, and I want to show them we're worth the investment they made in us." Troy's construction company had grown steadily over the past 4 years since he'd returned to Sweetgum Meadows. What had started as a one-man operation, doing small residential jobs, had evolved into the go-to contractor for major projects throughout the county. He employed 8 people now, most of them local guys who took pride in building up their community. It was a good life. Stable, successful, meaningful. Everything he'd dreamed of when he was playing college football and nursing bigger ambitions. The professional football career had lasted exactly 6 months before a knee injury ended it permanently, but he'd discovered he was better suited to building things than chasing touchdowns anyway. The only problem was how empty it felt most days. Troy's phone buzzed with a text from his mom. "Sunday dinner at Rochelle's. 6 p.m. I'm buying." He typed back, "I'll be there." Sunday dinners with his mother had become a tradition since his father moved to Atlanta after the divorce. His mother, Beverly, worked long hours at the school district office, so their weekly meal at Rochelle's old-fashioned diner was often the only time they got to really catch up. It was comfort and continuity, exactly what Troy needed after spending his days managing crews and deadlines. But lately, even their weekly dinners had become a minefield of well-meaning questions about his love life. "You know, Patricia Williams has been asking about you," his mother said as she cut into her meatloaf. "She's doing very well at that law firm in Atlanta." Troy kept his focus on his plate. "And Sandra Johnson is back from graduate school. Remember Sandra? You two were in AP chemistry together." "I remember Sandra. She's single now, you know. Got her master's degree in education, thinking about settling down here in Sweetgum Meadows." Troy looked up to find his mother watching him with that hopeful expression he'd grown to dread. At 28, he was one of the few guys from his high school class who hadn't married, hadn't even had a serious relationship that anyone knew about. He'd dated sporadically over the years. Nice women who deserved better than someone who was still hung up on his high school best friend. "I'm not looking to date anyone right now, Mom. The business is doing well, and I want to focus on that." "The business is wonderful, son," his mother said gently. "But you can't build a life on work alone. You need someone to share it with." Someone to share it with. Troy had known exactly who he wanted to share his life with since he was 17 years old. The problem was, that person was marrying someone else in 2 weeks. He'd heard about the engagement, of course. Sweetgum Meadows was too small for news like that to stay secret. Winston Hayes and Treena Parker finally making it official after all these years. The whole town was talking about it, especially the elaborate wedding being planned at the country club. Troy had even received an invitation, though he suspected that was more about Winston's need to appear magnanimous than any real desire for his presence. He hadn't responded yet, couldn't bring himself to RSVP yes to watching the woman he loved marry the man who'd manipulated them both. "I saw Treena Parker at the grocery store last week," his mother mentioned casually, and Troy's fork froze halfway to his mouth. "She looked beautiful, but tired. Wedding planning must be exhausting." "I'm sure it is," Troy managed. "Such a shame you two grew apart after high school. You were such good friends." Good friends. If only it had been that simple. Troy's phone rang, saving him from having to respond to his mother's observation. The caller ID showed Alex Zhang, one of his closest friends since returning to Sweetgum Meadows. "Sorry, I need to take this," Troy said, stepping onto the back porch. "Please tell me you're coming to poker night tomorrow," Alex said without preamble. "I need someone who can actually play so I don't lose my shirt to Justin again." "I'll be there. 7 o'clock? Actually, that's why I'm calling. We're moving it to 8. Winston Hayes asked if he could join us. Something about wanting to get to know the local guys better before the wedding." Troy's grip tightened on the phone. "Winston's coming to poker night?" "Yeah, I know. Weird, right? Guy's lived here for years and suddenly wants to hang out with us. But hey, maybe we can finally figure out what Treena sees in him. What Treena saw in Winston was the same thing she'd seen in him at 17. Sophistication, confidence, a life bigger than Sweetgum Meadows. What she didn't see was the manipulation, the gradual erosion of her own identity, the way Winston had spent 8 years molding her into his ideal woman. But how could Troy explain any of that without revealing his own feelings? How could he tell Alex or anyone else that Winston Hayes had built his entire relationship on a foundation of lies and calculated deception? Troy? You still there? Yeah, sorry, just thinking about a work thing. 8 o'clock is fine. After he hung up, Troy stood on the sidewalk outside Rochelle's, looking down Main Street toward the residential neighborhoods where he'd grown up. Somewhere out there was the sweetgum tree in the Parkers' backyard, a towering presence that had been witness to so many of their childhood memories. He wondered if Treena ever looked at it and remembered their friendship, or if those memories had been buried under long years of being someone else. The next evening, Troy arrived at Demetrius's comic book shop promptly at 8. The weekly poker game had been a tradition since college, a chance for the guys to catch up and complain about work and dating and whatever else was on their minds. Usually, Troy looked forward to it. Tonight, he was dreading it. Winston was already there when Troy walked in, looking perfectly at ease despite being surrounded by men who'd known each other since childhood. He'd dressed down for the occasion, jeans and a polo shirt instead of his usual expensive suits, but he still looked like he was playing a part. "Troy, good to see you, man." Winston stood and extended his hand with that practiced smile Troy remembered all too well. Winston. Troy shook his hand briefly, noting that Winston's grip was firmer than necessary, a subtle power play that probably worked on most people. "I was just telling the guys about the wedding. 2 weeks from Saturday. You got your invitation, right?" "I got it." "Great. Treena will be so happy to see you there. She's been talking about how much she misses the old days, back when you two were inseparable." The words were perfectly innocent, but Troy caught the underlying message. Winston knew exactly what he was doing, mentioning Treena's nostalgia in a way that was both tantalizing and dismissive, a reminder of what Troy had lost and a subtle assertion of what Winston had won. "Sit wherever you like," Justin said, shuffling cards with the practiced ease of someone who'd hosted dozens of these games. "We're playing Texas Hold'em tonight." As the game progressed, Troy found himself studying Winston in a way he hadn't since high school. The man was good at this, poker and manipulation both. He told engaging stories about his work in finance, asked thoughtful questions about their businesses and families, and generally made himself seem like the kind of guy anyone would want to be friends with. But Troy noticed the small things too. The way Winston's smile never quite reached his eyes. The way he subtly steered conversations away from topics that didn't interest him. The way he name-dropped expensive restaurants and exclusive events, always presented as casual asides but clearly designed to establish his social status. "So, Treena's got you on a tight leash these days." Sean joked during a break in the game. "Haven't seen you around much lately." Winston laughed, but there was something sharp in his eyes. "You know how it is with wedding planning. Every decision has to be perfect, every detail coordinated. Treena's been pretty focused on getting everything just right." The way he said it made it sound like Treena was the demanding one, the perfectionist driving the elaborate wedding plans. Troy knew better. He'd seen Winston's controlling behavior firsthand, had watched him shape Treena's preferences to match his own. "Must be expensive," Alex said, not unkindly. "Country club wedding, all the trimmings." "Well, you only get married once, right?" Winston's tone was casual, but Troy caught the slight tightening around his eyes. "Besides, Treena deserves the best. She's been very understanding about my family's expectations." "Your family's expectations." Not what Treena wanted, but what the Hayes family required. Troy had to bite his tongue to keep from saying something that would reveal too much. The game continued, and Winston proved to be a decent poker player. Not great, but competent enough to hold his own. He lost more than he won, but he did it graciously, with self-deprecating humor that endeared him to the other guys. It was a masterful performance, Troy had to admit. If he didn't know Winston's history, didn't know how the man had manipulated his way into Trina's life, he might have found him likable too. "You're quiet tonight," Winston observed during another break, settling into the chair next to Troy. "Everything okay?" "Just tired. Long day at the job site." "Right, the community center project. I heard you landed that contract. Congratulations." Winston's tone was friendly, but there was something calculating in his gaze. "Must be satisfying, building something permanent for the town." "It is." Treena mentioned she drives by the construction site sometimes on her way to school. Says it's looking impressive. Troy's pulse quickened. Treena had been thinking about his work, talking about it to Winston. It probably meant nothing, just polite conversation about a community project, but the knowledge that she'd noticed warmed him more than it should have. "She always did appreciate good craftsmanship," Troy said carefully. "Yes, she did. Still does, actually. She's got excellent taste." Winston paused, studying Troy's face. "You know, I've always wondered why you two lost touch after high school. You were so close." The question was casual, but Troy sensed the trap behind it. Winston was fishing for something, probably trying to gauge whether Troy still had feelings for Treena. People grow up, move in different directions. It happens. True, though some friendships are worth fighting for, don't you think? The words hung in the air between them, loaded with meaning that only the two of them understood. Winston was sending a message. He knew about Troy's feelings, knew about the conversation that had started this whole mess, and he was enjoying his victory. "Some are," Troy said quietly, "but sometimes fighting only makes things worse." Winston smiled, and for a moment his mask slipped completely. The expression was cold, triumphant, completely at odds with the charming facade he'd been maintaining all evening. "Yes," he said softly, "sometimes it does." The game resumed, but Troy's concentration was shot. All he could think about was the look in Winston's eyes, the casual cruelty of a man who'd won everything he wanted and was still looking for ways to twist the knife. By the time the evening ended, Troy was exhausted in a way that had nothing to do with the late hour. He said his goodbyes quickly, ignoring Alex's concerned look and Winston's overly hearty invitation to do this again soon. Driving home through the quiet streets of Sweetgum Meadows, Troy made a decision. He wouldn't attend the wedding. He'd send a polite decline with an expensive gift, claim a work commitment or family obligation. He'd done his penance for the mistake he'd made at 17, had spent several years watching from the sidelines as Winston gradually destroyed the girl he'd loved. But he wouldn't sit in a church and watch Treena promise her life to a man who saw her as a possession rather than a person. He wouldn't smile and clap and pretend that this was a happy ending when he knew it was really a tragedy. Some battles were worth fighting, but this one had been lost a long time ago. All he could do now was try to find a way to live with the consequences. As he pulled into his driveway, Troy's phone buzzed with a text from Treena. "This is Treena. I hope you're planning to come to the wedding. It wouldn't be the same without you." Troy stared at the message for a long time, his heart hammering against his ribs. After all these years of careful distance, she was reaching out. They'd kept each other's numbers all this time, though neither had used them in years. Her name appearing on his screen felt like a ghost from another life. "It wouldn't be the same without you." He typed and deleted a dozen different responses before finally settling on, "Congratulations. I'll try to make it. It was a lie, but it was a kind one. The last gift he could give to the girl who'd once been his whole world. Even if she'd never know how much it cost him to let her go."
Chapter 8. The bridal boutique in Atlanta was everything Winston had promised it would be. Elegant, exclusive, and expensive enough to make Trina's stomach clench when she thought about the credit card bill. She stood on the raised platform in front of 3 full-length mirrors, wearing a wedding dress that cost more than she made in 2 months, while Winston's mother circled her like a hawk evaluating prey. "The neckline is a bit too revealing," Patricia Hayes declared, adjusting the delicate lace at Trina's collarbone. "We want elegant, not provocative." Treena caught her own eyes in the mirror and saw a stranger looking back at her. The dress was beautiful. There was no denying that, but it felt like a costume. The fitted bodice was so structured she could barely breathe, and the elaborate beadwork made her feel like she was carrying around a chandelier. "What do you think, darling?" Patricia asked Winston, who was seated in one of the boutique's plush chairs, scrolling through his phone with the distracted air of someone who had more important things to do. Winston looked up briefly, his gaze traveling over Treena with the same analytical expression she'd seen him use when evaluating investment portfolios. "It's perfect. Classic, sophisticated, very appropriate for the Hayes family." Appropriate for the Hayes family. Not beautiful, not stunning, not, "You look amazing." Appropriate. "I'm not sure about the train," Treena said hesitantly, gathering the yards of fabric that trailed behind her. "It's so long. What if I trip walking down the aisle?" "You won't trip," Patricia said dismissively. "We'll have you practice. Besides, the train is essential for the photographs. The wedding photographer Winston hired is very particular about dramatic details." The wedding photographer Winston hired. The flowers Winston's event planner selected. The menu Winston's family insisted upon. Somewhere along the way, Treena had stopped being the bride and become an accessory to someone else's vision of the perfect wedding. "Can I try on the other dress?" she asked. "The simpler one?" Patricia's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "Darling, we've already discussed this. That dress is adequate, but it doesn't have the presence required for a Hayes family wedding. This one makes a statement." A statement about what? Treena wondered. That the Hayes family had enough money to buy their son a bride who looked the part? That Treena Parker from Sweetgum Meadows had been successfully transformed into someone worthy of their social circle? "Just to compare," Treena pressed. "I'd like to see them side by side." Winston looked up from his phone with a slight frown. "Treena, we've been here for 2 hours already. I have a conference call at 4, and Mother has her committee meeting. The dress is perfect. Let's make the decision and move on." There it was again, that subtle pressure to conform, to be reasonable, to not cause a fuss. Over the years, Treena had learned to recognize the signs of Winston's impatience, the way his jaw tightened when she took too long to make decisions or asked too many questions. "Of course," she said quietly. "You're right. This dress is perfect." The boutique assistant began pinning the hem while Patricia discussed alterations and delivery schedules. Treena stood perfectly still, staring at herself in the mirrors and trying to understand why she felt like crying. This should have been one of the happiest days of her life. She was trying on her wedding dress, surrounded by people who cared about her, preparing for a ceremony that would make her dreams of marriage come true. So why did it feel like she was preparing for her own funeral? "I think we're done here," Winston announced, checking his watch. "Treena, you can change back into your clothes. Mother, shall we discuss the final guest count over lunch?" As Treena was helped out of the elaborate dress, she caught a glimpse of the simpler gown hanging nearby. It was still elegant, but it was lighter somehow, more fluid. The kind of dress that might allow her to breathe, to move naturally, to feel like herself on her wedding day. But herself wasn't what the Hayes family had paid for. The drive back to Sweetgum Meadows was quiet, with Winston taking business calls while Treena stared out the passenger window at the Georgia countryside rolling by. She thought about the girl who used to drive these same roads with Troy, windows down and music loud, singing off-key to songs on the radio without caring who heard them. When had she stopped singing? "You're quiet," Winston observed as they entered the Sweetgum Meadows city limits. "Everything okay?" "Just tired. It was a long day. Worth it, though. You're going to be a beautiful bride." He reached over and squeezed her hand, and she could hear the pride in his voice. "My family is very impressed with how you've grown into the role." Grown into the role. Like being his fiancé was a part she'd auditioned for, lines she'd memorized, a character she'd perfected over 8 years of careful practice. "Winston," she said carefully, "do you ever miss who I used to be when we first started dating?" He was quiet for a moment, considering the question. "What do you mean?" "I used to have stronger opinions about things. I used to argue with you sometimes, disagree about movies or restaurants or, I don't know, everything. I was more—" She struggled to find the right word. "More myself, I guess." Winston pulled into her apartment complex and parked, turning to face her with that indulgent smile she'd grown to recognize. Treena, you were 17 when we met. Of course you've changed. We both have. That's called growing up. But what if I liked who I was then? What if some of those changes weren't improvements? Darling, look at your life now. Look at what we've built together. You're about to marry into one of the most respected families in the state. You'll have opportunities most people only dream of. Would you really want to go back to being that girl who had no idea what the world had to offer? The way he said it made her old self sound naive, small, somehow less than what she'd become. But Treena remembered that girl, the one who brought homemade cookies to study sessions and cried during sad movies and had passionate opinions about everything from social justice to pizza toppings. That girl had been happy. I should go, she said instead of answering his question. I have papers to grade. Winston walked her to her door, kissing her cheek in that careful way that wouldn't disturb her lipstick. I'll pick you up at 6 tomorrow for dinner at the club. Wear the black dress, the conservative one, not the one with the low neckline. After he left, Treena sat in her apartment surrounded by wedding planning materials, fabric samples, menu cards, seating charts that had been revised 6 times to accommodate the complex social hierarchies of Winston's family connections. It all felt overwhelming, like she was drowning in someone else's expectations. Her phone rang, and Carmen's name appeared on the screen. Hey, stranger. Carmen's voice was warm and familiar, a lifeline to the person Treena used to be. How did the dress fitting go? It was. Treena paused, trying to find words that wouldn't sound like complaints. The dress is beautiful, very elegant. But nothing. It's perfect for what Winston's family wants. What about what you want? The question hit her like a physical blow. When was the last time someone had asked her what she wanted? When was the last time she'd even known the answer? I want to be happy, she said finally, the words coming out smaller than she'd intended. Are you? Happy, I mean? Treena looked around her apartment, at the expensive furniture Winston had helped her choose, at the art from galleries she'd never heard of, at the life that looked perfect from the outside but felt hollow from within. I'm supposed to be, she said, which wasn't really an answer. Honey, that's not the same thing. After they hung up, Treena found herself pulling out her laptop and scrolling through old photos on social media. There she was at 18, grinning at the camera with chocolate cake on her face at some long-forgotten birthday party. There she was at 20, arms around friends she'd barely talked to in years, all of them laughing at some joke she couldn't remember. And there, in the background of a group photo from their high school graduation party, was Troy. He was looking at her in the picture, not at the camera, with an expression she'd never noticed at the time. Fond, protective, somehow sad. Like he was already saying goodbye. On impulse, Treena pulled out her phone and scrolled through her contacts until she found his number. Troy's contact was still saved under his old nickname from high school, T-Money. They'd both kept the same numbers all these years, though neither had used them. She'd been paralyzed by the awkwardness of reaching out to someone who'd once been her closest friend and was now little more than a stranger. Before she could talk herself out of it, she typed, "This is Treena. I hope you're planning to come to the wedding. It wouldn't be the same without you." She stared at the message for a long time before hitting send, her heart pounding with something that felt dangerously close to hope. His response came quickly. "Congratulations. I'll try to make it." Polite, distant. Exactly what she should have expected from someone she hadn't really talked to in years. But there was something in those few words that made her chest ache with loss for a friendship that had once meant everything to her. That night, Treena lay in bed staring at the ceiling and thinking about wedding dresses and lost friendships and the girl she used to be. She thought about the red dress hanging in her closet, the one that made her feel bold and confident and alive, the one Winston had made it clear he didn't approve of. She thought about Troy's voice in the high school cafeteria. Red is a strong color, suits her. She thought about the person who had known her well enough to see that she was bold, even when she was too scared to see it herself. Somewhere in the darkness of her apartment, Surrounded by the trappings of the life Winston had helped her build, Treena Parker began to wonder if she'd made a terrible mistake, not just in the wedding dress, but in everything that had led up to this moment. The question was it too late to find her way back to who she used to be? Or had that girl been buried so deep under long years of being someone else that she was lost forever? As she finally drifted off to sleep, Trina's last conscious thought was of a sweet gum tree in her childhood backyard, and a boy who had carved their initials into its bark with the solemn promise that they would never forget each other. She wondered if he remembered that promise. She wondered if she did.
Chapter 9. Troy should have known something was off when Alex called him that afternoon with a last-minute invitation to grab drinks with the guys at some upscale bar that had recently opened in Sweetgum Meadows. Alex had been vague about the details, just saying that a few people were meeting up and Troy should join them since he'd been working too much lately. It wasn't until Troy walked into the private room at the back of the bar and saw Winston sitting at the head of a table decorated with tacky bachelor party paraphernalia that he realized he'd been set up. "Troy?" Alex waved him over, then leaned in close as Troy approached. "Dude, I had no idea this was Winston's bachelor party when I invited you. I thought it was just casual drinks." Troy looked around the room, taking in the scene. Winston's prep school friends were already several drinks in, and Winston himself was wearing a ridiculous groom sash that somehow made him look even more self-satisfied than usual. Winston's eyes lit up when he spotted Troy, that same calculating expression Troy remembered from their poker night. "Mitchell, what a pleasant surprise. I wasn't sure you'd make it." The lie was so smooth, so perfectly delivered, that Troy almost believed Winston hadn't orchestrated the whole thing. Almost. "I thought it was just drinks with friends," Troy said carefully, shooting a look at Alex, who was clearly realizing they'd both been manipulated. "Well, technically it is," Winston said with false joviality. "We're all friends here, right? And what's a bachelor party but drinks with friends?" "If you want to leave, I'm with you," Alex whispered to him. Troy could have left then. Should have left then. But something in Winston's expression, that smug certainty that Troy would run away rather than cause a scene, made him stay. "Sure," Troy said, taking a seat as far from Winston as possible as Alex sat beside him. "Friends, right?" The upscale bar was exactly the kind of place Winston would choose for his bachelor party, all dark wood and leather, with bottle prices about the size of a car payment. Troy nursed his beer and tried to look like he was enjoying himself while Winston held court at the head of their reserved table, regaling the group with stories about his upcoming honeymoon in Europe. "Trina's never been to Paris," Winston was saying, his voice carrying that slight condescension Troy remembered from high school. "I'm looking forward to showing her how to really experience culture. She's so earnest about everything. It's charming, really." The way Winston said earnest made it sound like a character flaw, something amusing he'd have to train out of her eventually. Troy's grip tightened on his beer bottle. "She always did get excited about new things," offered Sampson Webb, one of Winston's groomsmen from their New York prep school days. "Remember how thrilled she was by that wine tasting you took her to sophomore year? Acting like she'd discovered civilization." The men around the table chuckled, and Troy felt something cold settle in his stomach. They were talking about Treena like she was a pet Winston had rescued from the wild, grateful to be civilized and shown the finer things in life. "That's our Treena," Winston agreed with fond amusement. "Always so grateful for new experiences. She's learned a lot over the years, though. Refined her tastes considerably." "Good thing," said another groomsman. "Can't have the future Mrs. Hayes ordering beer at charity galas." More laughter. Troy set his bottle down carefully, afraid he might break it if he held it any tighter. "Oh, she knows better now," Winston said, taking a sip of his expensive whiskey. "I've trained her well. Trained her. Like she was a dog learning tricks." He saw Alex's jaw tense in his peripheral vision. "Speaking of training," Sampson said with a grin that made Troy's skin crawl, "you better enjoy your last week of freedom, man. Once you're married, it's all honey-do lists and checking in before you go anywhere." "Please," Winston scoffed. "Trina's not like that. She's very accommodating, always has been. She knows her place in the relationship. The casual cruelty of it knocked the breath out of him. He'd watched Winston slowly break down Trina's confidence over the years, watched him mold her into someone quieter, more manageable. But hearing him brag about it, hearing him talk about the woman Troy loved like she was a possession he'd successfully acquired and modified to his specifications, it was almost more than he could bear. "Lucky you," said another groomsman. "My ex was always trying to change me. Women right, never satisfied." "That's the beauty of starting young," Winston said, his smile sharp. "Get them before they develop too many bad habits. Treena was 17 when we started dating, practically a blank slate. I've been able to guide her development." Troy's vision started to blur around the edges. He could feel his hands trembling with the effort to stay seated, to not reach across the table and wrap them around Winston's throat. Alex touched him lightly on the arm to steady him. "Plus," Winston continued, clearly enjoying his audience, "she's so worried about keeping me happy that she never argues about anything anymore. No drama, no fights, just pure agreement. It's blissful. Really." "Sounds boring," Sampson said. "Oh, it's not boring. It's efficient. I make decisions. She supports them. I choose restaurants. She's grateful. I plan vacations. She packs her bags. It's like having a wife without any of the usual wife problems." The table erupted in laughter again, and Troy found himself remembering the girl who used to argue with him about everything: movies, books, pizza toppings, the proper way to throw a football. The girl who had passionate opinions about social justice and environmental issues, and whether pineapple belonged on pizza. The girl who would spend hours debating the merits of different teaching methods because she cared so deeply about making a difference in kids' lives. Winston had deliberately destroyed all of that, and he was proud of it. "The best part," Winston was saying now, his words slightly slurred from the whiskey, "is that she's so invested in the relationship, she'll never leave. 8 years together? She's too scared to start over. Where would she go? Back to her little teaching job and her tiny apartment? Please." He took another drink. "She knows she hit the jackpot with me." "What about her old friends from high school?" asked one of the groomsmen Troy didn't recognize. "Didn't she used to run with a different crowd back then?" Winston's expression shifted slightly, something predatory flickering in his eyes as his gaze found Troy across the table. "Oh, Trina's always been very adaptable when it comes to social circles," Winston said smoothly. "She's learned to appreciate a more sophisticated lifestyle over the years. Troy here knew her back in high school, didn't you, Troy? You two were quite close, as I recall." The question was casual, but Troy could hear the trap behind it. Winston was baiting him, trying to get him to reveal something that could be used against him later. "We were friends," Troy said carefully. "Friends," Winston repeated, his smile widening. "Yes, you two were quite the pair back then. Inseparable, really. Almost touching how devoted you were to her, like a faithful puppy." The words were designed to humiliate, and they hit their mark. Around the table, Winston's friends were watching with the kind of uncomfortable fascination people reserved for car accidents. "Devotion to friends isn't something to be ashamed of," Troy said quietly. "Oh, absolutely not. Loyalty is admirable, even when it's unrequited." Winston leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping, but still carrying clearly in the tense silence. "Tell me, Troy, do you ever wonder what might have been different? If you'd been brave enough to actually fight for what you wanted, instead of just stepping aside like a gentleman?" Troy's heart hammered against his ribs. Winston knew, had always known, had been playing this game for all these years. "I used to mistake silence for strength," Troy said. "Not anymore." Interesting philosophy, though I have to say it worked out well for everyone involved. Treena got the life she deserved, I got the woman I wanted, and you, well, you got to keep your dignity intact. Everyone wins. Do they? Winston's mask slipped slightly at the question. "I'm sorry?" Troy looked around the table at the faces watching him, some amused, some uncomfortable, all waiting to see what would happen next. These were Winston's friends, Winston's chosen audience for his casual cruelty. They wouldn't understand what Troy was about to say. But he didn't care anymore. "I said, do they? Win, I mean. Because from where I'm sitting, it looks like you're the only one who got what he wanted." Winston's smile never wavered, but something dangerous flickered behind it. I think you've had too much to drink, Mitchell. I've had one beer, and I think I'm seeing clearly for the first time in years. Really? And what exactly are you seeing? Troy stood slowly, his hands steady for the first time all evening. Alex rose too, half a step behind. I'm seeing a man who's so insecure about himself that he has to tear down the woman he's with to feel powerful. I'm seeing someone who's spent 8 years systematically destroying the confidence and independence of someone who used to be extraordinary, just so he could feel like he owned her. The room went silent. Winston stood as well, his expression shifting from amusement to something much darker. That's quite an accusation. It's not an accusation. It's an observation. You talk about training the woman you're supposed to love like she's a misbehaving pet. You take pride in breaking her spirit. You've spent 8 years turning someone brilliant and passionate and full of life into a shadow of herself, just so you could feel like the big man in the relationship. You need to be very careful what you say next, Mitchell. Or what? You'll threaten me? Sue me? Run to Daddy's lawyers? Troy could feel years of suppressed rage building in his chest. Here's what I see, Winston. I see a coward who was so threatened by a 17-year-old girl's independent spirit that he spent the next decade crushing it. I see someone who's so fundamentally empty inside that he has to steal other people's light to feel alive. Winston took a step toward him, his hands clenching into fists. You want to know the truth, Mitchell? The truth is that I knew exactly how you felt about her from the beginning. You think I didn't see it? You think I chose her randomly? The admission hung in the air between them like a confession. I took her from you because I could, because guys like you don't get the girl. You get to watch from the sidelines while better men win. And it worked, didn't it? She chose me. She's been choosing me for 8 years. She's going to keep choosing me for the rest of her life. Winston was close enough now that Troy could smell the whiskey on his breath, could see the ugly triumph in his eyes. You know what the saddest part is? Troy asked quietly. You could have just let her choose. If you were half the man you pretend to be, you could have courted her honestly, and maybe she would have picked you anyway. But you were so insecure, so convinced that you weren't enough, that you had to cheat to win. I didn't cheat. I won. No, Winston, you stole. There's a difference. And somewhere deep down, you know it. That's why you're still threatened by me after all these years. That's why you can't resist trying to humiliate me every chance you get, because you know that everything you have is built on lies. Winston's face had gone dark with rage. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried clearly in the tense silence of the bar. She's never going to leave me, Mitchell. She's too weak now, too dependent. I made sure of that. And even if she did leave, she'd never choose you. You're nothing. You've always been nothing. The words should have hurt. A year ago, they probably would have devastated him. But looking at Winston now, seeing the desperation behind the cruelty, the fear behind the arrogance, Troy felt something unexpected. Pity. You know what, Winston? You're right about one thing. Treena's never going to choose me. Not because I'm not good enough for her, but because I'm never going to put her in a position where she has to choose. I love her enough to want her to be happy, even if that happiness doesn't include me. Troy picked up his jacket and looked around the table at Winston's friends, who were all staring at him with varying degrees of shock and discomfort. But here's the thing you all don't understand about love. Real love doesn't try to diminish the other person. It doesn't take pride in breaking them down or making them smaller. Real love celebrates who they are, encourages them to be their best self, and trusts them to make their own choices. He turned back to Winston, who was standing frozen in place, his face a mask of rage and humiliation. Someday, Treena's going to remember who she used to be before you got your hands on her. And when that day comes, when she realizes what you took from her, she's not going to need me or anyone else to tell her what to do. She's going to choose herself. Troy started toward the exit, but Winston's voice stopped him. You know what the funniest part is, Mitchell? Winston's words were slurred now, the whiskey making him reckless. She never loved you. Not even as a friend, really. You were just convenient, someone to do her homework with while she waited for a real man to come along. Troy turned back slowly. What did you say? You heard me. All those years you spent pining after her, thinking you had some special bond, she was just using you. When I started dating her, she told me all about how pathetic you were, how you followed her around like a lost puppy. We used to laugh about it. The lie was so vicious, so precisely aimed at Troy's deepest insecurities that for a moment he couldn't breathe. But then he saw the desperation in Winston's eyes, the need to hurt and destroy, and he understood what this was. You're lying. Am I? Ask her sometime. Oh wait, you can't, because she doesn't want anything to do with you anymore, just like she never really did. That's when Winston made his mistake. He stepped closer, close enough that Troy could smell the alcohol on his breath, and smiled that cold, triumphant smile. Winston lunged at Troy, wild and loose from the whiskey. Troy slipped to the side on instinct, and Winston's shoulder skimmed past his chest. Careful, Groomzilla. Your sash won't protect your nose, Alex snapped, reaching for Winston's shoulder as the swing went wild. Winston jerked away. The second swing came mean and fast. Troy ducked, felt heat flash at his cheek, and answered with a short, clean shot that snapped Winston's head back. Glass rattled, chairs scraped. For a breath, it was all noise and hands. Winston kept coming, sloppy and furious, landing a glancing hit that split Troy's lip and another that grazed near his eye. Troy stayed sober and precise, every punch landing with many years' worth of swallowed words behind it. The fight was brief and brutal. Winston managed to land a few wild punches, but they were sloppy. Troy's hits were precise and devastating, each one fueled by memories of watching Treena diminish herself year after year. It ended with Winston on the floor, his nose bleeding and his designer shirt torn, while Troy stood over him with bloodied knuckles and something lethal in his stare. Stay down, Troy said quietly. This ends now. But as he looked down at Winston, pathetic, beaten, exposed for what he really was, Troy felt no satisfaction. Only emptiness and the terrible knowledge that this wouldn't change anything. In a few hours, Winston would go home to Treena, probably with some story about being attacked for no reason. This isn't over, Mitchell, Winston said through his split lip. Yes, it is, Troy replied. It's been over for a long time. I just finally realized it. He stepped into the Georgia night, the air cool against his split lip. Alex caught up, pressing a cold, napkin-wrapped ice pack into Troy's palm. I'm sorry I brought you, he said, voice low. You didn't deserve that. Troy knew one thing. Something had to give. Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow, but soon.
Chapter 10. The phone call came at midnight. Treena jerked awake from restless sleep, her heart already racing before she even saw Winston's name on the screen. He never called this late unless something was wrong. Winston? What's... Treena, thank God. His voice was strained, different somehow. I need you to come to the hospital. I've been hurt. She was sitting up before his words fully registered. Hurt? How? What happened? There was a fight at the bar. Someone attacked me. Winston's voice cracked slightly, and she could hear other voices in the background, the institutional sounds of an emergency room. I'm okay, but I need you here. Please. I'm coming. Which hospital? Sweetgum Hospital. Emergency room. Treena was already out of bed, grabbing clothes from her dresser. I'll be there in 20 minutes. The drive to the hospital felt endless, her mind racing with possibilities. Winston wasn't the type to get into fights. He was sophisticated, controlled, diplomatic. What could have happened to provoke violence? The emergency room was bright and overlit, the astringent bite of disinfectant stinging her nose. She found Winston in a curtained bay, his usually perfect appearance disheveled. His lip was split, there was a bandage over his left eyebrow, and his expensive shirt was torn. Oh my God, Winston. She rushed to his side, her hands hovering over his injuries. What happened? Who did this to you? Winston took her hand, squeezing it tightly. It was Troy Mitchell. Her stomach dropped, clean and sudden. Troy? Troy did this? I know it's hard to believe. I couldn't believe it myself. Winston's voice was carefully modulated, the same tone he used when delivering bad news to difficult clients. We were all just having drinks, talking about the wedding. I mentioned how happy we were, how excited you were about the ceremony, and he just snapped. Treena stared at Winston's bruised face, trying to process what he was telling her. Troy had done this? The boy who used to rescue spiders from her bedroom rather than kill them? The man who built community centers and helped elderly neighbors with their groceries? That doesn't sound like Troy, she said slowly. I know. I thought I knew him too. But apparently, he's been carrying some kind of grudge all these years. About us. About you choosing me instead of him. Winston winced as he shifted position. He said some terrible things, Treena. About you, about our relationship. I tried to defend you, and that's when he attacked me. The story felt wrong somehow, like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. But looking at Winston's injuries, the evidence was undeniable. Someone had hurt him badly. Did you call the police? No, and I'm not going to. Despite what he did to me, I don't want to ruin his life. But Treena, Winston's grip on her hand tightened. I need to know that you're going to stay away from him. Completely. He's clearly unstable, and I'm worried about what he might do next. Of course I'll stay away from him. Winston, I'm so sorry this happened. She leaned forward and gently kissed his uninjured cheek. Let me take you home. But as they left the hospital, as Winston leaned on her arm and told her more details about the supposed attack, something nagged at the back of Trina's mind. The story was too neat, too perfectly crafted to paint Troy as the villain and Winston as the innocent victim. And there was something else. For the first time in years, someone had gotten under Winston's skin enough to provoke a physical confrontation. What had really happened in that bar? The next morning, Treena called in sick to work and spent the day taking care of Winston. She brought him ice packs, made him soup, and listened as he recounted the events of the previous night with increasing detail and drama. He was drunk, Winston said as she adjusted the pillows behind his back. Belligerent, going on and on about how you'd made the wrong choice, how I didn't deserve you. It was honestly embarrassing for everyone there. But why would Troy do something like that? It's been years since high school. Why would he suddenly... Because he's never gotten over you, Winston interrupted. Think about it, Treena. He's almost 30 years old and still single, still living in the same town, probably driving past our old high school every day and remembering what he lost. Some people just can't move on. The words stung because there was truth in them. Troy was still single, still in Sweetgum Meadows. But the idea that he'd been pining for her all these years, that he'd attack Winston in some jealous rage, it didn't fit with the man she'd grown up with. I just can't imagine Troy hurting anyone, she said quietly. Winston's expression softened with what looked like pity. I know it's hard to accept. You have such a generous heart, always seeing the best in people. But sometimes the people we think we know can surprise us in the worst ways. That afternoon, while Winston napped, Treena found herself walking through downtown Sweetgum Meadows. She told herself she was just getting some fresh air, running errands. But her feet carried her past the hardware store where Troy used to work in high school, past the diner where they'd shared countless meals, past all the places that held memories of their friendship. She ended up at the construction site of the new community center, staring at the foundation Troy's company had built. It was solid, precise, beautiful in its functionality. The work of someone who cared about quality, about building things that would last. Treena? She turned to find Alex Zhang walking toward her, his expression a mix of concern and something that looked like guilt. Alex, hi. She managed a weak smile. I was just looking at the construction. It's impressive. Troy does good work, Alex said, then paused, studying her face carefully. Treena, I need to ask you something. Did Winston tell you what really happened last night? Her smile faltered. You were there? I was the one who invited Troy. Winston asked me to. Alex's voice carried a weight of regret. I had no idea what Winston was planning. I thought it was just casual drinks, but it was his bachelor party. And Winston? He set Troy up. Treena felt something cold settle in her stomach. What do you mean? Winston spent the whole night talking about you like you were some kind of project he'd completed, bragging about how he'd trained you, how you never argued with him anymore because you were so grateful for his attention. Alex's jaw tightened. It was disgusting, Treena, the way he and his friends talked about you. That's not. She started to defend Winston automatically, then stopped. What did Troy do? He called Winston out on it, told him he was manipulating you, that he'd destroyed your confidence. Alex ran a hand through his hair. Winston goaded him into it, Treena. He wanted Troy to lose control so he could play the victim. And when Troy started to walk away, Winston came at him first. Her pulse stuttered once, hard. Troy didn't start the fight, not even close. I watched Winston throw the first punch. Troy just defended himself. Alex's expression was earnest, pleading. I should have stopped it sooner. I should have gotten Troy out of there the moment I realized what Winston was doing. I'm sorry. Treena stared at him, processing this completely different version of events. Why didn't you call me? Why didn't you tell me what really happened? Because I figured Winston would lie about it, and I wasn't sure you'd believe me over him. Alex's voice was gentle but direct. Are you okay, Treena? Really okay? Because after what I heard last night, what did you hear? Winston talked about you like you were his possession, like he'd taken some naive small-town girl and molded you into what he wanted. And his friends were laughing about it. Alex's expression was troubled. That's not how someone talks about the person they love. Treena felt tears threatening. All her doubts, all her instincts that something was wrong. Alex was confirming every fear she'd been trying to ignore. I don't know what to think anymore, she whispered. Then maybe you should talk to Troy. Get his side of the story before you make any decisions about your wedding. Alex's voice was careful but insistent. You deserve to know the truth, Treena. All of it. As she walked home, Alex's words echoed in her mind. Winston had lied to her. Not just about who started the fight, but about everything. He'd talked about her like she was his possession, bragged about training her like she was a pet. The thought made her sick. Her phone was ringing when she got back to her apartment. Carmen's name appeared on the screen, and Treena felt a rush of relief at seeing her friend's familiar contact. Hey, stranger. Carmen's voice was warm but concerned. I tried calling earlier but couldn't reach you. Everything okay? Your mom mentioned the wedding was next week. Carmen, I need to tell you something. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. Winston lied to me. About everything. What happened? Treena sank onto her couch, suddenly exhausted. There was a fight last night. Winston told me Troy attacked him, but Alex was there. He saw the whole thing. Winston started it, and he's been lying about what happened. Carmen was quiet for a moment. What else did Alex tell you? That Winston spent the night talking about me like I was his possession, like he'd trained me to be compliant and grateful. Trina's voice cracked. Is that how I seem to everyone? Like some kind of project Winston completed? Oh, honey. Carmen's voice was gentle but sad. I've been worried about you for years. Why didn't you say anything? Because every time I tried, you defended him. You made excuses for why he chose your clothes, your friends, your opinions. Carmen paused. I watched you become smaller and smaller, and I didn't know how to reach you. Treena felt tears starting to fall. I don't even know who I am anymore without him telling me. You're the same person you always were, just buried under 8 years of someone else's expectations. Carmen's voice was firm. You're the girl who stood up to bullies in middle school, who cried during every Disney movie, who spent her 16th birthday at the animal shelter because helping animals mattered more to you than having a party. Alex said something similar, because it's true. You didn't disappear, Treena. You just forgot how to trust yourself. What do I do now? The wedding is in 5 days. Everyone's expecting. Forget what everyone's expecting. What do you want? The question hung in the air. When was the last time someone had asked her that? When was the last time she'd even known the answer? I want to talk to Troy, she said finally. I want to hear what really happened from him. Then do that. But Treena, whatever you decide about Winston, make sure it's your choice. Not what he wants, not what your families expect, not what looks good on paper. Your choice. After they hung up, Treena sat in her apartment staring at her phone. Before she could lose her courage, she typed a simple message. Can we talk? It's important. The response came quickly. When and where? She thought about suggesting a public place, somewhere safe and neutral. But if they were going to have this conversation, she needed privacy. She needed to be able to see his face, to look into his eyes and hear the truth she should have asked for years ago. The sweetgum tree. 20 minutes. I'll be there. Treena changed into jeans and a sweater, her hands steadier than they'd been all day. She wasn't going to confront someone who had attacked her fiancé. She was going to talk to someone who had tried to defend her and been lied about for it. As she walked through the familiar streets of Sweetgum Meadows toward the tree that had witnessed all their childhood secrets, one thought kept running through her mind. For the first time in years, she was making a decision based on what she needed to know rather than what someone else expected her to do. The sweetgum tree stood in her parents' backyard like a sentinel, its branches bare in the late autumn air. Troy was already there when she arrived, leaning against the trunk with his hands in his pockets. Even in the dim porch light, she could see the split in his lip, the darkening bruise near his left eye. So the fight had been real, but now she knew who had really started it. "Thank you for coming," she said, stopping a few feet away from him. "Thank you for asking me to." Troy's voice was quiet, careful. "I wasn't sure you would. I spoke to Alex this afternoon." Troy's expression shifted, something like relief crossing his face. "What did he tell you? That Winston lied about what happened at the bar, that you didn't start the fight?" Treena studied his bruised face. "Will you tell me what really happened?" Troy ran a hand over his hair, considering his words carefully. "Winston set the whole thing up. He had Alex invite me, making it sound like casual drinks with friends, but it was his bachelor party, and he wanted me there." "Why?" "So he could humiliate me in front of his friends." Troy's voice was steady, but she could hear the pain underneath. "He spent the night talking about you like you were some kind of project he'd completed successfully, bragging about how compliant you'd become, how you never argued with him anymore." Treena felt a tight, hollow pressure gathered under her ribs. "Alex mentioned that." "It was worse than Alex probably told you. Winston and his friends were laughing about how grateful you were for his attention, how he'd trained you so well." Troy's jaw tightened. "I couldn't sit there and listen to him talk about you like that." "So you said something?" "I told him he was manipulating you, that he'd systematically destroyed your confidence over the years." Troy met her eyes directly. "He didn't like that very much." "What happened then?" "He tried to humiliate me, made comments about my feelings for you, called me pathetic for never fighting for what I wanted." Troy's voice grew quieter. "I was walking away when he came at me. I just defended myself." Treena felt tears threatening. All those years of Winston telling her how lucky she was, how grateful she should be. He'd been talking about her like that to his friends all along. "Troy, what did he mean about your feelings for me?" Troy went very still, his fingers tracing the bark of the tree where their initials were carved. For a long moment, he didn't speak, and Treena could see him wrestling with something. "What's this?" she asked, noticing his hand had moved to marks below their childhood initials that she'd never seen before. She stepped closer, squinting in the dim light. "Troy, what are these?" There was a heart carved under their childhood initials, TM and TP, that wasn't there before. Below that, there were also dates carved into the bark in Troy's careful knife-cut letters. Small, barely visible unless you knew where to look. Her breath caught as she read them. "T loves W, 10/15. That was the date that I first went out with Winston," she thought. Did that mean Treena loves Winston? "Homecoming, 10/22. She remembered that Troy didn't come to the homecoming dance, even though he played in the homecoming game that day. "Christmas break, 12/20. That was the date she took her first vacation with Winston's family. "Valentine's Day, 2/14. That was her first Valentine's Day with Winston, and he'd given her an expensive necklace that she was so happy about. Each date was like a small wound in the tree's bark, marking moments of his heartbreak over the years. "Troy?" Her voice came out as barely a whisper. "You carved these?" His face was flushed with embarrassment. "I know it's pathetic. I needed somewhere to put the pain, I guess. Somewhere it wouldn't hurt anyone else." Treena traced the dates with her fingertip, each one representing a moment when she'd chosen Winston over him without even knowing she was making a choice. "All these years," she whispered, "you were in pain, and I never knew. That was the point. I didn't want you to know. I just wanted you to be happy, even if it wasn't with me. I've been in love with you since we were 17 years old." he said finally, so quietly she almost missed it. The words hit her like a physical blow. She actually took a step back, her hand going to her chest as if she could somehow contain the way her heart was suddenly racing. What? Troy looked up, meeting her eyes with an expression that was part pain, part relief. I fell in love with you junior year. That afternoon, under this tree when you were doing chemistry homework. I was going to tell you before graduation, but then Winston asked you out and you seemed so happy. You've been in love with me since junior year? Her voice came out as a whisper. I tried to get over you. I told myself it was just a high school crush that would fade, but it never did. Troy's honesty was devastating. I should have fought for you. I should have told you how I felt before Winston had the chance to. Stop. Treena pressed her hands to her temples, trying to process what he was telling her. Just stop for a second. All those years. All those years of thinking her feelings had been one-sided, that Troy had seen her only as a friend. All those moments when she'd caught him looking at her a certain way, when she'd felt something electric in the space between them. She hadn't been imagining it. I was in love with you too, she said, the words tumbling out before she could stop them. In high school. I thought you didn't see me that way. I thought you only saw me as a friend. Troy's expression cracked, something raw and painful crossing his face. You loved me? I used to lie awake at night wondering what it would be like if you kissed me. I used to watch you with other girls and feel so jealous I could barely function. The admission felt like tearing open an old wound, but you never gave me any sign that you felt the same way. Because I was terrified of ruining our friendship. You were the most important person in my life, and I couldn't risk losing that. They stared at each other across the small space, both of them processing the magnitude of what they'd just revealed. All these years of lost time, of wondering what if, of loving the wrong people because they'd been too scared to tell each other the truth. Troy, Treena said slowly, a horrible thought occurring to her. Did Winston know how you felt about me? Troy's face went slack. Why would you ask that? Because if he knew and he asked me out anyway. She trailed off, seeing the answer in his expression. Oh my God, he knew, didn't he? The first week after he moved here, I thought he was just being friendly, asking about you. I was so pathetic. Troy's voice was bitter with self-recrimination. I told him everything I liked about you. And then he asked me out. 3 days later, Troy confirmed. I was standing across the parking lot as he asked you out, and he made sure I saw his look of triumph after you said yes. The betrayal was so complete, so calculated, that for a moment Treena couldn't breathe. Winston hadn't fallen for her despite Troy's feelings. He'd pursued her because of them. He'd seen Troy's love as a challenge, a competition to win. He stole us from each other, she whispered. Yeah, he did, but we let him. Treena sank down onto the grass, her legs suddenly unable to support her. 8 years. 8 years of being with someone who had manipulated their entire relationship from the beginning. 8 years of believing she'd made a choice when the choice had been taken from her before she'd even known there was one to make. I need to cancel this wedding. The words came out flat. Troy sat down beside her, careful to leave space between them. Are you sure? That's a big decision to make when you're upset. I'm not upset. I'm devastated and angry. And she looked at him, this man who had loved her quietly and faithfully for all these years without ever asking for anything in return. And I'm free. For the first time in 8 years, I get to make my own choice about what I want. What do you want? It was such a simple question, but she realized no one had asked her that in years. Winston certainly never had. He'd always known what was best for her. I want to find out who I am when I'm not trying to be what someone else wants me to be. She met Troy's eyes. And I want to find out what might have been between us if we'd been brave enough to tell each other the truth 8 years ago. Treena? Troy's voice was careful, hopeful. Are you saying what I think you're saying? I'm saying I need to end my engagement first. I need to figure out how to be myself again. I'll need some time. She reached over and took his hand, feeling the same electric current she'd felt at 17. But yes, I want to find out what this could be, what we could be. Troy squeezed her hand gently. I've waited 8 years. I can wait a little longer. You shouldn't have had to wait at all if we both had the courage to tell the truth. As they sat under the sweetgum tree, Treena felt something shift inside her chest. For the first time in years, she was making a choice based on what she wanted rather than what someone else expected of her. Now, she just had to find the courage to follow through. Chapter 11. The walk to Winston's apartment felt surreal, like moving through a dream where everything familiar had shifted slightly out of focus. The climb to the third floor felt endless. Each step brought her closer to a confrontation that would either prove Troy wrong or shatter everything she thought she knew about her life. Winston was waiting for her when she opened the door, sitting on the couch with an ice pack pressed to his cheek. He looked up as she entered, his expression shifting from relief to wariness when he saw her face. "There you are. I was worried when I woke up and you were gone." His voice was gentle, but she could hear the undercurrent of tension. "Where were you?" Treena set her keys on the kitchen counter, her hands steadier than she felt. "I went to see Troy." The silence that followed was deafening. Winston's face went completely still, and she watched him calculate his next move behind those careful eyes. "I specifically asked you to stay away from him," he said finally, "after what he did to me." "After what you did to him, you mean?" Treena remained standing, drawing strength from the height advantage. "I heard his side of the story, Winston, the real story." "And you believed him? Over me?" Winston set down the ice pack, his mask of injured vulnerability slipping slightly. "Treena, he attacked me. You saw the evidence. I saw that you got into a fight, but I also know you well enough to know you don't get hurt unless you want something from it." Winston's eyes flashed with something dangerous before he caught himself. "That's a terrible thing to say to someone you're supposed to marry in 5 days." "Is it? Because I'm starting to think I don't know you at all." Treena moved closer, studying his face. "Troy told me some very interesting things about how our relationship started." "I'm sure he did. The man's been obsessed with you for over a decade. Of course, he'd try to poison you against me." "Did you know he was in love with me when you asked me out?" The question hit its mark. Winston's careful composure cracked just enough for her to see the truth before he could reconstruct his defenses. "What does it matter now? That was 8 years ago, Treena. Whatever schoolboy crush he had." "Answer the question, Winston. Did you know?" He stared at her for a long moment, and she could see him weighing his options: lie and risk being caught later, or tell the truth and try to control the narrative. "Yes," he said finally. "I knew." The admission hit her with the impact of a physical blow, even though she'd been expecting it. Hearing him confirm it made everything real in a way that left her breathless. "You knew he loved me, and you asked me out anyway." "I saw an opportunity." Winston stood up, his tone shifting to the reasonable, patient voice he used when explaining complex financial concepts to difficult clients. "You were wasting yourself on someone who was too much of a coward to fight for you. I gave you the chance to be with someone who wasn't afraid to pursue what he wanted. You manipulated me. I rescued you from a life of mediocrity." His voice carried that familiar, condescending edge that made her feel small and foolish. "Look at what we've accomplished together, Treena. Look at the woman you've become. Are you really going to throw that away for some romantic fantasy about what might have been?" "The woman I've become?" Treena felt anger building in her chest, hot and unfamiliar after years of careful politeness. "You mean the woman who asks permission to wear red? The woman who's forgotten how to have an opinion that doesn't match yours? The woman who spent 8 years being grateful for scraps of approval?" Winston's expression hardened. "You're being dramatic. I've helped you grow, refined you, helped you become sophisticated. You didn't refine me, you erased me." The words came out stronger than she felt. "I used to have dreams, Winston. I used to argue with people when I disagreed with them. I used to know what I wanted without checking with someone else first. Those weren't dreams, they were limitations, small-town thinking that would have kept you ordinary forever. Maybe I liked being ordinary. Maybe ordinary was better than being your version of perfect." Winston laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Listen to yourself. You're talking like a child who's been told she can't have candy for dinner. You have no idea what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. For the first time in 8 years, I know exactly what I'm saying. This is about him, isn't it? Troy filled your head with some sob story about unrequited love, and now you're having second thoughts about us. This is about you lying to me for 8 years, about you manipulating me from the very beginning, about you taking away my right to make my own choices. Winston's mask slipped completely then, revealing something cold and calculating underneath. What choices? You were 17, Treena. You didn't know what was good for you. I did. That wasn't your decision to make. Wasn't it? Look at your life now. Look at what we've built together. You're about to marry into one of the most successful families in the state. You'll have opportunities most people only dream of. Would you really trade all of that for some construction worker who peaked in high school? The casual cruelty in his voice made her stomach turn. This was how he really saw Troy, and by extension, how he saw her old life, her old self. What else? She asked quietly. What else did you do to make sure Troy and I never had a chance to figure things out for ourselves? Winston studied her face, clearly debating how much to reveal. Does it matter now? It's ancient history. It matters to me. He shrugged, as if the details were inconsequential. I made sure you grew apart. I scheduled dates when I knew you had plans with him. I suggested new friends, new activities. I may have implied to him that you were ready to move on from high school relationships. You lied to him. You made him think I didn't want to be friends anymore. I helped both of you move forward instead of clinging to something that was holding you back. You stole my choice. The words came out louder than she'd intended, and she saw Winston flinch slightly. You took away my right to decide for myself who I wanted to be with, what kind of life I wanted to live. You manipulated both of us to get what you wanted. What I wanted was what was best for you, even when you were too naive to see it. The arrogance in his voice was staggering. Treena stared at him, this man she'd planned to marry in 5 days, and realized she was seeing him clearly for the first time in 8 years. You know what the really sad part is? She said quietly. If you had just been honest from the beginning, if you had courted me openly and let me choose, I might have picked you anyway. I was 17 and impressed by sophistication. I might have been flattered by the attention from someone like you. Winston's expression shifted slightly, and for a moment she thought she saw genuine regret. But you didn't trust me to make that choice, she continued. You didn't trust that what you had to offer was enough on its own. So you cheated. You lied and manipulated and stole my agency because you were too insecure to let me choose freely. I gave you everything, Winston said, his voice rising slightly. Everything you have, everything you are. It's because of me. And this is how you repay me? By running to him the moment things get difficult? I'm not running to anyone. I'm running away from you. She grabbed her keys, slid off the engagement ring, and placed it on the counter. Where are you going? Winston's voice had lost its cold edge, replaced by something that might have been panic. Home, to my apartment. Treena, wait, let's talk about this rationally. You're upset, you're confused. But we can work through this. She paused in the doorway, looking back at him. For a moment, she saw a glimpse of the boy she'd fallen for at 17. Charming, seemingly vulnerable, but now she could see the calculation behind it. There's nothing to work through, Winston. This is who you are, someone who lies and manipulates to get what he wants. And this is who I became with you, someone who forgot how to trust her own judgment. So you're just going to walk away after everything we've been through together? Yes. For him? For me. Winston's expression shifted, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a different tone, reasonable, almost therapeutic. You know what, Treena? You're right to be angry, but you're angry at the wrong person. He stood up slowly, his demeanor suddenly calm, controlled. You want to talk about choices? Let's talk about choices. You always had them. Every single day for 8 years, you chose to be with me. She opened her mouth to argue, but he held up a hand. No, listen, because this is important. I never forced you to do anything. I never held a gun to your head or threatened you. You chose to change your style because you liked how I made you feel when you wore the clothes I suggested. You chose to go to the restaurants I picked because you trusted my judgment. You chose to give up arguing with me because you valued our peace more than being right. The words hit her with unexpected force because there was truth in them. Troy had choices too, Winston continued, his voice gaining confidence. He chose not to tell you how he felt. He chose to step aside when I asked you out. He chose to let your friendship drift apart rather than fight for you. No one forced him to do that. You manipulated both of us. I took advantage of opportunities that were presented to me. That's not manipulation. That's life. Winston's tone was almost gentle now, as if he were explaining something obvious to a child. You didn't know how to use the power of your choices, so I helped guide you. You were grateful for it, Treena. For years, you thanked me for helping you become more sophisticated, more refined. She felt something cold settling in her stomach as his words sank in. The truth is, you gave me your power because you didn't want the responsibility of making your own decisions. It was easier to let me choose your clothes, your friends, your life. And now that you're faced with the consequences of those choices, you want to blame me for accepting what you freely offered. That's not, isn't it? You're standing there acting like the victim, but victims don't have choices. You did. Every single day you chose me. You chose this life. You chose to become the woman you are now. And the only reason you're running away is because someone finally told you it was okay to blame someone else for your decisions. The manipulation was so skillful, so precisely aimed at her deepest insecurities, that for a moment, Treena wavered. Had she chosen this? Had she been a willing participant in her own diminishment? But then she thought about the dates carved into the sweetgum tree, about Troy's quiet suffering while she'd been oblivious to his feelings, about the way Winston had talked about her to his friends, bragging about training her like she was a pet. You're right about one thing, she said quietly. I did choose this. I chose to trust you when I should have trusted myself. I chose to believe you when you told me I wasn't sophisticated enough, smart enough, worthy enough as I was. I chose to give you my power because I thought love meant making yourself smaller to make someone else feel bigger. Winston's confident expression flickered slightly. But you know what else I chose? I chose to believe your lies about Troy. I chose to let you drive a wedge between us because I was too scared to trust my own feelings. I chose to become someone I didn't recognize because I thought that was what love required. She took a step toward him. So you're absolutely right. This is on me, all of it. And that's exactly why I'm leaving. Treena, because now I get to choose again. And this time, I choose to bet on myself instead of on your version of who I should be. She walked toward the door, but Winston's voice stopped her one last time. You'll regret this. When you're alone in your apartment, teaching third grade and wondering what might have been, you'll remember what you gave up, and you'll realize you chose wrong again. Treena turned back to face him one final time. Maybe, but at least it will be my choice to regret. And with that, she walked out of Winston's apartment and closed the door behind her. The hallway felt different somehow, brighter, quieter. Her hands were shaking as she pressed the elevator button, but her breathing felt easier than it had in months. She had no idea what came next beyond going home to her own apartment, no plan beyond getting through the next few hours. But as the elevator doors opened, one thought echoed clearly in her mind. For the first time in 8 years, she was making her own choice based on her own needs. Chapter 12. 1 week later, the hardest part wasn't the canceled wedding, it was the silence. Treena sat in her apartment, staring at her phone as another call from Winston's mother went to voicemail. Patricia Hayes had called 6 times in the past 2 days, each message more strained than the last, asking for explanations that Treena couldn't give without destroying whatever remained of Winston's reputation. The wedding vendors had been surprisingly understanding when she'd called to cancel everything. Cold feet happen more than you'd think, honey, the florist had said kindly. The caterer had even waived the cancellation fee, claiming she'd rather see someone walk away than marry the wrong person. If only Winston's family was half as gracious. Her parents had been supportive, if confused. They'd accepted her simple explanation that she and Winston weren't right for each other. But she could see the questions in their eyes every time another expensive wedding gift arrived in the mail that she'd have to return. Carmen had called from Seattle, alternating between concern and fierce protectiveness. "I always knew something was off about him," she'd said, though Treena suspected she was just being loyal. "But are you okay? Really okay?" Treena wasn't sure she knew the answer to that question yet. The apartment felt different now, lighter somehow, but also emptier. She'd removed every trace of Winston from the space, the expensive art he'd helped her choose, the books he'd suggested she read, even the coffee table he'd insisted would elevate the aesthetic. Without his influence shaping every corner, the place felt more like her own, but also strangely unfamiliar, as if she were a guest in her own life. A soft knock at her door interrupted her thoughts. Trina's heart jumped, wondering if Winston had finally decided to show up in person instead of sending increasingly hostile text messages through his lawyer. But when she looked through the peephole, she found Troy standing in the hallway, holding 2 paper bags. "I brought dinner," he said when she opened the door. "Rochelle's meatloaf and mashed potatoes. Your mom said you haven't been eating much." He looked different somehow, more cautious than she'd ever seen him. The bruises from his fight with Winston had faded considerably, and he was wearing a simple blue button-down that complemented his dark skin and brought out the warmth in his brown eyes. "You didn't have to do that. I wanted to." Troy shifted the bags to one arm, his free hand fidgeting with his car keys. "I also wanted to check on you, make sure you're okay after everything." Everything felt like an understatement for upending her entire life, but she appreciated his careful approach to the topic. "Come in." She stepped aside, suddenly aware of how long it had been since she'd had company. "Though I should warn you, the place is kind of bare. I've been redecorating." Troy looked around the nearly empty living room with interest rather than judgment. "It feels more like you already." "Does it? Because I'm not sure I remember who that is anymore." They settled on the floor since she'd donated her couch, another of Winston's aesthetic choices that had never felt right. Troy unpacked the food methodically, handing her a foam container and plastic fork. "Amy from Rochelle's says hi, by the way. She also says you better eat all of this or she's coming over here to force-feed you herself." Despite everything, Treena smiled. That sounds like her. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, sitting cross-legged on the rug like they were teenagers again. The food was exactly what she needed. Simple, familiar, warm. It was the first time she'd tasted anything in days. "How are you holding up?" Troy asked finally. Treena considered the question, pushing mashed potatoes around her container. "I keep waiting to feel sad about ending things with Winston, about the wedding being canceled, but mostly I just feel hollow, like I don't know who I am without someone telling me." "You know who you are," Troy said quietly. "You just forgot for a while." "Did I? Because I feel like I've been pretending to be someone else for so long that I lost track of the original." Troy set down his fork and turned to face her fully. "You want to know what I see when I look at you?" She wasn't sure she did, but she nodded anyway. "I see the girl who used to sneak extra cookies to the shy kids at church potluck dinners. I see someone who cried during every Disney movie but pretended it was allergies. I see the person who spent her entire 16th birthday volunteering at the animal shelter because she thought helping animals was more important than having a party." Treena felt tears threatening for the first time since she'd left Winston's apartment. That was a long time ago. Was it? Because last month you organized that coat drive for the elementary school kids without being asked, and Carmen told me you've been tutoring struggling students for free every weekend for the past 3 years. Carmen talks too much. Carmen cares about you. We all do. Troy's voice was gentle but insistent. The person Winston tried to convince you was inadequate? She was never inadequate, Treena. She was just different from what he wanted. The tears came then, silent and unexpected. Troy handed her a napkin from the takeout bag, and she dabbed at her eyes, embarrassed by the display of emotion. "I keep thinking about all the time I wasted," she said. 8 years of trying to be someone I wasn't. 8 years of thinking I wasn't good enough the way I was. You didn't waste anything. You learned something important about yourself. You learned what you don't want. That's valuable too. Treena looked at him, really looked at him, and saw something she'd been too blind to notice for years. Troy looked at her the way Winston never had, not as a project to be improved or a prize to be won, but as someone whose thoughts and feelings mattered simply because they were hers. "I'm sorry," she said suddenly, "for all of it, for not seeing what Winston was doing to our friendship, for not trusting my own instincts about who you really are, for 8 years of choosing him without even realizing there was another choice to make." Troy shook his head. "You don't have anything to apologize for. Winston was good at what he did. He made it impossible for you to see clearly, and to be honest, I made it easy for him." "But I should have." "You should have what? Been able to see through the manipulation of someone who'd been practicing it his whole life? You were 17, Treena. I was 17. And even if you hadn't been, even if you'd been 37, Winston would have found ways to make you doubt yourself. That's what people like him do." The kindness in his voice almost undid her completely. This was what she'd forgotten, how Troy had always been able to make her feel understood, accepted, worthy of care simply for being herself. "What happens now?" she asked. "I mean, with us. I know we can't just go back to being who we were in high school, but I don't know how to move forward either." Troy was quiet for a long moment, staring down at his hands. "I don't know either," he said finally. "But I'd like to find out, if you want to." "I want to. I just—" She struggled to find the words. "I need time to figure out who I am when I'm not trying to be what someone else wants me to be. I need to remember how to trust my own judgment about things." "That makes sense." "And I need to know that we can be friends again, really friends, without all the complicated history getting in the way, at least for now." Troy nodded slowly. "I can do that. The friendship part, I mean. I've missed it more than you know. I've missed you. I've missed you too, more than I realized." They finished their dinner as the sun set outside her apartment windows, the room growing dim around them. When Troy started packing up the empty containers, Treena felt a strange reluctance to see him go. "Troy? Yeah? Thank you. For bringing dinner, for checking on me, for everything, for being patient with me while I figure this out." "You don't have to thank me for caring about you, Treena. That's what friends do." Friends. The word should have felt limiting, but instead, it felt like a foundation, something solid to build on, rather than a ceiling to be trapped under. As he walked to his truck, Treena remained in her doorway, watching his taillights disappear down the street. For the first time in a week, the silence in her apartment didn't feel oppressive. It felt like possibility. She had no idea who she was without Winston's expectations shaping her choices. But for the first time in 8 years, she was free to find out. And she had a friend, a real friend, who would be there while she figured it out. It wasn't everything she'd once dreamed of having with Troy, but it was enough to start with. It was enough to begin again.
Chapter 13. 3 weeks later. The morning rush at Rochelle's old-fashioned diner was winding down when Troy spotted Treena through the window, walking slowly down Main Street with a canvas tote bag slung over her shoulder. She'd been doing that a lot lately, taking long walks around town, reacquainting herself with places she'd avoided during her years with Winston. He'd given her space, checking in with short texts, never pushing for more than she offered. After that first dinner at her apartment, he'd made himself a promise. He would let her set the pace for whatever came next between them. She'd spent 8 years having someone else dictate the terms of her life. The last thing she needed was him doing the same thing, even with the best intentions. But seeing her now, looking more relaxed than she had in years, Troy found himself hoping she might be ready for the next small step forward. "You gonna sit there staring out that window all morning, or you gonna eat your breakfast?" Rochelle's voice carried a note of fond exasperation as she refilled his coffee cup. Troy looked up in surprise. He was so used to seeing Malachi and Amy behind the counter that finding Rochelle there felt like stepping back in time. "What are you doing here? I thought you were retired." I am retired, Rochelle said with a sniff. But that nephew of mine had to run to Atlanta to meet with some supplier, and I can't stand the thought of this place running without family oversight. Besides, somebody's got to keep an eye on the breakfast crowd. She gestured toward his untouched grits and eggs. Now eat before I start thinking you don't appreciate good food. Sorry. Troy turned his attention back to his breakfast, though he kept glancing toward the window. Rochelle made a sound that was half laugh, half snort. That girl's got you twisted up something fierce, doesn't she? Troy should have known better than to think he could hide anything from Rochelle. Nothing happened in Sweetgum Meadows without her hearing about it eventually. It's not like that, Troy said carefully. We're just friends. Friends. Rochelle shook her head. Baby, I've been watching you pine after that girl since you were in high school. Don't try to tell me you're just friends. Right now we are, and that's what she needs. Rochelle's expression softened. That's real love right there, putting what she needs ahead of what you want. She patted his shoulder. But don't you wait too long to let her know how you feel. Life's too short for that kind of foolishness. Troy was still thinking about Rochelle's words when his phone buzzed with a text from Treena. Are you busy? Could use some company. His response was immediate. At Rochelle's. Want to join me? Be there in 5. He ordered another coffee and a plate of Rochelle's famous blueberry pancakes, knowing they were Trina's weakness. When she walked through the door, he was struck again by how different she looked. Not just the obvious changes. Her hair was longer now, no longer styled in the severe bob Winston had preferred, and she was wearing jeans and a soft green sweater that brought out the warmth in her brown skin, but something deeper. She carried herself differently, more like the girl he remembered from high school. You look good, he said as she slid into the booth across from him. I feel better, most days anyway. She gestured toward the pancakes. Are those for me? Rochelle's finest. She says hi, by the way, and that you need to start eating more. Treena laughed, a sound that still had the power to make his chest warm. She's not wrong. I've been living on takeout and whatever I can manage to cook without burning down the apartment. How's that going? The cooking, I mean. Terribly. Turns out 8 years of having someone else handle meal planning doesn't exactly build culinary skills. She took a bite of pancake and closed her eyes in appreciation. These are perfect, though. I'd forgotten how good Rochelle's pancakes are. They fell into an easy conversation about small things. Her job, his latest construction project, the approaching Christmas season. Troy found himself watching her face as she talked, noting the way her eyes lit up when she mentioned her students, how she gestured with her fork when she got excited about something. These were pieces of the old Treena, emerging more clearly each time he saw her. I've been thinking, she said as she finished the last of her pancakes, about what you said that night at dinner, about how I haven't completely disappeared, just buried myself under someone else's expectations. And I think you might be right. I've been trying to remember who I was before Winston, and some of it's coming back. She smiled, but there was something tentative about it. I bought art supplies yesterday. I used to love to draw. Did you know that? I haven't touched a sketch pad in 8 years. Troy felt a surge of hope at the animation in her voice. What made you remember? I was walking past that little art store on Jefferson Street, and I saw these charcoal pencils in the window. I remembered how I used to carry a sketchbook everywhere in high school, drawing people, buildings, trees. She paused, looking slightly embarrassed. I drew you once, during chemistry class junior year. You were concentrating on some problem and you had this little frown line between your eyebrows, and I couldn't stop myself. The admission hit him with unexpected force. You drew me? It was probably terrible. I was never that good at portraits. She looked embarrassed now, staring down at her coffee cup. I threw it away before you could see it. Too humiliating. Troy wanted to tell her that he would have treasured that drawing, would have kept it like the precious thing it was. But something in her expression warned him not to push too hard into romantic territory. I'd like to see what you draw now, he said instead, if you're willing to share. Maybe, when I remember how to hold a pencil properly. She met his eyes. It feels good, though. remembering pieces of myself that I'd forgotten existed. That's the point. You're not becoming someone new. You're just remembering who you always were. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the breakfast crowd having thinned to just a few regulars at the counter. Troy found himself thinking about all the conversations they'd had in this same booth over the years, back when things were simpler between them. "Troy," Treena said suddenly, "can I ask you something? And will you be completely honest with me? Always. Do you ever regret it? Not telling me how you felt in high school?" The question caught him off guard. He'd asked himself the same thing thousands of times over the years, especially during the darkest moments of watching her with Winston. "Every day," he said finally, "but not for the reasons you might think." "What do you mean?" Troy chose his words carefully. "I regret that my silence gave Winston an opening to manipulate both of us. I regret that I didn't fight for you when I should have. But I don't regret protecting our friendship, even if it meant I never got to find out what we could have been together. Even knowing how things turned out, especially knowing how things turned out. If I had told you and you'd chosen me out of loyalty or obligation instead of genuine feeling, it would have been just another form of manipulation. You needed to be free to make your own choice, even if that choice wasn't me." Treena was quiet for a long moment, studying his face. "You really mean that?" "I do. That's very—" She searched for the right word. "Noble of you, also incredibly frustrating." Despite the serious tone of their conversation, Troy found himself smiling. "Frustrating? You're so determined to do the right thing that you won't even fight for what you want. Even now, when there's nothing stopping you from telling me how you feel, you're holding back because you think it's what's best for me. Isn't it? You just got out of a relationship where someone was constantly pushing you to be what he wanted instead of what you needed to be. The last thing you need is me doing the same thing. And what if what I need is to know that someone thinks I'm worth fighting for?" The question hung in the air between them, charged with possibility and danger in equal measure. Troy felt his careful restraint wavering in the face of the hope in her eyes. "Treena, I'm not saying I'm ready for anything serious," she said quickly. "I'm still figuring out who I am, still learning how to trust my own judgment about things. But I need to know that when I am ready, you'll still be here, not just as a friend who's being noble and self-sacrificing, but as someone who wants to be with me enough to actually try." Troy reached across the table and took her hand, feeling the same electric current he'd felt under the sweetgum tree weeks ago. "I'll be here, for as long as it takes, in whatever way you need me to be." "Good." She squeezed his hand, then pulled back with a smile that was equal parts shy and determined. "Now, want to walk with me? I was thinking about going to the park, maybe sketching some of the old oak trees, if you don't mind being seen with a woman who's rediscovering her artistic side." "I'd be honored," he said, rising with her. As they left Rochelle's together, Troy caught sight of the older woman watching them from behind the counter, a satisfied smile on her face. She gave him a small nod of approval that made him feel like maybe, just maybe, he was doing something right. The walk to the park was comfortable, filled with easy conversation about everything and nothing. When they reached the old oak trees by the pond, Treena pulled a small sketch pad and pencil from her tote bag. "Fair warning," she said, settling onto a park bench. "This is probably going to be terrible." "I doubt that." Troy sat beside her, close enough to see her work, but far enough to give her space. As she began to sketch, her face took on a look of deep concentration that he remembered from their high school days. The tip of her tongue appeared at the corner of her mouth, a habit he'd thought was lost forever, and Troy felt something shift between them. Not a rush toward romance, but a gentle movement forward, like the first warm day after a long winter. "There," she said finally, showing him the sketch. It was simple but elegant, the graceful curve of the oak's trunk, the delicate tracery of its bare branches against the winter sky. "Not terrible, right?" "It's beautiful," Troy said, meaning it. "You haven't lost your touch. Maybe not completely." She tore the page from the pad and handed it to him. "Keep it, as a reminder that sometimes the things we think we've lost are just waiting for us to find them again." Troy accepted the drawing carefully, as if it were made of the most fragile glass. Thank you. As they walked back toward town, Trina's hand brushing against his every few steps, Troy felt something he hadn't experienced in years: hope. Not the desperate, clinging hope he'd carried in high school, but something steadier, more mature. The hope that came from understanding that the best things in life were worth waiting for. They were still friends, still taking things slowly, but now there was acknowledgement of what lay ahead when she was ready. It wasn't everything he dreamed of, but it was enough. More than enough. It was a beginning.
Chapter 14. 6 weeks later. The third grade classroom was finally quiet after a particularly energetic day of teaching fractions and reading comprehension. Treena sat at her desk, grading math worksheets and listening to the gentle hum of the heating system. Outside, the January afternoon was crisp and clear, the kind of winter day that made Georgia look like a postcard. Her phone buzzed with a text from Troy. "How was your day?" "Survived teaching 28 eight-year-olds about equivalent fractions. You?" "Finished the community center roof. It's looking good." She smiled, picturing him covered in sawdust and winter air, probably looking satisfied with a job well done. These daily texts had become routine over the past few weeks, small check-ins that felt natural and unforced. Sometimes they led to longer conversations, sometimes just a quick exchange, but they were always there. A steady presence she'd come to rely on. "Want to grab dinner? I'm craving Rochelle's meatloaf." Treena paused, her fingers hovering over her phone. They'd shared several meals over the past month and a half, but something about the way he'd phrased it felt different, more intentional. "Are you asking me on a date, Troy Mitchell?" The three dots appeared and disappeared several times before his response came through. "Would you like me to be?" Her heart did a little skip at the question. This was it, the moment she'd been both anticipating and dreading. The careful balance they'd maintained between friendship and something more was about to shift, and she had to decide if she was ready. She thought about the woman she'd been 6 weeks ago, lost, uncertain, afraid to trust her own judgment. Then she thought about the woman she was becoming, someone who bought art supplies on impulse, who wore red when she felt like it, who was slowly learning to trust herself again. "Yes, I think I would." "Pick you up at 7? It's a date." Treena set down her phone and took a deep breath. A date. With Troy. After all these years, all the missed chances and misunderstandings, they were finally going to try. The thought should have terrified her. For 8 years, she'd been trained to second-guess every decision, to defer to someone else's judgment about what she wanted and needed. But sitting in her quiet classroom, surrounded by the cheerful chaos of children's artwork and motivational posters, she felt something she hadn't experienced in a very long time: certainty. She wanted this, wanted to see what could grow between them when she was free to choose for herself. The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur of grading and preparation for the next day's lessons. When the custodial staff arrived, Treena gathered her things and headed home, her mind already racing through her closet options. Not because she needed someone else's approval of her choices, but because she wanted to look nice for Troy, for herself. Her apartment felt different when she walked in, brighter somehow, more like home. She'd been making small changes over the past few weeks, adding touches that reflected her own taste rather than someone else's vision of sophistication. A colorful throw pillow here, a plant there, her drawings pinned to a bulletin board in the kitchen. Small things, but they mattered. She settled on a deep purple sweater that brought out the warmth in her skin and made her feel confident. Nothing too fancy. This was dinner at Rochelle's after all, but something that felt distinctly her. As she applied a touch of makeup, she caught her own eyes in the mirror and smiled. She looked happy, nervous, but happy. Troy arrived precisely at 7, and when she opened the door, she felt that familiar flutter in her stomach. He was wearing dark jeans and a gray button-down that complemented his dark skin, and he was holding a single yellow tulip. "I know it's not exactly flower season," he said, offering her the bloom, "but I remembered you saying once that tulips were your favorite because they meant new beginnings." Treena took the flower, touched that he'd remembered such a small detail from years ago. "It's perfect, thank you." As they walked to his truck, she was hyper-aware of everything. The way he opened her door, the familiar scent of his cologne, the nervous energy crackling between them. This was Troy, who'd been her friend for years, but somehow everything felt different now that they'd acknowledged what this could become. "So," she said as they drove toward the diner, "how exactly does this work? Do we have to pretend we don't know everything about each other already?" Troy laughed. Some of the tension seemed to leave his shoulders. "I was wondering the same thing. I mean, I already know you're afraid of horror movies and that you eat the marshmallows out of Lucky Charms first. And I know you still sleep with a nightlight because you're scared of the dark," she countered, grinning. "It's not a nightlight, it's ambient lighting for safety purposes," he protested, but he was smiling too. The familiar banter eased some of her nerves. This was still Troy, still the person who knew her better than almost anyone. The romantic context was new, but the foundation was solid. Rochelle's was bustling with the dinner crowd, but Malachi spotted them immediately and led them to a quiet booth in the corner. If he was surprised to see them together on what was obviously a date, he didn't show it, just smiled and promised to send over Treena's favorite sweet tea. "This feels surreal," Treena said as they settled into the booth. "Good surreal, but still surreal." "We don't have to make it complicated," Troy said, reaching across the table to cover her hand with his. "It's just dinner between two people who care about each other." The simple touch sent warmth up her arm, but it was his words that made her relax. He was right. They didn't need to overthink this. They were here because they wanted to be, because they'd chosen each other freely and without pressure. "Tell me something I don't know about you," she said, settling back in her seat. Troy considered the question seriously. "I used to write poetry in high school, terrible, angsty poetry about unrequited love and the meaning of life." "You're kidding." "I wish I was. I had this whole notebook full of it. Most of it was about you, actually." He looked embarrassed, but continued. "I thought if I could just find the right words, I could explain how I felt without actually having to say it out loud." Treena felt her heart clench at the image of teenage Troy pouring his feelings into poetry he'd never shared. "Do you still have it? The notebook?" "God, no. I burned it in a fit of dramatic self-pity after you started dating Winston." "That's a shame. I would have liked to read them." "Trust me, you're better off without them. They were truly awful." He squeezed her hand gently. "Your turn. Something I don't know." Treena thought for a moment. "I used to practice conversations with you in the mirror, especially junior year when I was trying to work up the courage to tell you how I felt. I'd rehearse exactly what I wanted to say, but then I'd see you and completely forget every word. You were going to tell me how you felt? I tried so many times, but you were always so carefully friendly, so determinedly platonic, that I convinced myself I was imagining any deeper connection between us." Troy's expression grew serious. "I was terrified of ruining our friendship. You were the most important person in my life, and I thought if I told you how I felt and you didn't feel the same way, I'd lose you completely. Instead, we lost 8 years." "Not lost," Troy said firmly. "Delayed. We both needed to grow up, to figure out who we were as individuals before we could figure out who we might be together." It was a generous way to look at their past, and Treena found herself grateful for his perspective. They could spend forever analyzing what might have been, or they could focus on what was possible now. Their food arrived, and the conversation shifted to lighter topics: work, friends, plans for the weekend. But underneath the easy chatter, Treena was acutely aware of the way Troy looked at her, the way he listened to every word she said as if it mattered, the way he made her feel seen and valued for exactly who she was. This was what she'd been missing with Winston, she realized. The sense that she was enough, just as she was, that her thoughts and opinions and quirks were things to be celebrated rather than corrected. "Treena," Troy said as they finished their meal, "I need to ask you something, and I want you to be completely honest with me." Her stomach fluttered with sudden nervousness. "Okay. Are you doing this because you want to, or because you feel like you should? Because I'm here, and I'm safe, and I'm not Winston?" The question caught her off guard with its directness, but she appreciated his need to know. She'd been asking herself the same thing. A month ago, I might have said it was because you're safe, she admitted, because you represent everything Winston wasn't. Kind, patient, willing to put my needs first. But that's not why I'm here tonight. Why are you here? Treena met his eyes directly. Because when I imagine my future, really imagine it, not just what I think I should want, you're in it, because you make me laugh, and you challenge me to be better, and you see me as someone worth waiting for. Because I'm falling for you all over again, and this time I'm free to do something about it. The relief on Troy's face was palpable. I had to ask. I needed to know this was real for you, not just convenient. It's real, she said firmly. Scary and complicated and probably too soon, but real. Troy paid the check despite her protests, and they walked out into the crisp evening air. The downtown area was quiet except for the warm glow spilling from shop windows and the distant sound of laughter from Roasted Beans' coffee spot. "Walk with me?" Troy asked, offering her his arm. They strolled down Main Street, past the shops and cafes that made up the heart of Sweetgum Meadows. Everything looked the same as it always had, but Treena felt like she was seeing it through new eyes. This was her town, her community, her life to live on her own terms. "Troy," she said as they reached the town square, "I need you to know something." He stopped walking, turning to face her with concerned eyes. "What is it?" "I'm not the same person I was in high school. 8 years with Winston changed me in ways I'm still figuring out. I'm more cautious now, more likely to second-guess myself. It's going to take time for me to fully trust my own judgment again." "I know," he said gently. "I'm not the same person either. We're both different now, hopefully wiser. We don't have to be who we were. We can just be who we are. I might need reminders sometimes that my opinions matter, that I'm allowed to disagree with you, that you won't leave if I'm not perfect. Then I'll remind you, as many times as it takes." The certainty in his voice made her chest tight with emotion. This was what love should feel like. Not the desperate need to be someone else, but the safety to be exactly who you were. "I think I'd like to try this," she said quietly. "Us. If you're willing to be patient with me while I figure out how to be in a relationship where I'm an equal partner." Troy's smile was radiant. "I've been patient for all these years. I think I can manage a little longer." He cupped her face in his hands, his palms warm against her cheeks, thumbs gently tracing the line of her cheekbones. She leaned into the touch, marveling at how right it felt, how natural it was to be this close to him after all these years of careful distance. "Treena," he whispered, her name a reverent breath in the winter air between them. She could see everything in his dark eyes. Years of longing, the boy who'd carved their initials into a tree, the man who'd waited patiently while she found her way back to herself. The streetlights caught the gold flecks in his irises, and she thought she'd never seen anything more beautiful. "I've wanted this for so long," she whispered back, her hands coming up to rest against his chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart beneath her palms. When he finally kissed her, it was everything their first kiss should have been all those years ago, tender and sure, full of promises and new beginnings. His lips were soft and warm, moving against hers with a gentleness that made her knees weak. This wasn't the desperate kiss of teenagers fumbling in the dark, but something deeper, richer. The kiss of two people who'd found their way home to each other. Treena felt something profound shift inside her chest, like puzzle pieces that had been scattered for years finally clicking into place. Every doubt, every moment of uncertainty about who she was and what she wanted seemed to melt away in the warmth of Troy's embrace. This was what she'd been searching for without knowing it. Not just love, but the right love. Love that celebrated who she was instead of trying to change her. When they finally broke apart, both breathing unsteadily, Troy rested his forehead against hers. His hands were still framing her face, as if he couldn't quite believe she was real, that this moment was actually happening. "Was that worth waiting for?" he asked softly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Treena laughed, the sound bright and joyful in the quiet night air. "Absolutely. Though I vote we don't wait another 8 years for the next one." Then he kissed her again. This was home. This was choice. This was the beginning she'd been waiting for her entire life. "So," he said, his voice slightly rough, "same time next week?" Treena laughed, the sound bubbling up from deep in her chest. I think I'd like that. As he drove her home, her hand clasped in his, Treena felt something she hadn't experienced in years: excitement about the future. She didn't know exactly what came next, but for the first time in a long time, that uncertainty felt like possibility rather than fear. She was free to choose her own path now, and she was choosing Troy, choosing love, choosing the chance to build something real and lasting with someone who saw her as she truly was. It felt like the best decision she'd ever made.
Chapter 15. 1 week later. Troy had built houses, laid foundations, and supervised construction projects worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, but he'd never been more nervous about getting something right than he was about picking the perfect restaurant for his second date with Treena. He'd considered every option in Sweetgum Meadows twice over. Rochelle's felt too familiar after their dinner there the week before, the one where he'd finally worked up the courage to ask her out, and they'd shared that incredible first kiss in the town square. The new steakhouse in Peachtree was too formal, too much pressure. He'd even briefly considered driving to Atlanta before realizing that was exactly the kind of flashy gesture Winston would have made. All show, no substance. In the end, he'd settled on Sweet and Spicy Chinese Palace, the Zhang family restaurant that had been a Sweetgum Meadows institution for 20 years. It was nice enough to feel special, casual enough to keep things comfortable, and the food was exceptional. More importantly, it held good memories. He and Treena had eaten there countless times as teenagers, usually splitting an order of lo mein and arguing over who got the last spring roll. Standing outside her apartment at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening, Troy smoothed down his navy button-down for the third time and checked his reflection in his truck's side mirror. He'd spent an embarrassing amount of time getting ready, changing his shirt twice before settling on something that looked nice but not like he was trying too hard. The truth was, he felt like a teenager again, nervous and excited and terrified of screwing this up. This was Treena, the girl he'd been in love with for most of his life, the woman who'd somehow found her way back to him despite everything Winston had done to keep them apart. Their dinner at Rochelle's had been perfect, but this felt different, more intentional. When she opened the door, Troy's breath caught in his throat. She was wearing a deep red dress that brought out the warmth in her brown skin, her hair falling in soft waves around her shoulders. But it wasn't just how beautiful she looked. It was the confidence in her posture, the genuine smile that lit up her face when she saw him. This was the real Treena, the one who'd been hiding under years of trying to be someone else. "You look incredible," he said, meaning every word. "You clean up pretty well yourself," she replied, smoothing his collar with a gesture so natural it made his heart skip. "Are you going to tell me where we're going, or is this a mystery date?" "Sweet and Spicy Chinese Palace," he said, watching her face carefully for her reaction. "I thought about somewhere fancier, but then I remembered how you used to steal the crispy noodles off my plate when you thought I wasn't looking." Treena laughed, the sound exactly as he remembered from their teenage years. "I was not stealing, I was quality testing. Someone had to make sure they were up to standard." "Right, and I suppose you were just quality testing my egg rolls too?" "Obviously. I take food safety very seriously." The familiar banter eased some of his nerves as they walked to his truck. This was still them, still Troy and Treena, best friends who knew each other's quirks and habits. The romantic element was new, but the foundation was solid as bedrock. "I can't believe we used to come here after every basketball game," Treena said as they pulled into the restaurant's parking lot. "Do you think Mr. and Mrs. Zhang will remember us?" "Are you kidding? Mrs. Zhang probably still has opinions about your study habits." Sweet and Spicy Chinese Palace looked exactly the same as it had all those years ago. Red lanterns hanging from the ceiling, golden dragons painted on the walls, and the familiar aroma of garlic and ginger filling the air. Mrs. Zhang herself greeted them at the hostess station, and her face lit up with recognition. "Troy, Treena," she exclaimed, pulling them both into unexpected hugs. "Look at you two, all grown up. It's so good to see you together again." Troy caught the slight emphasis on together and felt heat creep up his neck. Apparently, their relationship status had already made it through the Sweetgum Meadows gossip network. "Mrs. Zhang, it's wonderful to see you," Treena said warmly. "How's Alex settling in?" "Oh, you know how it is. He's doing well, very happy with that sweet girl Maya. Love is in the air in Sweetgum Meadows these days." Mrs. Zhang's eyes twinkled as she led them to a booth in the corner. "Your usual table, yes? I remember you always liked the one by the window." As they settled into the familiar red vinyl booth, Troy realized Mrs. Zhang was right. This had been their spot as teenagers, where they'd sit for hours over shared plates of food, talking about everything and nothing. It felt both nostalgic and hopeful, like they were reclaiming something that had always belonged to them. "This feels surreal," Treena said, echoing her words from their dinner at Rochelle's. "Better or worse than last week?" Troy asked, reaching across the table to take her hand. "Better," she said without hesitation. "Last week felt like we were testing the waters. This feels like we're actually swimming." They ordered without looking at the menu: lo mein, sweet and sour chicken, spring rolls, and egg fried rice. The same meal they'd shared dozens of times as kids, but somehow it felt completely different now. "So," Troy said, settling back in his seat, "how do we do this? I mean, we've already covered most of the getting to know you questions over the years." "I don't know," Treena admitted. "I feel like I should be more nervous than I am, but this just feels right." "It does." Troy squeezed her hand gently. "Maybe that's the point. We don't have to pretend to be strangers. We can just be us, but with the added bonus of being able to do this." He lifted their joined hands and pressed a soft kiss to her knuckles. Trina's breath hitched slightly at the gesture. "I don't think I'll ever get used to that." "Good. I don't want you to get used to it. I want it to always feel special." Their food arrived, brought by Alex Zhang himself, who greeted them with knowing grins and promises to let them eat in peace. Troy was grateful for his discretion. Half the town would probably know they were here by morning anyway. "Remember when we came here after that big playoff game junior year?" Treena asked, twirling lo mein around her chopsticks. "You'd just thrown for 3 touchdowns, and you were convinced you were going to get recruited by Georgia." "I did get recruited by Georgia," Troy pointed out. "After a lot more work and a lot less ego." She grinned at him. "You were so cocky that night. I was 17 and riding high on victory. Cut me some slack." "I thought it was cute, actually. You were so excited, so full of dreams." Her expression grew softer. "I loved watching you talk about the future. You made everything seem possible." Troy felt his chest tighten with emotion. "I remember that night. I remember thinking I had everything I wanted. The win, the possibility of a scholarship, and my best friend celebrating with me. The only thing that could have made it perfect was what? The courage to tell you how I felt." Treena set down her chopsticks and looked at him directly. "What would you have said? If you'd had the courage?" Troy considered the question seriously. "I would have told you that you were the most important person in my world, that your opinion mattered more to me than any coaches or recruiters, that I didn't care about any future that didn't have you in it. And I would have said yes," she said quietly. "To whatever you were asking, I would have said yes." The weight of those words, of all the time they'd lost, all the chances they'd missed, hung between them for a moment. But instead of sadness, Troy felt only gratitude. They were here now. They'd found their way back to each other. "Well," he said, lifting his water glass in a mock toast, "here's to second chances." "To second chances," Treena agreed, clinking her glass against his, "and to not wasting them this time." The rest of dinner passed in a blur of easy conversation, laughter, and the comfortable silences that came from years of friendship. Troy found himself studying Trina's face when she wasn't looking, cataloging all the small changes time had wrought. She was more beautiful now than she'd been at 17, but it was a different kind of beauty, deeper, more complex. The girl he'd fallen in love with had become a woman worth waiting for. "I should probably get you home," he said reluctantly as they finished sharing a plate of almond cookies. "It's getting late." "It is," she agreed, but made no move to get up. "Thank you for tonight, Troy, for all of this, for being patient with me while I figured out what I wanted." "Thank you for figuring it out," he replied, "for choosing us." They drove back to her apartment in comfortable quiet, the radio playing softly in the background. Troy's hand rested on the center console, and Treena laced their fingers together, her thumb tracing gentle circles on his skin. "Would you like to come up for coffee?" she asked as he walked her to her door. "I promise it's actually coffee. I'm not ready for more. Not yet." "I'd love coffee," Troy said honestly. "And Treena, we'll go at whatever pace feels right for you. There's no rush." Her apartment was exactly as he'd imagined it. Warm, welcoming, and uniquely hers. The expensive furniture and cold artwork from her Winston days had been replaced with comfortable pieces that actually looked like someone lived there. Her drawings were framed on the walls, and plants filled the windowsills. "This is nice," he said, settling onto her couch while she made coffee. "It feels like you." "It's taken me a while to figure out what that looks like," she called from the kitchen. "Turns out I really like bright colors and plants. Who knew?" She returned with 2 mugs of coffee and curled up beside him on the couch, close enough that their knees touched but far enough to maintain some space. It was perfect, intimate without being overwhelming. "Can I ask you something?" she said, cradling her mug in both hands. "Anything. What was it like? These past few years, watching me with Winston. I know it must have been hard." Troy was quiet for a moment, considering how honest to be. "It was like watching someone disappear in slow motion," he said finally. "Every time I saw you, there was a little less of the Treena I knew, the girl who argued with me about everything, who had passionate opinions about social justice and environmental issues, who laughed so loud she snorted and didn't care who heard her." Treena winced slightly. "I did disappear, didn't I?" "But you came back," Troy said firmly. "That's what matters. You found your way back to yourself, and that's why we're here now. If you hadn't done that work, if you hadn't figured out who you really are, this wouldn't mean anything." "It means everything," she said softly. "This, you, the chance to be myself with someone who actually likes who that is." "I don't just like who you are, Treena. I love who you are. I always have." She set down her coffee mug and turned to face him fully. "Even when I was lost, even when I let myself become someone else?" "Especially then, because I could see the real you fighting to get out. I just had to wait for you to see her too." Treena leaned forward and kissed him then, soft and sweet and full of promise. When they broke apart, she rested her forehead against his. "I love you too," she whispered. "I think I always have. I was just too scared to admit it." Troy's heart felt like it might explode from the sheer joy of hearing those words. "Even when we were kids?" "Especially when we were kids. You were my safe place, Troy. You were home before I even knew what that meant." They stayed like that for a long time, holding each other on her couch, talking quietly about everything and nothing. When Troy finally left, it was past midnight, and he felt like he was walking on air. Driving through the empty streets of Sweetgum Meadows, past the places that held all their shared memories, Troy couldn't stop smiling. They'd done it. After all these years, all the missed chances and false starts, they'd finally found their way to each other. And this time, he wasn't going to let anything or anyone tear them apart. This time, they were going to get their happy ending.
Chapter 16. 6 weeks later. The scent of garlic and herbs filled Troy's kitchen as Treena stirred the pasta sauce, humming softly to herself. She'd offered to cook dinner at his place tonight, partly because she wanted to do something nice for him, but mostly because she was curious about his home. In the 6 weeks since their first official date, they'd spent most of their time together at her apartment or out in public. His house remained something of a mystery. "You sure you don't need help?" Troy called from the living room where he was setting up a playlist on his phone. "I'm fine," she called back, tasting the sauce and adding a pinch more oregano. "Besides, I distinctly remember you telling me your cooking skills peaked at grilled cheese and scrambled eggs." "Hey, those are perfectly respectable skills, very versatile." Treena laughed, feeling that familiar warmth that came from their easy banter. These past few weeks had been a revelation. She'd forgotten what it felt like to be with someone who actually enjoyed her company, who laughed at her jokes and encouraged her opinions instead of trying to reshape them. The kitchen timer chimed, and she drained the pasta, combining it with the sauce she'd been perfecting all afternoon. Cooking had become one of her rediscovered pleasures since leaving Winston. Another piece of herself she was slowly reclaiming. "Dinner's ready," she announced, carrying the serving bowl into the dining room. Troy appeared immediately, his face lighting up when he saw the spread she'd prepared. "This looks incredible, and it smells even better." His dining room was simple but warm, a solid oak table that looked handmade, surrounded by mismatched chairs that somehow worked together perfectly. Like the rest of his house, it felt authentic, lived in, completely opposite to the sterile perfection Winston had always demanded. "Tell me about this place," she said as they sat down to eat. "How long have you been here?" "I bought it about 2 years ago," Troy said, serving himself a generous portion of pasta. "It's not much, but it's mine. I've been slowly renovating it in my spare time." "It's perfect," Treena said, meaning it. The house felt like Troy, solid, welcoming, unpretentious. "Did you do all the work yourself?" "Most of it. The kitchen was my first project, then the master bathroom. I'm working on the spare bedroom now, thinking about turning it into a proper office." As he talked about crown molding and hardwood floors, Treena found herself picturing a future here. Not in a desperate, clingy way. She'd learned the difference between healthy relationship dreaming and the anxious planning that had characterized her time with Winston. This felt different. Natural. Like pieces of a puzzle clicking into place. "What about you?" Troy asked. "Are you happy with your apartment?" "For now," she said honestly. "It's the first place that's ever felt truly mine, but sometimes I think about something bigger. A garden, maybe. Space to spread out." "You should get a house. You're stable enough in your job, and the market in Sweetgum Meadows is still reasonable." The casualness of his suggestion surprised her. Winston would have immediately started planning her hypothetical house purchase, telling her which neighborhoods to consider and what kind of property would be a good investment. Troy just threw out the idea and let it sit, trusting her to make her own decisions. "Maybe," she said. "I'm still figuring out what I want." "That's the best part," Troy said, reaching across to squeeze her hand. "You've got time to figure it out." After dinner, he gave her a proper tour of the house. The living room was comfortable and masculine without being a bachelor pad cliché. A well-worn leather couch, built-in bookshelves filled with an eclectic mix of fiction and construction manuals, family photos scattered throughout. "That's my mom at my Georgia Tech graduation," he said, pointing to a photo of him in cap and gown with a beaming woman who shared his smile. "And that's the crew from my first big commercial project." Treena studied the photos, these glimpses into the life he'd built while she was lost in her relationship with Winston. There were pictures from job sites, team photos from his college football days, candid shots with friends she recognized from around town. It was the visual record of someone who'd stayed true to himself, who'd built genuine connections and pursued meaningful work. "I love this," she said, stopping in front of a framed photo of the sweet gum tree in her parents' backyard. It was clearly a recent picture. She could see the carved initials, now weathered and grown over, along with all the dates Troy had added over the years. "I took that last month," he admitted, looking slightly embarrassed. "After that night, when you decided to give us a chance, I wanted to remember what it looked like before we started making new memories." The thoughtfulness of the gesture made her chest tight with emotion. This was what love looked like. Not grand gestures or expensive gifts, but quiet moments of care and attention. His bedroom was the last stop on the tour, and Treena felt a flutter of nerves as they stood in the doorway. They'd been taking things slowly, both physically and emotionally. A few passionate kisses, careful touches, nothing more. But being in his bedroom felt significant somehow, even if they were just talking. The room was as unpretentious as the rest of the house. A king-sized bed with navy sheets, a dresser that matched the one in the living room, windows that looked out over his small backyard. It was undeniably masculine, but warm, inviting. "The master bathroom is through there," he said, pointing to a door on the far wall. "I'm pretty proud of the tile work." "You did the tile yourself?" "YouTube University," he said with a grin. "Turns out I'm not terrible at it." They settled on his couch afterward. Treena curled against his side as they flipped through Netflix options. The position felt natural, comfortable in a way that had taken months to develop with Winston. With Troy, everything seemed to fall into place effortlessly. "Can I ask you something?" she said during a lull in their channel surfing. "Always." "What was it like for you when you came back to Sweetgum Meadows after your injury, starting over?" Troy was quiet for a moment, his fingers absently stroking her hair. "Honestly, it was terrifying. I'd had my whole life planned out. Play professionally for a few years, save money, maybe get into coaching. When that all fell apart, I had no idea what came next. But you figured it out. Eventually. The construction company started as just a way to pay bills while I figured out what I really wanted to do. Turns out, what I really wanted was to build things that mattered, help my community, make a difference in a different way than I'd originally planned." Treena lifted her head to look at him. "Do you ever regret it? Not playing professionally?" "Sometimes I wonder what might have been," he said honestly. "But I don't regret it. That injury forced me to really think about what I wanted my life to look like. And this," he gestured around the room, then looked down at her, "this is better than anything I could have planned." Even with all the heartbreak, all the waiting, especially because of that, we both needed to become who we are now. If things had happened differently in high school, we might not have worked. We were kids then. We're adults now. Treena settled back against his chest, processing his words. He was right. They were different people now than they'd been at 17. She'd learned hard lessons about who she was and what she wanted. He'd built a life and a business from scratch. They were coming to each other as equals, not as the desperate teenagers they'd once been. "I'm glad you came back," she said quietly. "I'm glad you came back too." They fell into comfortable silence, the weight of unspoken promises hanging between them. This was new territory for Treena, a relationship built on mutual respect and genuine compatibility rather than the desperate need to be chosen that had characterized her time with Winston. "Troy?" she said eventually, not lifting her head from his chest. "Hmm? I think I'm ready." "Ready for what?" She lifted her head to meet his eyes, seeing her own feelings reflected there. "For more. For us. For whatever comes next." Troy's expression grew serious. "Are you sure? There's no rush, Treena. We can take as much time as you need." "I'm sure," she said, meaning it completely. "For the first time in years, I know exactly what I want. And what I want is you." He cupped her face in his hands, thumb tracing her cheekbone in that gentle way that never failed to make her heart race. "I love you," he said, the words still new enough to send shivers through her. "I love you too," she replied, leaning into his touch. "And I'm done being afraid of that." When he kissed her this time, it was different from their previous kisses. Deeper, more urgent, full of months of pent-up longing and the promise of what was to come. Treena felt herself melting into him, all her careful walls finally coming down. This was what she'd been waiting for her whole life. Not just physical intimacy, but emotional safety. The knowledge that she was loved for exactly who she was, not who someone wanted her to become. Later, lying in Troy's arms in the soft darkness of his bedroom, Treena felt a peace she'd never experienced before. This wasn't the desperate clinging she'd felt with Winston, always afraid he might leave if she wasn't perfect enough. This was calm certainty, the deep knowledge that she was exactly where she belonged. "What are you thinking about?" Troy asked softly, his fingers trailing lazy patterns on her bare shoulder. "How different this feels," she said honestly. "How right. Different from what you expected? Different from what I experienced before. With Winston, I always felt like I was performing, like I had to earn love by being someone else. This feels like coming home." Troy pressed a kiss to the top of her head. "You never have to perform for me, Treena. You never have to be anyone but exactly who you are." "I know," she said, and for the first time in her adult life, she really did know. That's what makes this so perfect. Through the bedroom window, she could see the quiet streets of Sweetgum Meadows, the same town where she and Troy had grown up as friends, where they'd lost each other, and where they'd somehow found their way back. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to build the life she wanted. But tonight, wrapped in Troy's arms in the house he'd built with his own hands, Treena finally understood what home really meant. It wasn't a place or a building or even a town. It was this, being known completely and loved unconditionally by someone who saw her at her worst and chose to stay anyway. It was choosing that same person every day, not out of fear or desperation, but out of genuine love and respect. It was finally being free to be herself. And that freedom was worth every moment of heartbreak it had taken to find it.
Chapter 17. 3 months later, Troy woke to the sound of muffled crying coming from the bathroom. For a moment, he lay still in the pre-dawn darkness, wondering if he'd imagined it. Then he heard it again, a soft, broken sound that made his chest tighten with concern. He found Treena sitting on the bathroom floor in her pajamas, knees drawn up to her chest, tears streaming down her face. She looked up when he appeared in the doorway, and the raw vulnerability in her eyes nearly broke his heart. "Hey," he said softly, settling down beside her on the cold tile. "What's wrong?" "I'm sorry," she whispered, wiping at her face with shaking hands. "I didn't mean to wake you. I had a nightmare, and I couldn't get back to sleep." Troy wrapped his arms around her, pulling her against his chest. She felt small and fragile in his embrace, so different from the confident woman who'd been slowly emerging over the past few months. "About what?" he asked gently. Treena was quiet for a long moment, her breathing gradually steadying against him. "Winston," she said finally. "In the dream, I was trying to leave him, but every time I packed my things, more stuff appeared. And he kept telling me I was being dramatic, that I was imagining things, that no one else would ever love me." Troy felt a surge of anger at Winston's lingering hold over her, even in sleep. "That's not true, and you know it's not true." "I know that logically," she said, pulling back to look at him. "But sometimes in the dark, those old voices get loud again, telling me I'm not enough, that I'm lucky anyone wants me at all. Treena, and then I start spiraling, wondering if you're going to get tired of having to reassure me all the time. If you're going to realize that I come with too much baggage, that it would be easier to find someone who isn't so broken." The word hit Troy like a physical blow. "You are not broken," he said firmly, cupping her face in his hands. "You survived 8 years of psychological manipulation. You found the strength to leave. You rebuilt your entire life from scratch. That doesn't make you broken. It makes you incredibly strong." "Then why do I still fall apart like this?" she asked, fresh tears spilling over. "Why can't I just move on?" Troy considered his words carefully. This wasn't the first time they'd had this conversation, and he'd learned that platitudes didn't help. What Treena needed was honesty, patience, and the space to heal at her own pace. "Because healing isn't linear," he said finally. "Because trauma doesn't just disappear because you're in a better situation now. Because your brain spent 8 years learning to expect criticism and control, and it's going to take time to unlearn those patterns." Treena leaned into his touch, her eyes closing. "Sometimes I wonder if it's fair to you, having to deal with all my baggage." "It's not baggage," Troy said. "It's history. It's part of what made you who you are today, and who you are today is the woman I fell in love with. All of you, including the parts that are still healing." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the morning light gradually filtering through the small bathroom window. Troy could feel some of the tension leaving Trina's body as she relaxed against him. "Can I tell you something?" she said eventually. "Always. When I was with Winston, I used to have panic attacks sometimes. When he'd criticize something I'd done or said, I was being too emotional. But I learned to hide them, to go to the bathroom or wait until he wasn't around." She looked up at him. "This is the first time I've let someone see me like this. The first time I've trusted someone enough to be this vulnerable." Troy felt his throat tighten with emotion. "Thank you for trusting me. Thank you for making it safe to trust you." They eventually made their way back to bed, where Treena curled against his side, her breathing finally even and peaceful. Troy lay awake long after she'd fallen back asleep, thinking about the weight of what she'd shared with him. He'd known, intellectually, that Winston had damaged her. He'd seen the evidence in her changed behavior during those 8 years, in her careful way of speaking and moving through the world. But experiencing it firsthand, seeing the depth of her self-doubt, the way she still flinched sometimes when he disagreed with her, made the reality of what she'd endured more visceral. It also made him more determined than ever to prove that not all love came with conditions. The next few weeks brought more moments like that, times when Treena's trauma responses surfaced despite her best efforts to keep them buried. A comment from a coworker about her teaching methods sent her into a spiral of self-doubt that lasted for days. A disagreement about dinner plans led to her apologizing profusely and offering to change her opinion. Each time, Troy met her with the same patient understanding, the same gentle reassurance that she was allowed to have needs and opinions and bad days. Slowly, he began to see her trust in him and in herself growing stronger. "I've been thinking," she said one evening as they cooked dinner together in his kitchen. They'd fallen into this routine over the past month, alternating between his house and her apartment, slowly building a life that included both of their spaces. "About what?" Troy asked, stirring the sauce while she chopped vegetables. "About getting my own therapist. I know I've been working through things with you, but maybe I need professional help too." Troy paused in his stirring, choosing his words carefully. "I think that's a great idea, not because there's anything wrong with you, but because you deserve to have every tool available to help you heal." "You don't think it means I'm weak, that I can't handle my own problems?" "I think it means you're strong enough to ask for help when you need it. That's not weakness, that's wisdom." Treena smiled, the first genuine smile he'd seen from her in days. "I love that about you, you know. How you always make me feel like my feelings are valid, even when they don't make sense to me." "They always make sense," Troy said, setting down his spoon to pull her into his arms. "Maybe not in the moment, but they always come from somewhere real. Your feelings matter, Treena. They matter to me. Even when I'm being ridiculous about something small, especially then. Because usually when you're being ridiculous about something small, it's actually about something big that you're not ready to talk about yet." Treena leaned into him, her arms wrapping around his waist. "How did you get so wise about all this?" "Lots of reading," Troy admitted. "After you left Winston, I wanted to understand what you'd been through. I checked out books from the library about emotional abuse, about recovery, about how to support someone who's healing from trauma." She pulled back to look at him, surprise written across her face. "You did research?" "Of course I did. I love you, Treena. I want to be the best partner I can be for you. That means educating myself about what you need." Tears filled her eyes, but these were different from the ones he'd seen that morning in the bathroom. These were tears of gratitude, of being seen and valued in a way she'd never experienced before. "I love you too," she whispered. "More than I ever thought I could love anyone." The therapy helped. Within a few weeks of starting sessions with Dr. Pierre, a trauma specialist in Atlanta, Treena began to develop better coping strategies for her anxiety and self-doubt. She learned to recognize her triggers, to distinguish between rational concerns and trauma responses. More importantly, she began to trust herself again. "Dr. Pierre says I'm making good progress," she told Troy one evening as they walked through downtown Sweetgum Meadows after dinner. "She thinks the fact that I'm in a healthy relationship is actually accelerating my healing." "How so?" "Because I'm getting to experience what real love looks like in real time. I'm learning to trust my instincts about what feels good and what doesn't." She squeezed his hand. "You're helping me remember who I really am." Troy brought their joined hands to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. "You're remembering who you always were. I'm just lucky enough to be here to witness it." They walked in comfortable silence for a while, past the familiar shops and restaurants that made up the heart of their small town. It was early spring now, and the trees were beginning to bud with new growth. Everything felt full of possibility. "Troy," Treena said as they reached the town square where they'd shared their first kiss months ago, "can I ask you something?" "Always. Are you happy? Really happy? Not just with me, but with your life, with where you are right now?" Troy stopped walking and turned to face her fully. In the soft glow of the streetlights, she looked beautiful and vulnerable and completely herself. "I've never been happier," he said honestly. Not just because I get to be with you, but because I get to be with the real you. The woman who argues with me about movies and burns dinner sometimes and laughs so hard she snorts. The woman who cares so deeply about her students that she spends her own money on supplies for them. The woman who's brave enough to do the hard work of healing. Even with all my baggage, all my trauma responses and anxiety attacks and moments when I'm convinced you're going to leave, especially with all of that, because that's part of your story, Treena. It's part of what made you who you are, and who you are is the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with. The words hung in the air between them, heavy with implication. They hadn't talked about the future explicitly, but Troy had been thinking about it more and more lately. About marriage, about building a life together, about all the dreams he'd had to set aside when he thought he'd lost her forever. "The rest of your life?" she asked softly. "If you'll have me," he said, his heart pounding. "When you're ready, however long that takes." Treena stepped closer, her hands coming up to rest against his chest. "What if I told you I'm already ready? What if I told you that you've helped me learn the difference between love that heals and love that hurts? That being with you has taught me what I actually deserve?" "Then I'd say we should probably talk about what that looks like," Troy said, his voice rough with emotion. "It looks like this," she said, standing on her tiptoes to kiss him. "It looks like choosing each other every day. It looks like building something real and lasting and true." When they broke apart, Troy rested his forehead against hers, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they'd just acknowledged. "I love you, Treena Parker," he said. "All of you. Exactly as you are." "I love you too, Troy Mitchell," she replied. "Thank you for waiting for me to find my way back to myself. Thank you for doing the work to get here." As they walked home together through the quiet streets of Sweetgum Meadows, Troy felt a deep sense of peace settle over him. They still had work to do. Treena's healing was ongoing, and building a life together would bring its own challenges. But they were facing it together now, as equal partners who chose each other freely and completely. It was everything he'd ever dreamed of and more than he'd ever dared to hope for. It was worth every moment of waiting, every tear shed, every doubt overcome. It was love in its truest, most healing form. And finally, it was theirs.
Chapter 18. 1 month later. The spring afternoon was perfect for a picnic in the town square, the kind of warm, breezy day that made Treena grateful to live in Georgia. She spread the old quilt her grandmother had made across the grass, the same one she and Troy had used countless times as children under the sweetgum tree. Some traditions were worth keeping, even when everything else had changed. "I can't believe you made all this," Troy said, settling down beside her and surveying the spread she'd packed. Fried chicken, potato salad, homemade biscuits, and strawberry shortcake for dessert. "When did you have time? I got up early," she said, pleased by his reaction, "and I may have gotten a little carried away. Cooking relaxes me now." It was true. Over the past few months, as she'd continued working with Dr. Pierre and growing more comfortable in her own skin, Treena had rediscovered her love of cooking. Not the anxious meal preparation she'd done for Winston, always worried about his critique, but the joyful experimentation she remembered from helping her mother in the kitchen as a child. "Well, I'm not complaining," Troy said, accepting the plate she handed him. "Though I have to ask, what's the occasion? It's not my birthday or our anniversary." Treena felt a flutter of nerves in her stomach. She'd been planning this conversation for weeks, waiting for the right moment, the right words. "Can't I just want to spoil my boyfriend with a nice lunch?" "You can," Troy said, studying her face with that careful attention she'd grown to love. "But you've got that look you get when you're working up the courage to say something important." He knew her too well. It was one of the things that had taken some getting used to, being with someone who actually paid attention to her moods and expressions, who cared enough to notice when something was on her mind. "Maybe," she admitted, taking a bite of chicken to buy herself time. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, watching families play in the playground nearby and elderly couples walking their dogs around the square's perimeter. It was such a peaceful scene, so different from the anxiety that had characterized most of her adult life. Troy, she said finally, setting down her fork. Do you remember what you said to me a few weeks ago about wanting to spend the rest of your life with me? His expression grew serious. I remember every word. And you said when I was ready, however long that took. I meant it. Treena took a deep breath, her heart racing with a mixture of excitement and terror. What if I told you I think I'm ready now? Not for marriage necessarily, not right this moment, but ready to really start planning a future together? Troy set down his own plate, giving her his full attention. I'd ask what changed. Not that I'm not thrilled, but a few months ago you were still having panic attacks about whether I'd leave if you disagreed with me about what to watch on Netflix. The observation was gentle, but accurate. The progress she'd made in therapy had been significant, but it hadn't been linear. There had been setbacks, moments when her old fears and insecurities had surged back with surprising force. A lot of things changed, she said, gathering her thoughts. Dr. Pierre helped me understand the difference between being ready for something and being healed from something. I may never be completely healed from what Winston did to me. Those experiences are part of my story now. But I don't have to wait until I'm perfect to start building the life I want. And what kind of life do you want? The question should have terrified her. For years, the idea of articulating her own desires had felt dangerous, selfish. But sitting here with Troy, surrounded by the comfortable rhythms of their small town, she felt only clarity. I want a life where I'm valued for who I am, not who someone thinks I should become. I want a partner who celebrates my successes instead of minimizing them, who encourages my dreams instead of redirecting them. She reached for his hand. I want to build something real with someone who sees me as an equal, not a project to be improved. Troy's smile was radiant. That sounds like a life worth wanting. The thing is, Treena continued, her confidence growing, I already have that life, with you. These past few months have shown me what love is supposed to feel like. Not desperate or conditional or exhausting, but steady, safe, like coming home. Treena. Let me finish, she said, squeezing his hand. I need to say this. For 8 years, I thought love meant making myself smaller so someone else could feel bigger. I thought it meant giving up pieces of myself until I disappeared entirely. But being with you has taught me that real love is the opposite. It's being seen and accepted and celebrated for exactly who you are. Troy brought their joined hands to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her knuckles. You taught me that too. I spent so many years thinking love meant waiting quietly on the sidelines, never asking for what I wanted. But you've shown me that love means fighting for each other, choosing each other every day. So what do we do with that? With knowing what we want and being brave enough to reach for it? She asked. Troy was quiet for a moment, his thumb tracing gentle circles on her palm. When he spoke, his voice was soft, but certain. We take the next step, whatever that looks like for us. What do you think the next step is? She asked. Honestly, I think it's moving in together, really combining our lives instead of just spending nights at each other's places. He paused, watching her face carefully. What do you think? The suggestion sent a thrill of excitement through her, followed immediately by a flutter of old anxiety. Living together felt huge, significant in a way that their current arrangement didn't. But as she examined the fear, she realized it wasn't about Troy or their relationship. It was about her own readiness to fully commit to the life she wanted. I think, she said slowly, that I'd like that. A lot. But I need to do it right this time. What does right look like? It means having conversations about expectations instead of assumptions. It means keeping my apartment for a while until we're sure this works. It means going slow enough that we both feel comfortable with each decision. Troy's expression grew thoughtful. Are you thinking about moving into my place or finding somewhere new together? I love your house, she said immediately. It feels like you, like home. But I also want to make sure it becomes our space, not just your space that I'm borrowing. What would help with that? The question was so perfectly Troy, not dismissive or defensive, but genuinely curious about how to make her feel valued and included. It was such a contrast to how Winston would have responded, insisting that she should be grateful for whatever he offered without question. Maybe we could redecorate some rooms together, add some of my things, change some of yours, make it feel like it belongs to both of us? I'd love that. Troy said without hesitation. I want it to feel like our home, not mine. I want you to have space for your art supplies, for your books, for whatever makes you feel settled and happy. The ease of his agreement, the immediate way he prioritized her comfort, made Trina's chest tight with emotion. This was what partnership looked like. Two people working together to build something that honored both of their needs. There's something else, she said, feeling her courage wavering slightly. Whatever it is, we can figure it out. I want to keep going to therapy, even after we move in together, even as things get more serious between us. Dr. Pierre says that's actually when the real work begins, learning to maintain your individual healing while building a life with someone else. Of course, you should keep going to therapy. Why would that change? The matter-of-fact way he said it brought tears to her eyes. Winston had always seen therapy as a sign of weakness. The idea that Troy saw it as part of her ongoing self-care was revolutionary. Winston used to say that therapy was just an excuse to avoid taking responsibility for my problems, she admitted. Troy's expression darkened. Winston was wrong about a lot of things, but he was especially wrong about that. Therapy is you taking responsibility for your healing. It's one of the bravest things you've ever done. They finished their picnic in the soft afternoon sunlight, making tentative plans about timing and logistics. Not rushing, but moving forward with intention and care. As they packed up the quilt and empty containers, Treena felt a deep sense of rightness about the decision they'd made. "Can I tell you something?" she said as they walked back toward Troy's truck. "Always. This morning, when I was making all this food, I realized I wasn't nervous about having this conversation with you. A few months ago, asking for what I wanted would have sent me into a panic spiral. But today, I just felt excited, like I knew you'd listen and we'd figure it out together." Troy stopped walking and turned to face her, his expression serious. "That's huge, Treena. Do you realize how huge that is?" "It feels huge," she admitted, "like I'm finally becoming someone I actually like." "I've always liked who you are," Troy said, cupping her face in his hands. "But I love watching you like yourself, too." When he kissed her there in the town square, with the afternoon sun warming their faces and the sound of children laughing in the background, Treena felt something settle deep in her chest. Not the desperate relief of being chosen, but the quiet confidence of choosing well. She was in love. Really? Truly in love, with a man who saw her clearly and valued her completely. More importantly, she was in love with the woman she was becoming when she was with him. Not because he was changing her, but because he was giving her the safety to be herself. "I love you," she said when they broke apart, the words feeling truer than they ever had before. "I love you too," he replied. "All of you, exactly as you are, exactly as you're becoming." Driving home with their empty picnic basket in the back of Troy's truck, Treena felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought her here. The pain of her relationship with Winston, the courage it had taken to leave, the hard work of rebuilding her sense of self, all of it had led to this moment. She was ready. Not perfect, not completely healed, but ready to build a life with someone who loved her enough to let her be human. Ready to choose love that lifted her up instead of tearing her down. Ready to finally, fully, come home to herself and to the man who'd been waiting patiently for her to get there. For the first time in her adult life, the future felt not like something to survive, but something to celebrate. And that feeling, she realized, was what true love was supposed to create. Not fear, but hope. Not anxiety, but excitement. Not the desperate need to be perfect, but the joyful freedom to be real. She was real, she was loved, she was ready. And that was more than enough.
Chapter 19, 1 month later. The boxes were finally unpacked, and Trina's art supplies had claimed the spare bedroom that Troy had never quite known what to do with. Standing in the doorway, watching her arrange easels and organize paints with the focused concentration she brought to everything she cared about, Troy felt a deep sense of rightness about their decision to move in together. It had been 2 weeks since she'd officially moved into his house, their house now, and the adjustment had been surprisingly smooth. Better than smooth, actually. Having her here felt natural, like a missing piece of his life had finally clicked into place. "This is perfect," Treena said, stepping back to survey her new art studio. "I can't believe I went so long without a dedicated space to create." "It looks good," Troy agreed, noting how the afternoon light streaming through the windows illuminated her work surface. "You've already got more art supplies than I have tools." "That's because you actually use your tools for work. Half of this stuff is experimental. Paints I bought because I liked the names, brushes I might never touch." She grinned at him. "I'm making up for lost time." Troy understood that feeling. They were both making up for lost time in different ways, reclaiming parts of themselves that had been dormant for too long. For Treena, it was her art. For him, it was allowing himself to hope for the future he'd always wanted, but never quite believed he could have. "Speaking of work," he said, "I need to tell you something. About a job offer I got today." Treena turned to face him fully, her expression shifting to one of interest mixed with concern. "What kind of job offer?" Troy took a breath, still processing the conversation he'd had that afternoon. "It's from Jacob Henderson. You remember him from high school? He started a construction company in Atlanta about 5 years ago, and he's expanding into sustainable building, green construction, LEED certification, the whole thing." "That sounds amazing, right up your alley." "It is. The work would be exactly what I've been wanting to move toward. Environmentally conscious building, cutting-edge techniques, projects that really matter." Troy ran a hand through his hair. "The money would be incredible too, more than double what I'm making now." He could see Treena processing this information, her teacher's mind already working through the implications. But it would mean relocating to Atlanta, selling the business here, leaving Sweetgum Meadows, starting over in a big city. Troy sat down on the small chair she'd placed by the window. 5 years ago, even 2 years ago, I would have jumped at this opportunity without hesitation. And now? Now I have you. We have this. He gestured around the room, but he meant more than just the house. A life we're building together. Community, roots, everything I thought I wanted before I knew I could have it. Treena was quiet for a long moment, her fingers absently straightening brushes that were already perfectly organized. Troy watched her face, trying to read the emotions flickering across her features. "What did you tell Jacob?" she asked finally. "That I needed time to think about it, to talk to you." Troy leaned forward, his elbows on his knees. "Treena, I need you to know that I'm not asking you to make this decision for me. Whatever we decide, it has to be something we both want." "What do you want? If you strip away everything else, me, the house, the business, what does Troy Mitchell want for his career?" The question hit him unexpectedly hard. He'd spent so many years building his life around what was practical, what was safe, what was available, that he'd almost forgotten how to think about what he actually wanted. "Honestly, I want to build things that matter. Schools that will last for generations, affordable housing that doesn't compromise on quality, community centers that bring people together." He looked up at her. "I want to use my skills to make the world a little better, not just to make money." "And you can't do that here?" "Not at the level Jacob is offering. Sweetgum Meadows is great, but the projects here are smaller, more traditional. What he's talking about would be cutting-edge work, projects that could influence the entire industry." Treena moved to sit on the floor in front of him, her hands resting on his knees. "Troy, can I ask you something, and will you promise to be completely honest?" "Always." "Are you afraid to want this? Because of me? Because of us?" The question caught him off guard. "What do you mean?" "I mean, you spent 8 years watching me give up pieces of myself for someone else's vision of our future. Are you afraid that if you pursue what you really want, you'll be doing the same thing to me?" Troy stared at her, stunned by the accuracy of her observation. That was exactly what he was afraid of, that choosing his career would mean asking her to sacrifice hers, that prioritizing his dreams would mean minimizing hers. "Maybe," he admitted. "I don't want to be like Winston. I don't want to steamroll over what you want in pursuit of what I want." But what if what I want is for you to have the career that will make you happy? What if I want to be part of building that life with you? Treena, you have a life here, your job, your students, your family. I can't ask you to give that up. You're not asking, I'm offering. She squeezed his knees gently. Troy, do you remember what you told me when I was having those panic attacks about not being good enough? You said that love means celebrating each other's successes, not minimizing them. I remember. This is your success, this opportunity, this recognition of your talent and your vision. It's what you've been working toward your whole career. I would never forgive myself if I held you back from it. Troy felt his throat tighten with emotion. But what about your teaching, your students? You love your job. I do love teaching, and there are schools in Atlanta too, good schools that probably need passionate teachers just as much as Sweetgum Elementary does. She smiled up at him. Besides, I've been thinking about maybe going back to school myself, getting my master's degree, maybe specializing in art therapy or special education. You have? Dr. Pierre mentioned it a few months ago. She said I have good instincts for helping people work through difficult emotions, that I might want to consider expanding my skills. Trina's eyes lit up with excitement. Atlanta would have programs I could never access from here. Troy stared at her, amazed by the way she'd turned what he'd seen as an impossible choice into a potential opportunity for both of them. You really want to do this? Move to Atlanta? Start over? I want to build a life with you, wherever that life takes us. She paused. But Troy, I need you to promise me something. Anything. Promise me this is what you really want, not what you think you should want or what looks good on paper. I spent 8 years living someone else's version of success. I won't do that again, and I won't let you do it either. Troy slid down from the chair to sit on the floor beside her, taking her hands in his. It is what I want. The work, the challenge, the chance to make a real impact. But I want it with you, not at the expense of you. Then we figure out how to make it work for both of us. They spent the rest of the evening on the floor of her art studio, making lists and brainstorming logistics, when they would need to move, how to handle selling his business and finding her a new teaching position, what kind of neighborhood they wanted to live in. It was practical planning, but it felt like something more, like they were actively choosing to build their future together instead of just letting it happen to them. There's one more thing, Troy said as they finally made their way to bed. Something I need to tell you about this job. Treena looked up from brushing her teeth. What? The timeline Jacob gave me. He wants an answer by the end of next week, and if I take it, he'd want me to start in Atlanta by September. September? That's only 4 months away. I know it's fast, maybe too fast. We could ask for more time, or I could turn it down and wait for something else. Troy. Treena rinsed her mouth and turned to face him fully. Do you trust me? Of course I trust you. Then trust me when I say that 4 months is enough time. We'll make it work. Are you sure? It's a big change, a lot of upheaval. I'm sure. She stepped closer to him, her hands coming up to rest against his chest. Do you know what I realized today, watching you talk about this job? What? This is the first time I've ever seen you really excited about your future. Not content, not satisfied, but genuinely excited about what comes next. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears. I spent 8 years with someone who saw my dreams as obstacles to his. I'm not going to spend another day being the obstacle to yours. Troy cupped her face in his hands, overwhelmed by the depth of her love and support. I love you, he said, the words feeling inadequate for everything he was feeling. I love you too, all of you, including the part that dreams big and builds beautiful things. She smiled up at him. Besides, think of all the new art supply stores I'll get to explore in Atlanta. Troy laughed, some of the tension finally leaving his shoulders. Is that your primary motivation for this move? Obviously. Also the restaurants, and the museums, and the chance to watch the man I love do work that sets his soul on fire. When they made love that night, it felt different than it had before. Not just physical intimacy, but emotional communion. Two people choosing each other and their shared future with complete clarity and intention. Afterward, lying in the darkness with Treena curled against his side, Troy felt a peace he'd never experienced before. Thank you, he said softly. For what? For seeing this as an adventure instead of a sacrifice, for believing in us enough to take the leap. Thank you for wanting to take the leap with me. She pressed a kiss to his chest. Troy? I think we're really good at this whole partnership thing. Troy smiled in the darkness, his arms tightening around her. I think you're right. As he drifted off to sleep, Troy's last conscious thought was about the conversation he would have with Jacob Henderson the next morning. For the first time in his life, he was making a career decision based not on fear or practicality, but on genuine excitement about the future. And he was making it with a partner who saw his success as their success, who valued his dreams as much as her own. It was everything he'd ever wanted and more than he'd ever dared to hope for. Tomorrow, he would call Jacob and accept the job. Tomorrow, they would start planning their new life in Atlanta. But tonight, he was exactly where he belonged, home with the woman he loved, dreaming about the future they would build together. It was perfect. They were perfect. And finally, he was brave enough to reach for everything he wanted.
Chapter 20. 7 months later. The moving boxes were finally gone from their new apartment in Atlanta, replaced by a comfortable blend of Troy's furniture and her own touches. Treena stood in the kitchen, watching the sunset paint the city skyline in shades of gold and pink through their living room windows. After 2 months in Atlanta, she was still getting used to the view, so different from the tree-lined streets and familiar faces of Sweetgum Meadows. "Penny for your thoughts," Troy said, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. She leaned back against his chest, savoring the solid warmth of him. "Just thinking about how different our lives are now. Good different, but still different. Missing home? Sometimes, but this feels like home too." She turned in his arms to face him. "Actually, I was thinking about something Dr. Pierre said yesterday." They'd both found new therapists in Atlanta. Dr. Pierre had helped with the transition by referring Treena to a colleague, and Troy had surprised her by scheduling his own sessions with a counselor who specialized in relationship dynamics. It was another example of how he approached their partnership with intention and care. What did she say? That moving in together, especially to a new city, often brings up deeper conversations about the future. Things couples might have been avoiding or taking for granted. Treena studied his face. "I think she's right. There are things we've never really talked about." Troy's expression grew attentive. "Like what? Like what happened between us in high school. Really happened, not just the surface story." She took his hand, leading him to the couch. "We've talked around it, but we've never really examined how Winston manipulated both of us, how that affected you, how it shaped who we became." Troy settled beside her, his fingers intertwining with hers. "I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean that for years, I blamed myself for not seeing what Winston was doing, for not being strong enough to resist his manipulation, but I never really thought about what it cost you to watch it happen, to know what he was doing and not be able to stop it." The question seemed to catch Troy off guard. He was quiet for a long moment, his thumb tracing circles on her palm in the absent way he did when he was thinking. "It was the worst kind of helplessness," he said finally, "watching someone I loved disappear in slow motion, and knowing that anything I said would just push you further away. Tell me about it. Really tell me. What was it like?" Troy leaned back against the couch cushions, his gaze distant as he remembered. "At first, I told myself the changes in you were just natural growing up. You were dating someone new, experiencing different things. I figured you'd find your balance. When did you realize it wasn't that simple?" "Probably around Christmas of our senior year. You came to my family's holiday party, remember? But you weren't really there. You kept checking your phone, apologizing for things that didn't need apologies, asking if you looked okay in your dress." Troy's voice grew quiet. "You used to never care what anyone thought about how you looked. You wore what made you happy." Treena remembered that party vaguely, a swirl of anxiety about whether Winston would approve of her choice to attend, whether she was spending too much time away from him, whether Troy's family would notice that she wasn't the same person they'd known. I was already learning to see myself through his eyes instead of my own, she realized. That's when I knew something was really wrong. But what could I do? Tell my best friend that her boyfriend was bad for her? Risk our friendship on the chance that you'd believe me over him? So you watched and waited and hated myself for being a coward. Troy's jaw tightened. There were so many moments when I could have said something, should have said something. Instead, I convinced myself that I was respecting your choices, that I was being a good friend by staying out of it. Treena felt her chest tighten with emotion, but not the old, familiar anxiety. This was grief, for the boy who'd loved her silently, for the girl who'd been too lost to recognize it, for all the time they'd lost to someone else's cruelty. You weren't a coward, Troy. You were 17 years old, dealing with an adult-level manipulation that even I couldn't see clearly. And Winston was careful. He made sure there was always just enough plausible deniability to make anyone who questioned him look jealous or possessive. Maybe, but I still regret not fighting harder for you. What would that have looked like? Fighting harder? Troy considered the question seriously. I don't know. Maybe telling you how I felt earlier, before Winston had a chance to get his hooks in you. Maybe being more direct about what I was seeing instead of hoping you'd figure it out on your own. And if I'd chosen him anyway? If I'd pushed you away to protect the relationship I thought I wanted? Then at least I would have tried. At least you would have had all the information to make your choice. Treena understood the regret in his voice, the weight of what-ifs that he'd been carrying for years. But she also understood something he might not have fully grasped yet. Troy, can I tell you what I think would have happened if you'd confessed your feelings senior year? What? I think I would have panicked. I was so deep in Winston's version of reality by then, so convinced that his sophisticated love was what I deserved, that I probably would have seen your confession as proof that you didn't understand who I was becoming. She squeezed his hand. I might have pushed you away completely to prove my loyalty to him. Troy was quiet, processing this possibility. The thing is, Treena continued, we both needed to grow up. I needed to learn the hard way what love isn't, so I could recognize what love is. You needed to build a life and a sense of self that wasn't dependent on me choosing you. You think we weren't ready for each other back then? I think we were meant to find each other when we did. Not as desperate teenagers, but as adults who'd learned to love ourselves first. She shifted to face him more fully. Do you really think 17-year-old Troy and 17-year-old Treena could have built what we have now? Troy smiled for the first time since they'd started this conversation. Probably not. 17-year-old Troy was too busy trying to be perfect to be real with anyone, and 17-year-old Treena was already learning to hide her real self to keep people happy. Exactly. We both needed time to figure out who we really were. The people we are now. We can handle conflict and growth and real intimacy because we've both done the work to get here. When did you get so wise about all this? Therapy, Treena said with a laugh. Lots and lots of therapy, and falling in love with someone who makes me feel safe enough to examine the hard stuff. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the city lights begin to twinkle outside their windows. This conversation felt significant somehow. Not just rehashing old hurts, but actually processing them together in a way that strengthened their foundation rather than threatening it. Can I ask you something else? Treena said eventually. Always. What was it like for you these past few months? Moving here, starting over, building a new life together? Troy considered the question. Honestly, it's been the best few months of my life. The work is incredible, challenging in ways I didn't even know I wanted. Working with Jacob's team, learning new techniques, being part of projects that could actually change how people think about sustainable building. His eyes lit up as he talked. And coming home to you every day, building this life together. It feels like everything I didn't dare to dream about. But sometimes I worry that it's too good to last, that I'm going to wake up and find out this was all some elaborate dream. The vulnerability in his admission made Treena's heart ache. What would convince you it's real? Time, I think. Proof that we can handle challenges together. that our relationship can survive stress and change and normal life problems. Like what we're doing right now, having hard conversations and working through them together? Yeah, like this. Troy smiled. I love that we can talk about the past without it threatening our future, that we can acknowledge the pain without getting stuck in it. I love that too. Treena curled up against his side, feeling grateful for the emotional safety they'd built together. Troy, I want you to know something. I forgive you for not fighting harder, for not telling me how you felt, for all the things you think you should have done differently. She looked up at him. And more importantly, I need you to forgive yourself. We were kids dealing with an impossible situation. We did the best we could with what we knew. Troy's arms tightened around her. I forgive you too, for choosing him, for disappearing, for taking so long to find your way back. Though honestly, there's nothing to forgive. You survived something terrible and came out stronger. We both did. As they got ready for bed, Treena felt a deep sense of completion about their conversation. They'd finally examined the wound that Winston had left in both their lives, cleaned it out properly, and allowed it to begin healing in the light of honest communication. One more thing, she said as they settled under the covers. What's that? I'm grateful for the journey, all of it, even the painful parts, because it brought us here, to this moment, to this life we're building together. She pressed a kiss to his chest. I wouldn't change a single thing if it meant we'd end up anywhere else. Not even the 8 years with Winston? Not even that. Because those 8 years taught me what I don't want, what I deserve better than, what real love looks like by contrast. She lifted her head to meet his eyes, and they taught you patience and resilience and how to love someone enough to let them find their own way. I love you, Troy said, the words carrying the weight of everything they'd shared tonight. I love you too. The man you are now, the boy you were then, and everyone you're still becoming. As she drifted off to sleep in Troy's arms, Treena felt a profound sense of peace about their past and excitement about their future. They'd taken the most painful chapter of their lives and transformed it into a source of strength rather than shame. Tomorrow, they would wake up in their Atlanta apartment and continue building the life they'd chosen together. Troy would go to his job that challenged and fulfilled him, and she would continue her graduate program in art therapy, turning her own healing journey into a way to help others. But tonight, they'd done something even more important. They'd proven to themselves that they could face the hardest truths together and come out stronger on the other side. It was everything she'd never dared to hope for, and exactly what she'd always needed. They were ready for whatever came next.
Chapter 21. 10 months later. Troy stood in the doorway of their bedroom, watching Treena get ready for what she claimed was just a casual dinner out. She was wearing the deep red dress she'd bought the week after they moved to Atlanta, the one that made her eyes sparkle and her confidence shine through in ways that still took his breath away. You look incredible, he said, leaning against the doorframe. Thank you. She turned from the mirror, smoothing down the dress. Though I have to say, you're being awfully secretive about where we're going tonight. Troy tried to keep his expression neutral, despite the ring box that felt like it was burning a hole in his jacket pocket. I told you, it's a surprise. You hate surprises. You're the man who plans construction projects 6 months in advance and color codes his calendar. Treena studied his face with that teacher's intuition that had always made her impossible to lie to. What's going on? Can a man take his girlfriend somewhere special without an interrogation? Not when that man is you. She stepped closer, her hands coming up to straighten his tie unnecessarily. Troy Mitchell, I've known you for most of my life. You're planning something. He was planning something. Something that had been in the works for weeks, involving phone calls to her parents, consultations with a jeweler, and careful coordination with several people back in Sweetgum Meadows. But looking at her now, beautiful and suspicious and completely herself, Troy felt his carefully planned evening threatening to unravel before it even began. Maybe I am planning something, he admitted. Would that be okay with you? Depends on what kind of something. Troy cupped her face in his hands, marveling as always at how right it felt to touch her, to be this close to her. The good kind, I promise. The drive to their destination took them through the heart of Atlanta and then beyond, toward the suburbs and small towns that surrounded the city. Treena tried several times to get him to reveal where they were going, but Troy managed to deflect with questions about her graduate program and updates on the sustainable housing project he'd been leading at work. "Troy," she said as they turned onto a familiar highway, "are we going back to Sweetgum Meadows?" "Maybe. Why didn't you just tell me? I would have been excited to visit home." Home. The word sent a warm feeling through his chest. After months in Atlanta, they'd both found their rhythm in the city, but Sweetgum Meadows would always be where they belonged in a deeper sense. "Because," Troy said, taking her hand, "this isn't just a visit." They drove the rest of the way in comfortable silence. Trina's thumb tracing gentle circles on his palm while she watched the familiar countryside roll by outside the passenger window. Troy could feel his nervousness building as they got closer to their destination. But it was the good kind of nervous, anticipation rather than anxiety. The sun was beginning to set as they pulled into Sweetgum Meadows, painting the small town in shades of gold and pink that made everything look like a postcard. Troy drove through the familiar streets, past Rochelle's diner and the community center he'd helped build, past the elementary school where Treena had taught, and the high school where they'd first fallen in love. "Troy," Treena said softly as he turned onto the street where she'd grown up, "what are we doing here?" "You'll see." He parked in front of the Parker house, where Trina's parents were waiting on the front porch with barely contained excitement. Her mother rushed down the steps before Troy had even turned off the engine, pulling Treena into a fierce hug the moment she stepped out of the car. "Mama, what's going on?" Treena asked, laughing as her father joined the embrace. "Nothing, baby girl," her mother said, though her eyes were bright with tears. "We're just happy to see you." Troy shook hands with Mr. Parker, who clapped him on the shoulder with a knowing smile. "Good to see you, son. Ready for tonight?" "As ready as I'll ever be." They spent an hour catching up with Trina's parents, sharing stories about their life in Atlanta and hearing all the latest Sweetgum Meadows gossip. Troy watched Treena relax into the familiar rhythm of home, her laugh becoming more frequent and her posture more natural with every passing minute. "We should head out soon," Troy said eventually, glancing at his watch. The timing had to be perfect for what he had planned. "Head out where?" Treena asked, her suspicion returning. "You'll see," her mother said with a conspiratorial smile. "But you might want to grab a sweater, baby. It's getting chilly." The backyard was exactly as Troy remembered it. The same oak trees, the same garden beds, the same sense of peaceful privacy that had made it the perfect setting for countless childhood memories. But it was the sweet gum tree that drew his attention, its ancient branches spread wide against the darkening sky. "Oh," Treena breathed, stopping short when she saw what was waiting for them. String lights had been wound through the lower branches of the sweet gum tree, creating a soft, golden glow in the gathering dusk. A blanket was spread beneath the tree, the same quilt her grandmother had made, the one they'd used for countless picnics and study sessions over the years. And scattered around the base of the tree were photographs, pictures of them as children, as teenagers, and more recent photos from their life in Atlanta. "Troy," Treena whispered, her hand going to her throat, "what is this?" "This is where it all started," he said, taking her hand and leading her toward the tree. "This is where we carved our initials when we were 7 years old, where we spent summer afternoons doing homework and talking about our dreams, where I first realized I was in love with you." She looked up at the carved initials, now weathered and grown over but still visible in the bark. "You remember the exact day? October 15th, junior year. You were doing chemistry homework, and the sun was hitting your hair just right, and suddenly I couldn't breathe because I realized I wanted to spend the rest of my life looking at you exactly like that." Trina's eyes filled with tears. "Troy, let me finish," he said gently, his heart pounding so hard he was sure she could hear it. "This is also where I came when I thought I'd lost you forever, where I carved all those dates, marking every moment when I had to watch you slip further away from me, where I learned what it meant to love someone enough to let them go." He reached into his jacket pocket, his fingers closing around the ring box. But most importantly, Troy continued, dropping to one knee on the quilt beneath their tree, this is where I want to ask you to spend the rest of your life with me. Treena gasped, her hands flying to cover her mouth as Troy opened the ring box to reveal the vintage engagement ring he'd spent weeks choosing. It was elegant, but not ostentatious, with a classic round diamond set in white gold, the kind of ring that would look beautiful on her teacher's hands and age gracefully over decades of wear. Treena Parker, he said, his voice steady despite the emotion threatening to overwhelm him. You are the love of my life. You're my best friend, my partner, my home. You make me want to be the best version of myself, and you love me even when I fall short of that goal. Tears were streaming down her face now, but she was smiling through them. You've taught me that real love doesn't try to change someone, it celebrates who they already are. You've shown me that the strongest relationships are built on equality and respect, and the courage to be vulnerable with each other. Troy's voice grew husky with emotion. I want to spend the rest of my life loving you exactly as you are, supporting your dreams, and building a future that honors both of our hopes. He took a deep breath, the words he'd practiced for weeks suddenly feeling inadequate for everything he wanted to say. Will you marry me? For a moment, the only sound was the gentle rustle of leaves overhead and the distant hum of evening insects. Then Treena was falling to her knees beside him on the quilt, her hands reaching for his face. Yes, she said through her tears. Yes, of course yes. Troy's hands shook slightly as he slipped the ring onto her finger, but it fit perfectly, just as he'd hoped, just as everything about their relationship had always fit when they stopped fighting it. I love you, she whispered against his lips as he pulled her into his arms. I love you so much. I love you too, he replied, kissing her with all the joy and relief and overwhelming gratitude he felt in that moment. When they finally broke apart, they were both laughing and crying at the same time, holding each other beneath the tree that had been witness to their entire love story. When did you plan all this? Treena asked, admiring the ring on her finger in the soft glow of the string lights. I've been planning it for weeks. Your parents helped with the setup, and I may have had some assistance from a few other people in town. As if summoned by his words, they heard voices approaching from the house. Treena's parents appeared first, followed by Troy's mother, and then, to Treena's amazement, several of their friends from around town. Malachi and Amy from the diner, Alex and Maya, even Rochelle herself, all beaming with excitement and congratulations. You planned a party? Treena asked in wonder. I planned a celebration, Troy corrected, because I was confident you'd say yes, but I wanted to be surrounded by the people who love us when we officially became engaged. The next hour was a blur of hugs and congratulations, champagne toasts and laughter. Someone had apparently coordinated with Troy to have Rochelle's cater a spread of finger foods, and the backyard filled with the warm chatter of friends and family celebrating their happiness. You know, Treena said during a quiet moment when they'd stepped aside from the crowd, this is the most romantic thing anyone's ever done for me. Even more romantic than expensive dinners at fancy restaurants? Especially more romantic than that. This is real. This is us. This is everything that matters to me in one perfect moment. Troy spun her around under the string lights, both of them laughing with pure joy. So what do you think? Should we start planning a wedding? I think, Treena said, standing on her tiptoes to kiss him again, we should start planning a marriage. The wedding is just one day. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. As the celebration continued around them, Troy pulled Treena close and looked up at the sweetgum tree that had sheltered their love story from the very beginning. Tomorrow, they would start making practical plans about dates and venues and all the details that went into planning a wedding. They would have conversations about where to live long term, about children and careers, and all the dreams they wanted to pursue together. But tonight, under the branches of the tree where it all began, surrounded by the people who had supported them through heartbreak and healing, Troy Mitchell and Treena Parker were simply two people who had found their way home to each other. It was everything they'd ever wanted, and more than they'd ever dared to hope for. It was perfect. They were perfect. And finally, they were ready to begin the rest of their lives together.
Chapter 22. 12 months later. The wedding dress hanging in their bedroom closet was perfect. Simple, elegant, and exactly what Treena had dreamed of since she was a little girl. Not the elaborate gown Winston's mother had pushed her toward years ago, but something that felt authentically her. She smiled every time she saw it, a reminder that in just 2 weeks, she'd be marrying her best friend. "Stop staring at the dress," Troy called from the kitchen. "It's going to be the same tomorrow." "I'm not staring," she called back, though she absolutely had been. "I'm appreciating." "Come appreciate breakfast instead. I made pancakes." Treena found Troy at the stove, expertly flipping pancakes. Their Saturday morning routine had evolved naturally over the months they'd been living together. He cooked breakfast while she made coffee. Then they'd sit on their small balcony and plan their day. It was domestic and comfortable and everything she'd never known she wanted. "Smells amazing," she said, wrapping her arms around his waist from behind and pressing a kiss to his shoulder blade. "Special occasion pancakes with blueberries." "What's the special occasion? 2 weeks until we're married. That feels pretty special to me." Troy turned in her arms, his hands settling on her hips. Even after all this time, the simple contact sent warmth through her. Some things never got old. "Are you nervous?" she asked, studying his face. "About the wedding? Not even a little? About being married to you for the rest of my life? Also not nervous. About giving a speech in front of 100 people? Terrified," Treena laughed. "Your vows are going to be beautiful. You have a way with words when it matters. Easy for you to say. You're a teacher. You talk in front of people all day." 8-year-olds. Very different audience. They settled on the balcony with their breakfast, looking out over Atlanta's skyline. The city had grown on both of them over the past year, though they'd decided to hold the wedding back in Sweetgum Meadows where their story had begun. "I got a call from your mom yesterday," Troy said, cutting into his pancakes. "She wanted to confirm the final head count for the rehearsal dinner." "And? We're up to 43 people. Apparently, your great-aunt Lucille decided she can make the trip after all." "Oh no. Should I warn you that she's going to ask you very personal questions about your intentions toward me?" "I'm counting on it. I've been practicing my answers." Troy grinned. "Besides, your family loves me now. I passed the test when I helped your dad fix his truck engine last month." It was true. Troy had won over her extended family completely, not through grand gestures, but through small acts of kindness and genuine interest in their lives. He remembered her cousin's college major, asked about her grandmother's garden, and never made anyone feel like their small-town concerns weren't worth his attention. "Speaking of family," Treena said, "your mom wants to know if we need anything else for the wedding. She's convinced we've forgotten something important." "Like what?" "I don't know. Mothers worry. It's their job." She reached across to squeeze his hand. "Are you sure your dad's not coming?" Troy's expression grew thoughtful. "I talked to him last week. He says he's happy for us, but the divorce is still too fresh. He doesn't want to make Mom uncomfortable." "I'm sorry. I know you were hoping he'd change his mind." "It's okay. We'll have plenty of other people there who matter to us." This was one of the things Treena loved most about Troy, his ability to accept disappointment without bitterness, to focus on what he had rather than what he lacked. It was a trait she'd been working to develop in herself through therapy and conscious practice. "Dr. Pierre says divorce affects adult children differently than we expect," she said carefully, "even when it's amicable." "What does she say about it?" "That sometimes we put pressure on ourselves to fix family dynamics that aren't ours to fix, that we can love people and accept their limitations at the same time." Troy was quiet for a moment, considering her words. "She's right. I can't make my parents comfortable with each other, but I can make sure they both know they're important to me." "Exactly. And our wedding will be beautiful regardless of who's there, because it's about us choosing each other." "Speaking of choosing each other," Troy said, his tone shifting to something more serious, "I need to tell you something." Treena felt a flutter of concern. "What is it?" "Jacob offered me a promotion yesterday, senior partner in the firm, with my name on the door." Troy, that's wonderful. Why do you sound worried about it? Because it would mean more travel, longer hours, bigger projects. I'd be gone probably 2 weeks out of every month. He studied her face carefully. I told him I needed to talk to you before I gave him an answer. Treena felt a warm rush of appreciation for his consideration. A year ago, she might have immediately said yes without thinking about her own needs. Now, she took a moment to really consider what this would mean for both of them. What do you want to do? She asked. Honestly, I want the challenge. The work would be incredible. Sustainable housing developments, green infrastructure projects, things that could really impact how the industry approaches environmental responsibility. His eyes lit up as he talked. But I don't want it if it means sacrificing our relationship or your career. What would the travel schedule look like specifically? Probably gone Monday through Wednesday most weeks, sometimes longer for major project launches. But I'd be home for weekends, and I could negotiate for you to join me on some of the longer trips. Treena considered this, thinking about her own graduate program timeline and career goals. You know, I'll be starting my practicum next semester, which means a more flexible schedule. And some of those cities you'd be visiting probably have art therapy programs I could observe or volunteer with. You'd really be okay with that much travel? I'd be okay with supporting the career that makes you excited to get up in the morning. Besides, absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? Troy reached across the table to take her hand. Are you sure? I don't want you to say yes just because you think it's what I want to hear. The question showed how well he knew her, how aware he was of her old patterns of people-pleasing. But Treena had learned to recognize the difference between accommodating someone she loved and losing herself in the process. I'm sure, but I have conditions. Name them. We set boundaries about communication when you're traveling. I need to know when you're available to talk, and you need to be present when we do talk, not distracted by work. Done. And we reevaluate in 6 months. If the travel is too much for either of us, you get to adjust or turn down projects without guilt. Also done. And you take me with you to San Francisco if you get that waterfront development project you've been hoping for. Troy laughed. Especially done, though that one's not confirmed yet. They spent the rest of breakfast talking through the practical details of managing a marriage with significant travel. It felt good to approach the decision as partners, weighing both their needs and finding creative solutions to potential challenges. Can I tell you something? Treena said as they cleaned up the dishes together. Always. A year ago, this conversation would have sent me into a panic spiral. I would have been convinced that you accepting this promotion meant you were outgrowing me, that eventually you'd realize you wanted someone more sophisticated and cosmopolitan. And now? Now I know that your success doesn't threaten our relationship. It strengthens it. Because you're choosing to build that success with me, not despite me. Troy set down the dish he was drying and pulled her into his arms. I love that you know that now. I love that we can talk through challenges instead of avoiding them. I love that you include me in decisions that affect both of us instead of just telling me what you've decided. Always. We're a team, Treena. In everything. That afternoon, they drove to Sweetgum Meadows to finalize the last wedding details with their families. The community center looked beautiful with the decorations Troy's construction crew had volunteered to install, and the town square was ready for the reception with string lights strung between the oak trees. It's going to be perfect, Treena's mother said, walking them through the timeline for the ceremony. Simple and elegant, just like you wanted. I can't believe it's really happening, Treena said, looking around at the space where she'd grown up attending town events and festivals. 2 weeks from today, we'll be married. Any second thoughts? Her father asked with a teasing smile. Not a single one, she replied, meaning it completely. That evening, as they drove back to Atlanta, Treena felt a deep sense of contentment about their life together. They'd navigated another potential challenge with communication and compromise. They'd proven to themselves once again that they could support each other's dreams without losing their individual identities. Troy, she said as they crossed the city limits. Yeah? I'm proud of us, of how we've learned to be partners. Me too, though I have to say, I think we're going to be even better at it after we're married. Why's that? Because we'll have had all this practice handling life together. By the time we say I do, we'll already know we can handle whatever comes next. Treena smiled, thinking about the journey that had brought them here. From childhood friends to lost love to eventual partners, they'd taken the long way around, but they'd arrived exactly where they were supposed to be. I love you, future husband, she said. I love you too, future wife. 2 weeks later, they would promise to love and support each other for the rest of their lives. But sitting in Troy's truck as they drove through the Atlanta evening, Treena realized they were already living those promises every single day. The wedding would be beautiful, but the marriage, the real partnership they'd built through honesty, communication, and mutual respect, that was going to be extraordinary.
Epilogue. Wedding day. Troy adjusted his tie for the third time, staring at his reflection in the small mirror of the community center's makeshift groom's room. In 30 minutes, he would walk down the aisle to marry the woman he'd loved for most of his life. After everything they'd been through, the years of separation, the heartbreak, the healing, they were finally here. "You look good, man," Alex said, straightening his own tie. As Troy's best man, he'd been surprisingly calm about the whole affair. "I look terrified," Troy corrected, though he was smiling. "Terrified in a good way?" "The best way." Through the window, Troy could see guests arriving and taking their seats in the community center's main hall. The space had been transformed with white flowers and soft lighting, but it still felt authentically Sweetgum Meadows. No pretense, just genuine warmth and community support. 5 minutes, Rochelle announced, poking her head through the door. She'd insisted on coordinating the wedding logistics, claiming it was her gift to them. "Everyone ready?" Troy nodded, though his heart was beating so fast he wondered if the entire room could hear it. This was really happening. In 5 minutes, he would see Treena in her wedding dress. In 10 minutes, they would be exchanging vows. In 15 minutes, if everything went according to plan, they would be husband and wife. "Let's do this," he said. The walk to the front of the aisle felt both eternal and instantaneous. Troy took his place beside Pastor Williams, the same minister who'd baptized him as a child, and looked out at the assembled crowd. His mother sat in the front row, beaming with pride and dabbing at her eyes with a tissue. Trina's parents were across the aisle, her father looking dignified in his best suit, and her mother practically vibrating with excitement. The rest of the seats were filled with the faces that had shaped their lives. Friends from high school, colleagues from work, neighbors who'd watched them grow up. Even Malachi and Amy had closed the diner early to attend, sitting with Mrs. Zhang and her family near the middle of the room. The music started, not a traditional wedding march, but the acoustic version of At Last that Treena had chosen because she said it captured exactly how she felt about finally marrying him. Troy's breath caught as the doors at the back of the hall opened. Treena appeared, and the rest of the world simply ceased to exist. She was radiant in a simple white dress that flowed around her as she walked, her hair swept back to show the pearl earrings that had been her grandmother's. But it wasn't the dress or the styling that made Troy's chest tight with emotion. It was the joy on her face, the certainty in her steps, the way she looked at him like he was her whole world. She was walking alone, having decided that she didn't need anyone to give her away, since she was choosing this freely and completely. It was such a perfectly Treena decision, independent and thoughtful and entirely her own. When she reached the altar, she handed her bouquet to her maid of honor, Carmen, who'd flown in from Seattle for the occasion, and turned to face Troy with the biggest smile he'd ever seen. "Hi," she whispered, just loud enough for him to hear. "Hi yourself," he whispered back. "You look incredible. You clean up pretty well, too." Pastor Williams cleared his throat gently, and they turned their attention to the ceremony, though Troy found it hard to focus on anything other than the woman standing beside him. "Dearly beloved," Pastor Williams began, "we are gathered here today to witness the union of Troy Mitchell and Treena Parker, two people who have found their way to each other through patience, growth, and abiding love." The opening words felt perfectly chosen for their story. They had found their way to each other through years of friendship, separation, and finally, healing. Troy and Treena have chosen to write their own vows, Pastor Williams continued. Troy, would you like to go first? Troy nodded, pulling a folded piece of paper from his jacket pocket. He'd rewritten these vows a dozen times, but looking at Treena now, he realized he didn't need the paper. The words were written on his heart. Treena, he began, his voice steady despite his racing pulse. I fell in love with a girl who was brave enough to carve her initials into a tree, who argued with me about everything, and who made me believe that anything was possible. I thought I'd lost that girl forever. But I was wrong. She wasn't lost. She was just finding her way back to herself. Treena's eyes filled with tears, but she was still smiling. Today I'm marrying the woman that girl became, someone who is even braver, even more passionate, even more determined to make the world better than the girl I first loved. You've taught me that real love doesn't try to change someone. It celebrates who they are and supports who they're becoming. Troy reached for her hands, marveling at how perfectly they fit together. I promise to love you exactly as you are, to encourage your dreams even when they scare me, to support your independence even when I want to protect you from everything. I promise to be your partner in all things, the big decisions and the small moments, the adventures and the quiet Sunday mornings. His voice grew husky with emotion as he reached the final lines. I promise to choose you every day, not because I have to, but because I want to, because you are my best friend, my greatest love, and my favorite person in the entire world. I promise to build a life with you that honors both of our dreams and creates space for us to grow together and individually. Treena, Pastor Williams said gently, your vows? Treena took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly in Troy's. But when she spoke, her voice was clear and strong. Troy, you have been my constant, through childhood, through heartbreak, through healing. You've been my safe harbor when I was lost, and my biggest cheerleader when I found my way again. You loved me when I didn't know how to love myself, and you waited patiently while I learned. She paused, gathering her thoughts. Today, I'm not just promising to love you, I'm promising to be brave enough to let you love me, to trust that your love doesn't come with conditions or requirements for me to be different than I am, to believe that I deserve the kind of partnership we've built together. Troy felt tears threatening as she continued. I promise to support your dreams with the same enthusiasm you've shown for mine, to be your partner in building projects that matter, adventures that excite us, and a home that reflects both of our hearts. I promise to communicate honestly, even when it's hard, and to trust you with my fears and insecurities. She squeezed his hands, her voice growing stronger. Most importantly, I promise to choose you every day, not out of fear or desperation, but out of joy and certainty. Because you see me clearly and love me completely, and that is the greatest gift I've ever received. Pastor Williams smiled at both of them. The rings? Alex stepped forward with the simple gold bands they'd chosen, classic and timeless, designed to be worn every day for the rest of their lives. Troy, repeat after me, Pastor Williams said. With this ring, I thee wed. With this ring, I thee wed, Troy said, slipping the band onto Treena's finger with hands that were surprisingly steady. Treena, repeat after me. With this ring, I thee wed. With this ring, I thee wed, she said, her voice full of joy as she placed his ring on his finger. By the power vested in me, by the state of Georgia, and in the presence of these witnesses, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Pastor Williams beamed at them. Troy, you may kiss your bride. Troy cupped Treena's face in his hands, looking into her eyes for a moment that felt suspended in time. This was it, the moment they'd been building toward through years of friendship, separation, and reconnection. When he kissed her, it was soft and sweet and full of promise. The kiss of two people who had found their way home to each other at last. The community center erupted in applause and cheers as they broke apart, both of them laughing through happy tears. They were married. After everything they'd been through, all the years of waiting and healing and growing, they were finally, officially, husband and wife. The reception in the town square was everything they'd dreamed of. Casual and joyful, with string lights overhead and their favorite people surrounding them. The food was from Rochelle's diner, The music was a playlist they'd created together, and the dancing took place on the same patch of grass where they'd played as children. "How does it feel to be Mrs. Mitchell?" Troy asked as they swayed together during their first dance. "It feels like coming home," Treena replied. "How does it feel to be my husband?" "Like the luckiest man alive." As the evening wore on, Troy found himself stealing quiet moments to observe the celebration around them. His mother was deep in conversation with Trina's parents, already making plans for holiday visits. Alex and Maya were teaching some of the younger guests a complicated dance move. Rochelle was holding court at one of the tables, probably sharing embarrassing stories about both the bride and groom. "No regrets?" Treena asked, following his gaze around the square. "Not a single one. You? Only that we waited so long to get here." "We got here exactly when we were supposed to," Troy said, pulling her closer. "We both needed to become who we are now before we could build what we have." "Very wise, Mr. Mitchell. I learned from the best, Mrs. Mitchell." Later, as they prepared to leave for their honeymoon, a week in the mountains of North Carolina, where they planned to hike and read and simply enjoy being married, Troy took one last look around the town square. This was where their story had truly begun, where they'd carved their initials into a tree and promised to be friends forever. They'd kept that promise, even when it seemed impossible. And now they were embarking on the next chapter of their story. Not as desperate teenagers or broken adults, but as whole people who had chosen to build a life together. "Ready to go, husband?" Treena asked, appearing beside him with her overnight bag. "Ready, wife." As they drove away from Sweetgum Meadows, heading toward their new life as a married couple, Troy felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought them here. The pain, the separation, the healing, all of it had been necessary to create the foundation for what they had now. They were no longer the children who had carved their initials into a tree, or the teenagers who had been too afraid to speak their hearts, or even the adults who had found each other again after years apart. They were Troy and Treena Mitchell, husband and wife, partners in all things, ready to face whatever came next together. And that was the most beautiful beginning he could imagine. This concludes Under the Sweet Gum Tree, an African-American sweet romance written by Imani Price, narrated by Shatrice Williams and Michael Evans. Thank you so much for listening. To keep up with Imani's upcoming books, please subscribe to this YouTube channel and join her mailing list at imaniprice.com.
Note from the author. If you especially enjoy my stories, please consider purchasing my books, which are available at all major retailers. You can also support my work here on YouTube by becoming a channel member through the Join button or by sending a super thanks by clicking on Thanks. Your support helps me continue offering these stories for free. Thank you again, and I truly hope you enjoyed this story.